It's 9:05. We'll go ahead and start the Joint Committees of Education and Children and Family. To begin with, let's first by calling the roll. We'll start out with the Committee of Children and Family. This is a joint committee under Chairman Mary Littleton. You may call the roll.
Representatives Bricken, Eldridge, Gillespie, Harris, Stewart, Chairman Littleton. Chairman, you have a quorum of children and family.
Thank you. Let's now go calling the roll for the Education Committee Administration.
Representatives Baum, Carringer, Cassada, Sapicki, Clemens,
Here.
Cochran, Darby, Gillespie, Hakeem, Haston, Lafferty, Love, Parkinson, Reagan, Vice Chairman Hurt, Chairman White.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum of the Education Administration Committee.
Thank you. Now let's go to the Committee of Education Instruction under Chairman Moody.
Representatives Sapicki, Dixie, Griffey, Harris, Haston, Hicks, Manis, McKenzie, Parkinson, Reagan, Rudder, Sparks, Warner, Vice Chairman Weaver, Chairman Moody. Madam Chairman, you have a quorum of the Education Instruction Committee.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for this morning. As we get started, Chair Lady Moody, you always like to begin the committee out with a pledge to the flag. Would you like to start out with that?
Yes, sir.
So I'll stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lady Moody. And I always like to begin our Education Committee with a prayer. So at this time, I'd ask everyone to bow their heads. Dear gracious and loving God, we thank you so much for the time that you have given us this morning to come together to talk about issues of importance to our state and very important to the future success of the children of this state. I recognize you as our creator, and we desire that you give us the wisdom and the understanding as we listen to the topics this morning so that we can best make decisions for the future of Tennessee, the future of the children of this state, and for our educational system. I ask you this time that you bless our children by giving them protection, that you bless our teachers by giving them strength, and that you bless our school leaders by giving them wisdom. We come before Christ's holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, as we get started this morning, we have a few announcements, and we'll get to those just in a moment. Let me welcome the joint meetings of the House Education Administration, Education Instruction, and Children and Family. We're on a topic this morning that is of importance to all three committees. And we also want to welcome the online viewers, including those watching online with the Education Trust of Tennessee. And let me make a brief statement about those online. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the dozens of attendees who are watching this meeting online, including those with the Education Trust and the Tennessee Watch Party this afternoon. They represent a diverse coalition of advocates, educators, parents, students, and other Tennesseans from across all three grand divisions committed to the educational justice and improving outcomes for our students in the state. I am pleased to have everyone join us today by live stream. So with that, at this point in time, I will open up before we get in. I think we have a couple of announcements or recognitions by the members of the committee. Representative Clemens, you came to me and you have one. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honor to be with you all this morning. I hate to start this morning off such important discussions we're going to have today and the next couple of days on a somber note, but as we all know, these are somber times in which we're living. I was just made aware recently of the passing of Mark Lentz. Mark Lentz, for anybody who knew Mark, and most of us did, probably visited most of your offices, Mark was the president of the Tennessee College of Applied Technology at Nashville, and he passed away on September 8th. I have the distinct honor of having this TCAT in the heart of my district, and there's not a day that has gone by that I've been up here that I have not received encouraging words from Mark Lentz, a request for his students, or a call from Mark bragging about his students, because Mark was incredibly proud of the students who came through TCAT Nashville. And I want to read a little bit here about him from a story. They've established a memorial scholarship in his honor. Hope everyone who's watching online and who's present here today will take a look at that and consider giving in that in memory of Mark. But he served as president of TCAT Nashville for 12 years. He was passionate about his students, faculty and staff, and the communities the college serves. He was a veteran of the U.S. Navy, worked nearly 30 years in industry, mostly at Bosch Corporation as a production supervisor and training and development manager. He went on to earn his master's degree and transitioned to higher education in 2009 when he was appointed by the Tennessee Board of Regents to lead Nashville's Public Technical College. And our Tennessee Board of Regents Chancellor Flora Tidings gave a great quote that really summed Mark up. She said, "Mark Lentz helped transform the lives of thousands of families across Nashville and Middle Tennessee through his joyful work with students at TCAT Nashville, in particular, and his passionate advocacy of career and technical education in general. He helped modernize the college, greatly expanded its programs, and took its CTE programs into correctional facilities to help students there learn skills for careers after their release. Under Mark's leadership, TCAT Nashville expanded its programs to more than 20 high-demand career fields and established new apprenticeship partnerships with area businesses and industries to enable students to work and earn while they learn. He opened a new facility with state-of-the-art equipment to train students to repair and maintain large diesel engines, again in partnership with engine and parts manufacturers. Now, Mark couldn't have done all of that without the support of this committee and the members of our body and the funding the state provided. But there was no greater advocate for TCAT in the state of Nashville than Mark Lentz. This man represented his family well. He represented our community well. And he represented everything that is great about higher education in Tennessee. It is a sad loss for me, for all of us. Chancellor Tidings, Vice Chancellor McCormick, you're going to have a hard time replacing Mark Lentz. I wish you the best of luck, and I wish all the love and thoughts to Mark's family. Mark was only one of 14,450 COVID deaths in the state of Tennessee, but like all the others, it was a meaningful life, and it ended too soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And if we could have a moment of silence in Mark Lentz's memory, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate that recognition, those kind words. Very well spoken. Members, anyone else have an opening recognition or comment you'd like to make before we get down to business? Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we're laying to rest Trooper Aaron Rumford that was killed in an off-duty accident. So let's please remember him in a moment of silence, if we could, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we begin down to business, I have an opening statement, and Chairlady Moody and I have an opening statement, and Chairlady Littleton, would you like to read your opening statement or give your opening statement? Okay. Okay, committee, just wanted to say this again. As we begin, I'd like to read a statement into the record regarding the purpose of today's meeting. We're allowed one meeting each summer by House leadership to delve more deeply into topics that we find need further discussion that can take place during the regular session. In 2019, prior to the onset of the pandemic, Chairman Littleton and I and Chairlady Moody sent a letter to the Comptroller's Office of OREA asking for further inquiry to further look into the problems of chronic absenteeism from our schools. OREA is here today to present the results of this investigation, but can answer questions only related to their investigation which preceded the pandemic. The Department of Education will present with us this afternoon and has promised to address issues with current school reopenings during their allotted time. Chronic absenteeism was a problem before the pandemic, and we suspect that it would continue to be a problem after this subsides. So further, we are not here today to discuss any individual pieces of legislation, and we are also not here to spend time on topics which are not on the agenda. We are here today to gather ideas for potential legislation for the 2022 session. Please remember to keep your questions and remarks on subject when you are called on. Chair Lady Littleton.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Chairman White and Chair Lady Moody for working with me and requesting this study for truancy. So my issues are children being punished for truancy that have no way to get to school themselves. And so we're blaming the children and not the students, and not the parents. So I think we need to look at that. And I feel like students that are truant are joining gangs and getting into trouble. So this is a big problem that we have, especially here in Davidson County. So truant students being groomed by traffickers. So when they're on the streets, there's people out there that prey on those and are grooming these children to become traffickers. So my hope is to bring legislation to unify the truancy rules across the state, including how schools deal with truancy and how cases of truancy are adjudicated. So thank you very much for letting Children and Family Affairs be a part of this study.
Very, very good. I sat in on the committee yesterday, your committee, and there's a lot of overlapping between what we do in Education and Children and Family Committee. So we're glad that we're all together. Let's go ahead and bring up the OREA office. If y'all would come up and get situated and make sure your mics are on. Members, we're going to try to keep the morning session be through by 11:30, no later than 11:45. So we're going to try to keep everyone on track as much as possible. So if you have a question, let's let our guests present. And then if you have questions, keep your questions direct and we move forward. So without any further ado, recognize OREA. Thank you all for being with us this morning. Give your name and position as we begin.
Is this okay? My name is Dana Brim, and I'm a legislative research analyst with the Comptroller's Office of Research and Education Accountability. And this is Russell Moore. He's the director of OREA, our office. Thank you, chairs and committee members, for having us here today.
You may begin.
This past March, we published a report on student attendance in Tennessee, which I'm happy to be presenting to you today. For those who might be newer to the General Assembly and unfamiliar with our work, the purpose of OREA is to provide the General Assembly with objective and accurate research, evaluation, and analysis. Recent topics from our office include evaluations of the Tennessee Promise Program and Tennessee Textbook Commission, opioid prescribing patterns, and salaries for teachers and school nurses. We published the student attendance report this past March in response to legislative requests. Before we get into the report, we want to clarify that the following research is based on attendance procedures and policies prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. We administered surveys in December 2019 and January of 2020, and thus all resulting data is based upon the respondents' pre-pandemic experiences. It is important to define chronic absenteeism and truancy before we take a closer look at the study. The two terms are often used interchangeably, but incorrectly, as each have different definitions and implications. Chronic absenteeism includes all absences, both excused and unexcused. A Tennessee student is chronically absent when he or she misses 10% or more of instructional days, which is about 18 days based on an 180-day calendar. Truancy includes unexcused absences only. A Tennessee student is truant if he or she accrues 5 unexcused absences. OREA analyzed 3 years of state, district, and school-level chronic absenteeism data provided by the Tennessee Department of Education. Using this data, we were able to study chronic absenteeism by grade, race, and student group. Reliable truancy data was not available, however, due in part to some complications that we will discuss later in the presentation. We conducted qualitative analysis in the form of online surveys and in-person phone or email interviews with stakeholders from all across the state. Every district attendance supervisor, public school principal, and juvenile court judge received a survey. In addition to surveys, we conducted a total of 52 interviews with representatives from 27 school districts, 6 juvenile courts, 9 state agencies, and 2 nonprofit agencies. Chronic absenteeism was first included as an accountability measure on state report cards in 2018 in accordance with the Every Student Succeeds Act, which requires states to include a non-academic measure of school quality or student success in their federal education plans. Since then, state chronic absenteeism rates have remained steady, falling slightly from 13.6% for the 2016-17 school year, represented by the dark blue bar on the chart, to 13.1% for the 2018-19 school year, shown with the light blue bar on the graph. OREA found that most Tennessee school districts have chronic absenteeism rates between 10 and 19.9%, a category referred to as significant chronic absenteeism, as represented by the 3 bars in the middle of the chart. A large portion of districts fell into the modest category of chronic absenteeism, with rates between 5 and 9.9%, and the number of districts in this category grew over the course of the period analyzed. OREA grouped Tennessee's schools by those same levels of chronic absenteeism rates. We found that most schools fell into the significant category, shown in the middle of the chart, with rates between 10 and 19.9%. A large number of schools, nearly a third, fell into the modest category of chronic absenteeism, with rates between 5 and 9.9%. The cumulative rate of chronic absenteeism was 13.3% from 2017 through 2019. 3 student groups had rates of over the state rate during this time period. On the far left of the chart, economically disadvantaged students had a chronically absent rate of over 20%, while Black and Hispanic students combined for a rate of over 15%. As seen on the far right of the chart, English learners came in under the state rate, with a chronic absenteeism rate of just over 9% for the 3 years analyzed. On OREA surveys, many principals stated that the families of English learners often place a high value on education because of the opportunities it affords them in America. Others cited a generally strong work ethic in the English learner population and an eagerness to assimilate into the local culture. With a chronic absenteeism rate 7 percentage points higher than the overall state rate, economically disadvantaged students face clear barriers not commonly faced by their peers. On the OREA survey of principals, respondents cited several perceived reasons for the high absenteeism of these students, including transportation issues, parent or student apathy, poor nutrition, limited access to healthcare, and lack of basic resources such as housing and clothing. School officials shared with us a number of resources they use to address these barriers, such as offering free breakfast and utilizing their local family resource centers to secure transportation for students, meet family health needs such as chronic lice infestation, and assist with hotel arrangements for families who need housing. Additionally, a DHS rule requires school attendance, including kindergarten, of all school-age children who receive need-based public assistance through the state's Families First program. The benefits for approximately 1,000 students were reduced in 2018 and 2019 because they did not meet the student attendance requirements specified in rule. Students with disabilities with a chronic absenteeism rate of over 18% between 2017 and 2019 also face clear barriers to school attendance, due in large part to physical and mental limitations that make the typical school day difficult to navigate. On the OREA survey of principals, over a third of principals said that students with disabilities tend to miss more school because of chronic health issues and frequent doctor's appointments. Because chronic absenteeism includes all absences, even those excused by a doctor's note, all of these absences contribute to this group's high rate of chronic absenteeism. When analyzing chronic absenteeism by racial group, we found that Black students, shown at the far left of the graph, had higher chronic absenteeism rates than either white or Hispanic students from 2017 through 2019. Rates for Black students were relatively steady over the time period. Despite a population increase of over 9,300 students, there was a net decrease of chronic absenteeism for Hispanic students, shown on the far right of the graph. The rate for white students also decreased. The 4 high school grades had the highest rates of chronic absenteeism in the state, followed closely by kindergarten and 8th grade. Rates for students in grades 2 through 5 stayed under 10% for all 3 years. Rates steadily increased through middle school and more rapidly in high school. On average, seniors were 67% more likely to be chronically absent than 3rd graders, who were the group least likely to be chronically absent. Over the 3 years analyzed, nearly half of all chronically absent students in Tennessee were high school students, and 26% were middle schoolers. Kindergarten students accounted for over a quarter of all chronically absent elementary students. School officials told us that kindergartens are adjusting to new schedules, unfamiliar environments, and exposure to new germs, all of which may lead to a higher number of absences. Survey respondents said that in the higher grades, some students start to miss more as they become more independent. In addition, truancy laws, including a law that revokes driver's licenses for excessively truant students, no longer apply to students who reach the age of 18, which occurs for some students during their senior year. This fact was brought up frequently to us by stakeholders, stating that once a student reaches the age of 18, they can do about a student's attendance without the weight of the law behind them. In 2017, the General Assembly passed a law that requires districts to implement a progressive truancy intervention plan, or PTIP, when students reach the level of truancy or 5 unexcused absences. The PTIP includes punitive and non-punitive measures in a tiered system, with the interventions becoming progressively more intense if earlier measures are unsuccessful. The plan requires schools and districts to maintain open communication with parents, establish attendance contracts, and refer students to counseling or other services aimed at addressing attendance problems. If all 3 tiers of the PTIP have been completed and a student continues to accrue unexcused absences, the truant student is referred to juvenile court, at which point judges vary in how they respond to such cases. We asked attendance supervisors if they had noticed a change in court referrals since the PTIP was first implemented in their districts. At the time of the survey, the PTIP had only been in place for 1 full school year, and these responses are mostly based on observations, not data. 40% of respondents said that court referrals in their districts had significantly decreased. Fewer court referrals does not always mean fewer absences, as noted in several interviews and surveys. For reasons such as scheduling conflicts, lack of manpower, and uncooperative parents, it takes time to move students through each tier. Once the school year ends, most districts restart the PTIP the next year, resetting the plan for all students. 68% of survey respondents said that the PTIP is somewhat effective at preventing future unexcused absences. The PTIP was streamlined this past spring by Public Chapter 223, which eliminated some of the repetition of the original plan and may lessen the time it takes to move students through the tiers. When we spoke with school officials in the fall of 2019, many mentioned the same contributors to attendance issues that they see time and time again. This graph shows the percentage of respondents who rated each of these issues as common on OREA surveys. Common physical illnesses, doctor's notes, and parent notes receive the most rating of common from respondents. Because all absences, including those excused by doctor's notes, factor into chronic absenteeism rates, some districts have spoken with area doctors about the effects of medical issues and doctor's notes on student attendance. Most school officials told us on surveys that they had at least attempted these conversations with doctors in their districts, and about 15% said that these conversations resulted in policy changes. For example, some doctors' offices adjusted the way they issue notes so that students aren't automatically excused for a full day for a short doctor's appointment. School officials shared with us many of the tools they've used to address student attendance. On the survey, most indicated that their districts have used incentives and competitions and coordinated school health programs. We also heard from districts who use clothes closets, food pantries, and free breakfast, all of which address known barriers to student attendance. OREA reached several conclusions about student attendance in Tennessee over the course of this study. First of all, we found that variation in policies and practices results in the inconsistent classification of absences as excused or unexcused across the state. Policies regarding parent notes, for example, differ widely statewide. Most districts allow 5 to 10 parent notes for excused absences, with some restricting the reasons for the notes or varying policies by grade level. Parent notes turned in beyond the allowed amount may be classified as unexcused, which could eventually lead to truancy status. Regardless of classification, all absences are factored into chronic absenteeism rates. Variation in local policies and practices and the inconsistent classification of absences as excused or unexcused across the state makes analyzing and comparing district truancy data problematic, which prevented OREA from fully evaluating the effectiveness of the Progressive Truancy Intervention Plan. Finally, we concluded that accountability for chronic absenteeism and for truancy are different. Districts and schools are held accountable for chronic absenteeism rates, while students and parents are held accountable for truancy rates. Based on these conclusions and more, OREA devised several policy options for the General Assembly to consider. The General Assembly may wish to do the following: require additional reporting by districts and schools of PTIP data and other attendance-related data, clarify certain aspects of the PTIP given confusion on the part of some districts, schools, and juvenile courts, make certain attendance-related policies more uniform for all districts and schools. Additionally, the Tennessee Department of Education may wish to begin calculating truancy rates for districts and schools, considering local policy and practice variations. Juvenile courts may wish to adopt a uniform definition of truancy case and a more uniform method for tracking truancy cases and actions taken. Finally, school districts may wish to share best practices for addressing student attendance. All of these policy options are explained in more detail in our report. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go over every detail of our report, which was distributed to you via email this past March and is available on the OREA website. You can access the full report for an explanation of attendance laws, more survey information, in-depth analysis of chronic absenteeism data, conclusions, and policy options. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much for that report. Very, very inclusive. Members, as we see, before the pandemic, chronic absenteeism and truancy was an issue amongst our students and families and schools. And so now that we've had 19 months of pandemic, we thought this would be a worthy topic to look at and make sure we don't need to strengthen these laws. Before I bring up the two directors of schools we've invited to give it from their perspective, any committee member have a question of OREA? Representative Sapicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. Really appreciate that. I guess one statement, then two questions afterwards. So from your conclusions, it looks like because districts across the state have different policies on how they collect the truancy issues and the chronic absentee issues, is it OREA's opinion that the General Assembly should probably create some kind of uniform policy across the state so that all students in all districts are treated the same so we can get better data and more uniform data?
Most districts have different policies when it comes to parent notes, how they handle unexcused absences and more. And we found that this affects at least how we're able to look at truancy data, because unexcused absences are not an unexcused absence in one district may not have been an unexcused absence in another district. And so a student, it's very possible for a student to be considered truant in one district and not another. And so uniform policies and definitions would at least be helpful in helping us to look at truancy as a statewide issue.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 12 of your presentation, it talks about chronic absenteeism by racial group.
Yes.
Did you do any cross-referencing studies to like states like Tennessee on states that are performing better academically across those racial lines? And was there any correlation between better academic outcomes and lower chronic absenteeism? Did you do any studies with that?
No, this report did not go into academic implications.
Well, was this exclusively Tennessee, or did you look outside anywhere?
It was exclusively Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Griffey.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and your work on this issue. Starting off from the sort of the big picture, 1,000-foot level, it seems like the goal to track absenteeism is because we want our students to perform better, and there's obviously a correlation between lack of going to school and grade and performance. I presume OREA will be continuing to do the same sort of data collection evaluation going forward.
If the General Assembly wishes for us to continue to look at this matter, it's definitely within our capability.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So do you think we would be better off or better served if we're going to start doing a little bit deeper dive into the data? Can we separate, because chronic absenteeism includes excused absences, would it be beneficial for us if we had a cutoff level that tried to measure a student's absence that is a well-performing student versus absences where that absentee is impacting their performance grade level wise? Because we might have students in our data here, it appears to me, they may be chronic absentee, but they could be straight A students. They have a chronic illness or something like that, and they're just over the threshold. So I don't know that we could be getting a little bit of a mixed picture on that. And if you could just comment on that, please.
As far as I can tell, you definitely could have that situation where a chronically absent student may be performing well academically. We do not have, at least the data that was available for us with this report, we don't have the ability to cross-reference all of that. That would require probably more data collection on the part of the department and districts. And it would probably be difficult to do that with all of the data available to us, but I'm not sure.
Follow up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand it, and that's why I sort of raised the question. I kind of wonder if we asked OREA, the Comptroller's office, and the schools, like, look, let's give students that are performing well, meeting requirements, give them a plus or minus. If they're a plus student, whatever, and could the schools assign that, and then you all track attendance, chronic absenteeism, and then match it up with students that have not performing and students that are performing, and sort of separate those two data points out for us. I kind of wonder if it might help all of us in trying to get a better, clearer picture of, is it all students? You see where I'm going with that?
Yes, we could definitely explore the opportunities to do that, the possibility of doing that.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And we've got two more on the list, but let me ask Director Steve Starnes and Director Brent Henley of Coffee County Schools and Director of Schools in Greenville, Steve Starnes, come up and occupy the table on the right, so y'all be ready. Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee and our guests. I want to apologize to everyone, but weather was not conducive to getting here, for me to get here on time, so I apologize. You may have already covered this. I don't know, and I don't know if I'm mixing apples and oranges, but when we deal with best practices, I think one of the things I heard you talked about a food pantry and things of that nature. Have we done any research as to what impact the home environment plays on chronic absenteeism with our students? And, particularly those, we'll say, in the inner city and who may have underlying issues.
In our report, we did outline the chronic absenteeism rates of the large urban districts that might help answer your question a little more. When we're looking at the home environment, I believe it's on page, let's see, 17 of the presentation, and I'll flip over to that. Any number of these issues you could say is a result of home environment. And so we don't have it, you could look at it at the bigger picture and see that many of these are related to that. So even when you go so far as doctor's notes and parent notes, it may not be the home environment of somebody who is struggling to put food in their mouths every day, but those are still issues that are related to how the parents are running their household, if that makes sense. And so I'd say overall, you could relate most of these to the home environment.
Okay. All right. Thank you very
Mhm.
much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I would say 99.9% would be the answer to that. Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. When we look at absenteeism, is a suspension counted as absent?
Yes.
Okay. So have we broken out, or have you broken out in your study, your research, the number or percent of absences that are not suspensions?
We did not break that out in this report, but we did hear from several school officials who said that since out of school suspensions in particular are counted as unexcused absences, it might make them pause before they use that form of discipline, especially since their schools are being rated for chronic absenteeism, and those would also be included in those rates.
Okay. I'd be very interested if you can do some research into that, particularly because I know a few years ago, there were high numbers of African-American males being suspended from schools, particularly here in Metro Nashville. Almost 100% of the middle school suspensions were African-Americans. And the whole point was you can't learn if you're out of school. And I know that the classroom is oftentimes a difficult area because there's so much going on. Children come in with adverse childhood experiences. Teachers are trying to deliver content. And then we get to the place where sometimes, not always, but sometimes, the suspension becomes the resolution to the problem. But then you end up with a child who is out of school and doesn't get the work done because they're out of school. Then they get classified as being chronically absent. And so I'd be very interested to see if you can look at that and see, pull out the numbers of students who are absent, sorry for the play on word, absent of being suspended. And I think that may shine some light on our discipline practices in our schools, and maybe that is a option to reduce absenteeism if we can find ways to implement things like restorative justice, where the child then has to engage in a process of learning how to make amends for whatever ill that they may have caused in a situation. So thank you for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And we just had that conversation the other day, Representative Love. And now that we're perfecting the virtual education, just because a student's suspended, they should still be in a virtual classroom, and school should still be going on. So I think that's one thing we need to look at. I have two more, then I want to move on to our other two guests. Representative Clemens. Oh, well, you have a follow-up, Representative Love? I'm sorry.
No, just so that I know that we had a restorative justice bill also last year. I forget who's carrying that. But that might be helpful also. We'll talk about finding other means to keep students in the classroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I applaud the committee for trying to get to the bottom and discover the best data, because I think with the appropriate data, we can better inform our policy decisions. So I applaud the chairman and the various subcommittee chairmen to this end. And thank you for all the work you've done. And I have to give a shout out to the comptroller's office for the March 2021 report on this issue. For those who haven't read it, I highly recommend it. It's a great informative read, and I applaud the comptroller's office on that research. And in reading that, I was shocked, quite honestly, at the leeway and the breadth of the leeway that's given to local boards to form these types of things. For instance, not even defining excused and unexcused at the state level. It was somewhat concerning to me. I mean, I understand that. I assume it goes back and dates back to, various agricultural communities needing, students to work or various issues that applied across the state differently. I don't know that we're still facing those same challenges or reasons for having that disparity from county to county. But do you have an opinion, or do you have an opinion as to who is best positioned to, if we wanted to have a definition of excused versus unexcused, for instance, from the top down, who is best positioned to do that? State Board of Education via rulemaking or the legislature?
Just from conversations with stakeholders, we heard when they talked about how their local policies might differ from others, they talked about just the practices that they've used over the years. They found what works best for them and their particular student population, and they appreciated being able to base their policies and practices on their particular students' needs. And so where that would come from at the state level, I'm not sure, but that's just what they told us about that.
Okay. The state board is to form these guidelines, and the restrictions in the code use the term firm but fair. Now, as a lawyer or fellow legislators up here, that's a pretty vague term, firm but fair. And so that expansive breadth of kind of leeway for local government seems somewhat concerning when we're really trying to nail down the exact data on the issue from various fronts. Whereas, Representative Hakeem touched on, what happens outside that school is brought into that school or prevents a child from walking into that school. And so if we really want to get down at the data, it seems like it would be, as suggested, a great idea for us to put some finite definitions and stricter guidelines around how we're going to measure these types of things. So I appreciate your information to that end, and I would just encourage my fellow committee members to give that some thought and consideration as to whether we're best positioned to do this or the State Board of Education. Either way, I think it's important to nail some of these things down and draw some clear boundaries. When we're looking at firm but fair, is that sufficient to guide local boards if they're making these decisions? So I appreciate your work on this. Thanks to the comptroller's office and thanks to the committee members for this. Thanks.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't clear. Was there a correlation between income levels and the chronic absenteeism that came out in your report?
Yes, economically disadvantaged students were, their rate of chronic absenteeism was over 20%, which is higher than the state rate, 7 points higher.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And lastly, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to touch on, just wanted to touch on a little bit. There have been a couple questions on should we define absenteeism or I guess unexcused or excused absences on a state level. We can look at that. I caution on that every time we try to fix something from Nashville and say, you know what, statewide, this is going to be the policy. Details are missed because I don't know your community and you don't know my community. And so every time we try this top-down approach, we end up coming back the next year and the next year after that, trying to do little carve-outs and fix it. And it's because you can't govern top-down. And so while I think it's a good discussion to have and while we probably need to talk about, what is excused and unexcused, and I strongly caution going forward some sort of top-down approach that does not take into account the needs of each individual community. That never works when it's tried. And so I feel like that's kind of where the discussion is leading. I'm just wanted to throw that out. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Good segue. Let's go to those who have boots on the ground in our communities. Mr. Steve Starnes, Director of Schools of Greenville City Schools. be up there next Monday in Greenville for a meeting. And then Mr. Brett Henley, Coffee County School Board of Education. Mr. Stearns, would you like to go first? Make sure your green light's on, and then just state your name. We're audio visual streamed, so just state your name and position.
I'm Steve Starnes, Director of Schools for Greenville City Schools. I also served previously in a rural system in Hawkins County as director there as well. And prior to becoming a director, I served 10 and a half years as an attendance supervisor. So have a very good knowledge of the issues that we face with truancy and chronic absenteeism. I was very impressed with the report and all the data that was performed by the Comptroller's Office. Very good report, and I thought they brought some very interesting information. But starting off, I think the biggest thing in regard to truancy, and it was mentioned in there, is the relationship between a juvenile judge and the school system. Truancy intervention is only effective as the juvenile judge and their potential penalties for people who are truant, whether that be the student or the parent. So making sure that we continue to work together and not be at odds is paramount here to reduce absenteeism. We're very fortunate in Greene County to have a superb juvenile judge. Does a very good job. He has a background. His father was a longtime educator, so he knows the importance of education and how that affects students and children. We've been very fortunate in Greenville City Schools. 18-19, our chronic absenteeism rate was 6.4%, 7.9% in 1920, and 5.7% in 2021. So again, we take this very seriously and work very hard to do that. I think some of the things with the advent of the Progressive Truancy Intervention Plan, that this has required a lot more work on school systems and school personnel, that we are doing a lot more work, meeting more often with students and parents, getting to the bottom of this. The recent change that Tier 1 now is a school-wide function help with a little bit of that we're not being required to do as many things in the first tier, but more so in a broader school-wide initiative. Second tier, starting at 5 unexcused absences. That was a recent change as well. That is very important. And from there, I think that some of the concerns with the legislation is that we're being told by the Tennessee Department of Education that this needs to start over each year. And thinking about that a student gets to Tier 3, for example, or ends up in juvenile court in March, and then turning around in August and starting over, just doesn't really make a lot of sense. That the school systems work very hard. They put things in place. They put interventions in place. Obviously, those haven't worked or we wouldn't be in court. But getting to that point and then a short time later starting over in August just doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think we need to look at that, whether we look at that in grade bands, for example, look at elementary, middle, or high school, that they get to start over certain times as they progress through school. Because if you understand truancy laws in March of this year, you should understand those same things in August of the same year. So I think that's very important to consider as we work through this. Another thing, and we saw it in the data, is that seniors are the most truant or most absent students across the board. Part of that is because our compulsory attendance ends at 18. I think that it was mentioned for Texas in the OREA study that their compulsory attendance is 19, or a caveat until they graduate high school or until they've been in high school 4 years. I think that's something that we should consider to make sure that we're keeping kids in school and keeping kids progressing toward the ultimate goal of graduation. Another thing that could potentially impact that is retention. As we retain students and they become older as they're progressing through that, they would age out at a faster clip. They could turn 18 in their junior year, for example, if they're retained. So again, looking at the upper end of that spectrum and considering something like Texas or another state there that looks at age 19 or requiring at least 4 years of high school for students before they would be excused from compulsory attendance, I think would be important to consider as well. With chronic absenteeism, again, looking at this, I think there needs to be some kind of consideration for disabled students who are chronically ill. And I know that we have homebound laws, but the way that's set up, a student has to be expected to miss 10 days consecutively or more. A lot of the times with a disabled student, they will miss intermittently. They may have had a seizure or something and missed 2 days here, or they may have, it may be a high flu season or COVID season and they're immune compromised, and they may need to miss intermittently again with those situations. And those absences accumulate over time and makes that student chronically absent again through basically no fault of their own. So I think there needs to be consideration for that in the chronic absenteeism measure. Whether that's if a student has a certain option, for example, based on the number of hours served through the special education system, or whatever that may be, having a way to look at that in particular. Also, if a student is no longer under compulsory attendance, should that student's attendance count against our measurement in chronic absenteeism? So I think those are two things that we should really look at and consider. Another thing with the discussion on excused and unexcused absences, I think a lot of times you can create broad strokes maybe, but having the people, the boots on the ground, so to speak, the people closest to the source, understanding a situation to determine whether that's an excused absence or unexcused absence is invaluable. So I think if you do look at coming up with guidelines or parameters, there does need to be some flexibility in that because of specific situations that you would encounter in a school situation. A student who was up all night and ended up in the DCS office, or we're very fortunate now to have an Isaiah 117 house in Greenville, Greene County, where students don't have to sleep on the floor in a DCS office or something if there's been an issue at their parents' house the night before. But they may miss the next day for that. Obviously, that would be an excused absence, but again, it still could contribute toward chronic absenteeism. So just making sure we fully look at all the pictures there, and that we continue to do that. I think we all agree that importance of being present in school is very important to a child's education. Be glad to answer any questions that you may have or anything.
Thank you, Director Starnes. Before I go to Mr. Henley, Representative Parkinson, do you have a question that you can wait? Anybody have a question of, okay, Representative Chairman Haston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to your point about seniors and trying to figure out a way to keep them tied to school attendance a little bit better, would, in your opinion, expanding youth apprenticeship programs be something that would be a viable option to help improve some of those seniors to keep them attached to school a little bit better? Would that be something that would be a viable option?
I think it would. I think anytime that you can give a student hope or give a student purpose, that you're motivating them towards that procedure.
Thank you.
Representative Hakeem?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Starnes, we've had a little discussion in regards to, I guess we'll say a statewide standard as opposed to a local concept. I'm not trying to put you in a box, but could you give me a perspective or your perspective on what might work better for us in the state of Tennessee?
As pointed out in the survey by the comptroller's office, there's a variance on parent notes, for example. And the premise of parent notes has been that a student may have a bug that causes them to be ill or too ill to attend school, but not ill enough to go see the doctor. So they wouldn't get a doctor's excuse or those type things. So I think parent notes are built in for that. There's other certain situations, family emergencies, those type things that may arise. With the advent of chronic absenteeism in 2018, I think systems had to look at that. If you're a rural district and you may not have widespread access to medical care in that district or whatever, that factors into that. But looking at the number of parental notes, for example, we are at 3 parental notes all across the board in Greenville City. We try to limit those. A lot of systems are 5 per semester, 10 per year, however it's written. But I think that's one area that you could look at maybe doing that. If it's a doctor's note, is that automatically excused? And obviously, we follow a policy. Most systems, I think, across the state follow a policy with the TSBA, the model policy. And it has a little bit more in it than the law. And I think that was referenced in the study as well as the TSBA model policy. So I think that's a good starting point, is the model policy, and then making sure to get input from the people that are doing the work. The Tennessee data and attendance supervisors, I think, would be an important group to consult here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any more questions of our OREA guest? If not, I'm going to have them swap seats with Judge Andrew Brigham and Scotty Dellismith. If y'all would come on down front at this table to be ready for y'all next. And now we'll go to Mr. Brett Henley, the Coffee County School Board of Education. Mr. Henley, you're recognized.
Chairman White, Chairperson Moody, and members of the General Assembly, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. I am a member of the Coffee County School Board. I'm also a member of and the president of the Tennessee School Board Association. I've been a school board member for 12 years in Coffee County. This truancy issue comes to the core of one of the 3 reasons I ran for school board to begin with. Chronic absenteeism, truancy, and bullying. Those were my 3 platforms that I felt very strongly about when I took the endeavor of running for a school board position. Unfortunately, a lot of the things that you want to accomplish as a school board member are not done as easily as those things are to help those and make those things become lesser influences or issues in our school system. But the school board members' direction is director, policy, and or budget, and those are the 3 designations that we as school board members have to follow. In Coffee County itself, we have a very good relationship with the juvenile judge. Just to give you a little bit of background information on what we do with our attendance supervisor, Dr. Corneliuson. We also have Dr. Duncan and the Tullahoma City Schools that is also in Coffee County as well. They work very closely with our juvenile judge, and we have a system that seems to be doing a little bit better than what it was just a few years ago. We're seeing some improvements with the truancy and chronic absenteeism, but we have a point person at each school, usually a counselor, to call and check on any student that is marked as absent. And we have implemented a truancy board during Tier 3 of this progressive truancy plan. We also, like I said, again, have a very good working relationship with our juvenile judge. And we have our juvenile judge has taken it upon himself to use the full extent of his law ability to penalize parents for students' absences by either fines or jail time. And he has done that regularly. We have 4 Coffee County students that in the last 3 years that have refused to come to school that he has actually put in custody, and using the full extent of that power that he has as a judge. Those sort of things are resonating in our community and resonated in the school systems to allow to hear those type of circumstances, which has made a difference on the truancy aspects of it. Because if they know there is some bite in that law and some circumstances that there's penalties involved, those students have responded in a positive way. What I would, some real statistics. Truancy obviously contributes to dropout rate, which is absolutely paramount to keep from happening in our school system today. A dropout is 7 times more likely to go to prison or jail during their lifetime. Their earning power without a high school diploma or GED over their 40-year earning lifespan as a workforce person in our state is $250,000 less during that time period. Those are real numbers. And if a child or at that point becomes an adult and becomes a part of our prison system, that is absolutely a failure on our part. And I'm talking about as a school board member, as a General Assembly member, as a society member. It is paramount that we keep those children in school to the best of our abilities. And like I said, again, I applaud our judge for those things that he's doing. I do want to thank you as a member, as a General Assembly itself, for passing the Mental Health Trust Fund Act. You guys did a great job for us and our students in the state of Tennessee by doing that. The interest earned on that goes towards mental health in schools. We appreciate the fortitude that this particular committee has shown to pass that. 2 things I would ask for you guys to consider. Proposed creating legislation that would allow for an exemption for students who miss at least 10% of the instructional days due to long-term illnesses or for reasons such as surgery, and who have been placed on homebound instruction to not be classified as chronic absent. Those things they help in regard to our ability to show attendance figures and to be able to show the real accurate numbers of those things. The other thing I would like for you to consider is same thing my partner here has said as well. If a child is 17 on August 1st and they start the school year and they turn 18 on Christmas, they have the option of dropping out. And our court system, our truancy system, has no authority really to keep them in school. I would like to see that child at least finish the school year, if it's at all possible, unless circumstances dictate something different. But having that child under our supervision to be able to finish that school year is something that I think could go a long way in prohibiting dropouts. It may be just a bad time that student's going through. It could be some circumstances that they're working their way through, but it gives the system a little more time to get that child in a circumstance that they might be considering staying in school. I will answer any of your questions if you have them as a school board member. I'm a very common sense type person. There's very little that I don't understand about the ability to keep a person in school, a child in school. It absolutely equates to a more prosperous society, a more productive workforce, and our criminal system being less taxed.
Okay, with that, members, I'm going to come back to Representative Parkinson. You have a question?
I have a couple of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to what's the size of your district?
Coffee County is the district is 5,000 students. We have Tullahoma City and Manchester City as well in Coffee County.
And what's the demographic makeup of your district? Income and race?
I don't know those numbers specifically. We are a rural county, and I would say we're in the bottom third, maybe the bottom half, as far as economically disabled or disability, as far as that's concerned. But I don't know those exact numbers.
Okay, and do you know the numbers in regards to Hispanic population in your schools, African American population in your schools?
I am going to give you some very raw numbers of that I have seen in the past. It's been a year or two that I've seen those, but the African American numbers are about 12%. Hispanic is about 15%.
Okay, and thank you for that, and for you, sir, and thank you too also for what you do. Appreciate
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
In Greenville City, we are, our black population is between 9 and 10%. Our Hispanic population is between 10 and 11%. We're about 2,900 kids, counting pre-K students as well.
Thank you for that, and gentlemen, this is absolutely no indictment on you, but it's more of an indictment on this committee and the leaders of this committee, because we talk about these important aspects, and rarely, if ever, now that I think about it, I can't ever remember seeing Dr. Battle or Dr. Ray or anyone or someone from the large school districts being represented when we're talking about these issues. And while your issues are germane to your districts, and I appreciate your passion for being here and speaking on them, but they don't reflect all of the issues that happen in some of the larger school districts. And in some of the larger school districts, specifically Shelby and Davidson, who have unique issues and unique challenges that some of these parents and families are going through. But the fact that they are never represented in this committee when we're talking about, especially talking about a possible statewide application in regards to chronic absenteeism, but yet none of the big four school districts are here to speak on it. And this is not directed at you two, but I just can't turn around and look at my chairman, because that's who it's directed to. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I have to have a moment of honesty here with you. This is the second time, and we've discussed this before about the big four not being here. And here we are doing the same thing again. These gentlemen, these fine gentlemen, are not representative of the entire state of Tennessee. And we're about to look at policy that will have application across the entire state. But yet again, we're walking down this same path of the big four not being here. And it's offensive. And I hope that you would correct this, and maybe we come back and have the big four so we can hear some of the unique challenges that they are facing when it comes to chronic absenteeism. And now on a much calmer question to you two, do you think that some of these issues or challenges that create the space that to the point to where we're having to get the DAs involved, do you think some of these things could have prevented chronic absenteeism had we gotten to the families and the children before they were in that space to where we're having to talk to them about chronic absenteeism?
I think one of the things that we've encountered potentially is, as I said, we have a very supportive juvenile judge, Mr. Ken Bailey. And when we do get to the stage of a student going to court, there's already been a lot of things in place. We too have a truancy board at Tier 3 that we sit down and have a good cross-representation of people, not only from the school system, but the juvenile courts office and other community agencies, that to really look at, are there supports? Tier 2 was an assessment there of what is impeding this child's attendance in school, and looking at removing those barriers for that improvement. But when we do get to the point of having to go to juvenile court, for example, we're encountering that most of the time it's a 4 to 6 week time period between once the petition is filed and once the student appears in court. And again, I guess that's just the docket or the time it takes to get there. maybe even longer sometime in a larger system, as you've talked about. But there's an additional chance for a lot of absences to pile up during that time period, because once that student has been petitioned to court, some will just refuse the attempts of the school system to work with them or cooperate until they get into that court system. So I think that's one issue that we're dealing with. DCS, for example, our judge wants to do a family crisis referral and get somebody into that home prior to them appearing in court, so he has good information to act on. In our situation, DCS will not entertain a family crisis referral until 10 unexcused absences. Well, that's double the limit for being considered truant. We're over half the way to being chronically absent. So again, all three entities, everybody, just as you all have come together as committees here today, all entities working together and realizing that if we do get to the point of doing a truancy petition, that they would honor the judge's wishes, go ahead and do the family crisis so everything can keep moving forward, and hopefully for the benefit of that student.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong about your question, but as far as early on addressing of those truancy and chronic absentee issues, if you look at the graph that she showed about the 8th grade, the lower middle school, upper elementary school levels, we're obviously doing some right things there that are keeping those children in school. Parent involvement, doing things that are keeping those children interested in learning at that point. Those are some things that should be expanded and looked at as far as what we're doing right there that could potentially equate to down the road in high school. Keeping those children engaged and interested in an occupation or some kind of entity that they can use to learn to make a career out of. If we could focus on those even CTE skills, something of that nature that will allow those children to have items that they're interested in and not just forcing English and history and everything else down their throat. I totally agree with doing that, but it just doesn't keep the child engaged.
Right. Seemed like there would be some indicators that would show what students are more apt to be into that space of chronic absenteeism before they even get into it. And I'm sure there are some things that if we take a snapshot of those that are chronically absent, that we'd see that there are some common denominators that preceded, or some cues that preceded, that chronic absenteeism. And maybe we should be looking at that so that we can identify those students who are more possibly, who can possibly be chronically absent, and then start maybe intervening before it even happens, possibly. So thank you for that. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We need to move along. We've got several people want to speak, and I've got guests, and we'll stay on time. But I'm going to recognize those who haven't spoken yet. We have Chair Lady Littleton. You want to question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, it's more of a statement. I've talked to teachers that are involved in the tier system of the absenteeism, and they actually punish the elementary children that come in late, that their parents do not get them to school. So I really like what you said about punishing the parents, because a 5th grader, a 4th grader, they have no way to get to school. And even if the bus comes through, their little community, well, what 5th grader is going to get themselves up without a parent there? So that's where we've got to focus on, is the parents not getting their children to school. So it's more of a statement, but I don't, what kind of message are we sending to a 5th grader or 4th grader when they cannot have lunch or breakfast with the other students because their parents didn't get them to school or didn't get them to school on time? So
I spoke at length with our judge yesterday, and he told me specifically in Coffee County, he has put 3 parents in jail in the last year for their child not 30 days.
That's what I'm getting. All of them are not doing that.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that, because what we need to send a positive message to our children when it's not their fault, for sure, instead of punishing them. So
Right.
thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Chair Lady Moody. Did you have a comment? Your time. Representative Sapicki?
And I'll be brief as I can. Gentlemen, thank you for coming today. I'm assuming that your board's created your policy on how you're going to handle this on truancy and absenteeism. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
great.
And that's one of the things that we've talked about up here, and I agree with my colleague over here, is we got to be very careful about how much we dictate down to you. But I think we can come up with a better policy for you, for your boards to be able to latch onto, to give more uniformity across the state so that all of our students are treated fairly across the state. No matter which school district they wind up in, there'll be some uniformity of how they're going to be treated in chronic absenteeism and truism. The other thing is, and this doesn't happen very often, I agree with my colleague from Memphis and my colleague up front from Davidson County. I would like to hear from these large major metropolitan cities. An issue was brought up here that African Americans in our metropolitan cities are disproportionately suspended and targeted. If that's a policy of those boards in those large metropolitan cities, they need to be before this committee to answer those questions on why they're doing that. So I agree there. I would like to have those large major metropolitan cities coming before us and talking about their policies and their possibility of targeting African American youth disproportionately to the other students in suspensions and things like that. That is 100% wrong. And this board right here, this committee should be addressing that right here. So I appreciate you coming here. This is a tough issue. This because we're talking about children's lives. One last question to you. You said 18-year-olds have a tendency to drop out. Is there a correlation between academic performance and dropping out? That kids that are underperforming in school get frustrated and they want to move on with life, whereas those that are very good students and looking, is there a correlation there, gentlemen?
Yes, credit attainment. If the students are not on track with credit attainment, and there's lots of studies that have been done that ninth grade year is critical, that you leave on track as a ninth grader is paramount to being able to graduate. But also that if a student is turning 18 and they may have struggled in school, they may be 1 or 2 credits behind, but the lure sometimes of just wanting to move on because they're not engaged as they need to be in school, I think is a challenge. We have instituted different programs to try to combat those students who are going to age out before their senior year, so to speak, and have pretty good success with that. But giving a student the full experience of their high school, I think, is very important. And the opportunities, as Representative Hastings said, if we can engage them in dual enrollment, dual credit apprenticeships, that would be very beneficial as well, that they're continuing to progress toward being productive citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my microphone's working this time. To the director, and this is just a touch on what you were talking about earlier, just having that local flexibility. Were you an attendance supervisor previously? I think you
Yes.
said. Okay. So 2 years ago, I didn't even know what a progressive truancy plan was, but I had a meeting. It was called by just all of the attendance supervisors in my area. And they called me in and they said, hey, this is not working. This, and of course, I was shocked that in all of our abundant wisdom in Nashville, by applying some cookie cutter approach, we had missed a few things. And so people who actually applied these policies were taking me through why it was cumbersome, why it was repetitive and redundant. And so I was the one, you mentioned that it was cleaned up. I carried that bill last year to clean that process up. But I say all that to say, I did it because we tried something from the top and it did not work. And the people who implemented it had to come back to us and say, hey, look, these are all the things that you missed. And it actually ended up making it more cumbersome and actually tougher to get to students early on before they reach that chronic absentee level. And so I appreciate what you say, and I just use that as an example because you brought up that process had been reformed. And the reason that I did that is because the people who actually implement it showed us, hey, it doesn't work. The the top-down centralized way that you tried it the first time didn't work, so we got to fix it. So as we move forward with this issue, let's keep that in mind so we don't have to come back and fix it again and again. So thank you.
And I would ask that, as we said, that you look at, while it's not explicit, maybe putting that there, that we're not required to start over, that we look at grade bands or we look at some mechanism. So thank you.
Let's go to Chairlady Weaver, then we'll go to Representative, where'd he go? Dixie. Dixie, you still have your hand up? Okay. You don't? Okay. Chairlady Weaver.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming here today. I think one of the main mission statements of this committee is to learn from boots on the ground, what's working. And in my humble opinion, it matters not how little you are or how big you are. The policies and the principles are all the same. I really appreciate the fact, pardon me, that you are seeing results when you are getting to the root of the weed and you're getting to the parental responsibility. And I applaud you for that because I believe that parents are ultimately responsible. You're responsible to teach them. Parents are responsible to get them to the school and make sure they're there. And you provide the essential ingredients to have them to succeed. But unless you have parents involved, it's pretty difficult to do what you do. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct.
And so with that being said, I would be interested to know the ratios, the percentage. I'd like to of how this boots on the ground works with your juvenile judge and your truancy board that you have or committee that you have set forward, and just kind of see the incremental steps of how this is actually bringing you results. Because I believe in the small scale, the same principle can be applied to the larger big fours. And in that way, I also believe that children need boundaries. It is part of something that they're screaming for. And unless they understand that choices have consequences, they will continue to be truant. And that's the job of the parent. And I feel sorry for a lot of my school teachers and principals and administrators in the 40th district who are constantly policing kids. And the bottom line is, where's the parents? And as my colleague said behind me, little kids, it's hard for them to get themselves up in the morning and be responsible to getting them on a bus when they're 5 and 6 and 7. And that we have this. We have it all across the state. So thank you for what you're doing. And please, I don't know how we can make this happen, but I would be very interested in sitting down and finding out your solutions and how you are definitely having a success. Whether you are a little rural district of 5,000 kids or a huge metropolitan district. To me, it matters not how big or small you are. It matters on the principle and the way with which you move it forward and you're getting results. That only tells me that those little numbers could be big numbers in the big four. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Did Judge Brigham, he make it into the room? Okay, Mr. Caswell, I'm gonna have you come up and sit next to Mr. Della-Smith, and y'all be up next. We got just a couple more questions of our guest. Currently, we have a Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to let my colleagues know that thankfully the school board actually took action to change what was going on with the teachers suspending so many African-American students. So they were proactive in metro schools and fixed that problem with the disproportionate suspension of African-Americans in middle school and in elementary school. So I applaud them for that. I want to ask you a question about college going rates out of your school districts. Are those numbers going up, or are they plateaued, or are they going down?
Our numbers over the last 3 or 4 years, I'll take that back. Last 4 years have gone up a small increment. Yes.
Okay.
We've had a little fluctuation. We have been as high as 80% and range somewhere between 74 and 80% of the college going rate in our district.
The reason I asked it, because I think that part of the goal of the Drive to 55 was to not only increase college degree attainment, but also to incentivize those high school students to stay in school. To say you now have 2 years of community college is going to be free for you. You have an opportunity for an expansion. And so I know that sometimes we want to focus a lot on punitive actions. But there's also, I think, a balance to be held there where we have incentives for students. If a student is looking forward to going to college, if a student looking forward to getting a job after high school, they want to show up to a degree, absent of any other situations going on in their lives. And so just was very interested to see what that correlation may have been with your absentee rates, measures you put in place to mitigate that, and if the college graduate or college going rates in your areas increased or not. Because I think that we talk about that. It's important as we look at more scholarships we're putting out there for students to attend, again, our TCATs and our community colleges and our four-year colleges, or just to get that actual working skill in high school to be able to go get a job right after high school if you want to do that. I know that we had some academies in Nashville that actually put in place those skills in those high schools. There's a Firestone in Maplewood High School that lets them learn how to actually work on vehicles. There's a nursing program in one of other high schools, getting that actual skill. So think about that if you can. Secondly, I'm looking at this intervention plan, and I see that it's not really until we get to tier 2 and 3 that we're talking about counseling and community-based services. And I wanted the conversation that my colleagues and I may need to have about what it would look like if we put those services in a little bit earlier. Because to your point, by the time you start talking about counseling, you're already up to 10 absences. By the time you talk about community services, you're already at the end of your spectrum there. And so we talk about adverse childhood experiences, kids coming to school with these issues. You got to have the counseling services in early on in order to mitigate these problems. I think that if we change this pyramid around a little bit and maybe go a little bit heavier on the counseling services and the community-based interventions, we may find ourselves with a solution to some of our problems. Thank you all for listening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Griffey, then Clemens, and then we're going to move on to our next guest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Gentlemen, we have what's called Carroll Academy in my district, and it serves 6 different counties. And Judge Larry Logan was instrumental in getting this done. I believe the Governor Lee and Chairman White toured that facility maybe a year ago or something. I believe so. It serves a great function because students with absentee problems, discipline problems, they can be sent there by the general sessions judge, or the school principals can refer them there, and the students can get focused, individual focus from teachers and motivation and deal with issues like that. Do y'all have anything like that in y'all's areas?
No.
We do not. No, we do not.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. This may be addressed by state law, but do your districts allow or have an exception for students who miss school due to a religious holiday? For instance, Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, something like that?
It's covered under state law.
State law. Yeah. All right, thank you. And sir, I was just in Manchester last night. I appreciate the work you do on the school board. 12 years, how you do it. So 12 years is pretty impressive. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Chairman White,
Yes, sir.
If I may make one comment before we end today.
Yes, sir.
I think one thing we still need to look at as we're looking at chronic absenteeism as part of our accountability system this year, that school systems, as we return to school this year, we've had a lot more cases of COVID within our schools. We've had a lot more absences this year. So taking that into consideration as we think through this year and look at that accountability piece, For example, in our district, the first 4 weeks, we had more positive cases than we did the entire year last year. So school systems are really dealing with those situations this year at a much higher rate. So keeping that in consideration as we move forward during the course of this year and into the legislative session.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're hearing that quite often. Y'all both made some really good Pacific 2 and 3 Pacific points. Would you make sure that those are written down? We have those, so I've been writing them down, but I'll make sure that your points don't get overlooked because you made some great points. Thank y'all so much for taking time to be here. Now at this time, we've got Mr. Scully Delesmith, President of Tennessee State Fraternal Order of Police. And then we have Mr. Charlie Caswell out of Shelby County that I work with. I allow him. Mr. Delesmith, I will recognize you first. If you may begin.
First off, thank y'all for having me here. My name is Scotty DeLashmutt. I am the president of the Tennessee Fraternal Order of Police. That's one of the hats I wear. But I get paid for my regular job as the court administrator back at home in Tipton County with my judge that has general sessions and juvenile court jurisdiction. So this is a issue that's near and dear to my heart personally because, let's be honest, if law enforcement has to get involved in the truancy issue, we have all failed. There's two distinctive factors that play into this, the young children versus the older children. The young children, it's 100% on the parents because at 6 years old, you cannot get up and drive yourself to school. There's a law that covers that, but it seems to be used very lightly. It's the Tennessee Code 49-6-3009, which is the truancy law. But the very first sentence in that says, any parent, guardian, or other person who has control of a child and who violates this part commits educational neglect, which is a Class C felony, Class C misdemeanor. Very few parents get cited into the juvenile courts for this. That is something that may need to be looked at because I don't think we can really blame a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old for not attending. But if we don't get them young, by the time they get old, we've lost them. So this needs to be something that's handled on a very young age, and maybe we need to look more heavily at that because there's a law on the books, but it's not being utilized. I can't answer why. The older children, you know, we've got that covered to a certain degree because to get your driver's license, you have to have a note from your school saying you have regular attendance or you can't get tested at the DMV. The school also has an authority that some of the LEAs don't seem to realize they have, which is you can send in a letter to the Tennessee Department of Safety requesting a student's driver's license be suspended for up to 1 year because you are truant. So we have some things that can be in place for our older kids. We just need to focus on our younger kids, in my opinion. Another thing, we suspend the children from school because of truancy. Why can't we use ISP, in-school placement, in-school suspension? Because if I was a child and I got suspended and I go to the office because they found out, you know, I was truant and they suspend me for a day, I'm like, great, I get 2 days instead of 1. So we're rewarding the children for bad behavior, which entails them to continue the bad behavior later on in life. And that means the people I represent, law enforcement officers, have to get involved with their life. And believe it or not, every cop I've ever talked to wants to stop the school to jail pipeline. But in order to do that, we have to get to these kids at a very young age. When they get to high school, all the psychologists, all the psychiatrists all agree their mental psyche is developed. We're not going to change their attitude unless by the grace of God, that's it. Otherwise, we have another generation of failures. And when you're not in school and you're truant, our crime rate goes up in my county. I've talked to people throughout. Tipton County, if you don't know where that is, we are the neighbor to Shelby to the north. I get the Shelby County news all the time. Juveniles shooting juveniles, and I'm like, it's during school hours, but I guess they're not in school. If we can have them in the seats all the time, they might be a success. You know, they might not join a gang. They might not be human trafficked. Therefore, law enforcement isn't involved, which we like that. But It also, affects our workforce development, because if you don't have what you need to succeed in life, how are we going to recruit businesses to our state? Truancy goes across the spectrum. Doesn't matter, we have rich kids that are truants, we have poor kids that are truant. We see those in our juvenile courts. We have to put handcuffs on them. We don't like that. Some areas, Davidson County has a daytime curfew that allows you to go and stop a child if you see them walking down the street during school hours, because it's like, if you're not in school, what are you doing out here? Now, we know that will not affect our homeschoolers, but the majority of the children are in public schools. So I don't know, and Jackson, Madison County has a very similar law. I don't know if that's something this committee would like to look at and see about the possibility of issuing a daytime curfew, basically, which means if you're not in school, you better stay inside your house, because if you're out roaming the streets, it gives law enforcement the ability to question you. And then it would be up to this committee is, okay, if they're actually truant, transport them back to school, let the school handle it. That's up to this legislative body to determine how y'all want to best handle that. Because we have a separation with our large communities and our small communities. Where I'm from, we're considered a suburb of Memphis, but we're still relatively small. I know officers that say, "Oh, that's Joe. Joe, get your butt back in my squad car. I'm taking you to school." No paperwork. It's not that easy to do in the larger cities. I don't have the answer to fix that. I wished I did. If I did, I would either write a book or go on TV and make a lot of money. We have a breakdown because we have two areas, large metropolitan and small, and they're handled totally different. It's almost like every law y'all create, regardless of what it is, has to cover two areas, and that's almost impossible. So I applaud y'all for making attempts to take care of these issues, because it is not an easy task, and I'm glad that that's not put on my shoulders. We want to see all our youth be successful. You got to be in school to be successful. If you're not in school, you may be a drug dealer, car thief, gang member. Those are just a few examples of what the youth may think is successful. But we all know this type of entrepreneurship, it doesn't end well. And it's not fair to our kids. We've got to get to the kids early. If we instill their desire to be in school at an early age, some of them will stay in as they get older. And we've just got a long road ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got a lot of work to do. And slightly getting off topic for Mr. Griffey, he asked a question earlier about Carroll Academy, which I'm familiar with. There are only 5 of those in the state of Tennessee. One of them happens to be in my county. That's why I know a little bit about it, because being the court administrator of our juvenile court, I work closely with them. I wish y'all luck with this. I appreciate the invite to be here. But let's be honest, if it gets to law enforcement, we've lost. I don't know a nice way to say that. I thank you for your time, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Very, very well said. And also, like I asked the other guests, you made some excellent points. Would you make sure we have your notes on those points before you leave today? Because
yes, sir. Very
well done. Thank you. I'm glad we have you in Tennessee. Mr. Caswell, Charlie Caswell, he's a friend I invited up in Shelby County. We've been working together for a number of years on ACE and other experiences, and he's got a good insight on things as Representative Parkinson said, in our larger district. So you're recognized. If you'll give your name for the AV as well as your position in what you do.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, thank you, Chairman White and committee members, for the honor of being here today. My name is Charlie Caswell. I'm a constituent of State Representative Antonio Parkinson. I am the founder and executive director of Legacy of Legends Community Development Corporation, a nonprofit organization in Memphis and Shelby County that has a focus on helping to mitigate adverse childhood experiences, as well as creating safe, healthy, and nurturing environments in partnership with University of Tennessee Health Science and other mental health partners in Memphis and Shelby County. Members, please allow me to start off by saying when it comes to the matter of truancy and chronic truancy in Shelby County and what I've seen across the state of Tennessee as I have traveled as a board member and a trainer of Building Strong Brains with Rotary Family Youth Initiative to a number of counties from Crossville, Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee, and other communities, we understand that it's not what's wrong, just 8 to 24. Pray for me. I understand that the great stress and challenges that many children and families are going through at home, work, and school. Remember that what I know as a person who work on the ground daily doing this work, hundreds of families over the years, is that we were dealing with an epidemic before the pandemic. The epidemic of poor health and mental health trauma increased, as well as suicide rate during this pandemic, especially among those in poverty. The last true data for truancy outside of COVID as a 19 and 20 school year showed about 18.4% of students were chronically out of school, either chronically absent or face out of school suspension. This is a new compound data point that the state created in their ESA reauthorization. This seems consistent with the historical truancy rate at over the years of 15 to 20%. Allow me to share with you all some of the research we found to contribute to the great problem we have with chronic truancy. Again, this is just some of our findings. We set out to diagnose the chronic truancy problems in the lives of children 5 to 10 years of age that missed 10 or more days because of research done by the University of Tennessee Health Science that showed that these children had higher ACE scores. We wanted to assess the trauma and make referrals to mental health partners as needed while providing the families with wraparound and other services. What we discovered was many of the students and families we work with was low income and that they had health and mental health challenges. One case was a mother of 4 that was referred to us that was living in a home with no lights, and basically she had lost her job, and the children was already 30 days out of school. And when we went to try to help this family get the child back in school, we found so much red tape from Shelby County schools in the Achievement School District. Neither district knew where the child or family were in the system. So, in one, it's seeing that those two systems working together better, I know will help a number of our families and children. We were told by, and also we ran to the problem of when we got the children registered in school, that clinics were saying that they had to wait 30 to 60 days before we can get shots done for these students. So we were able to work again with a clinic to be able to get that done to fast track for that particular family. To make a long story short, we were again able to work with a community-based clinic to help that. We found that healthcare challenges were physical, whether physical or mental, played a vital role in the fact that many of the children were chronic truant. Even as I sit here and look at the data from the common contributors to issues, the number one common physical item was 88% physical illness. When we talk about truancy in this country, we tend to think about skipping school and truancy. But the reality is that illness and the lack of access to health care contribute to a whole lot of missed days. Many of these absences are excused, but kids are still missing school and missing out on instructions. Remember, the truancy that results from mental illness are harder to quantify, but all are just as significant as the physical problems that keep students from getting to school. We also saw that children suffered from trauma because of gun violence in their communities and in their own lives, leading to them acting out in school and them being suspended because of seeing some of their friends get murdered. Many of these students, we had several children we worked with that said that they were depressed and high anxiety because of being bullied in school or other family issues, such as having to work to help provide for the family. Some team issues of having to wait at the DMV, long hours, missing days to try to get their permit for hardship because of the need to help to get to school was also an issue with our teenagers. We are experiencing some of the success because of our community-based approach working with schools and our mental health partners. Therefore, we feel legislation addressing ACEs will impact students and also be helpful in the long. This will help make our state and more trauma-informed and trauma-responsive state, mitigating high rate of truancy that leads to a ripple effect of other traumatic issues. One of the things I say in just traveling across the state is that trauma don't have a color. It's not black or white. It impacts all of our children. Members, I leave you with some solutions we believe could help, such as addressing physical and mental well-being issues. Early diagnosis is key to getting children off to a start with attendance. We can get ear infections under control early. We can cut down on absenteeism. If we identify the children who need support for development issues such as ACEs and learning disorders, and provide them with treatment, we can help them become stronger and more engaged students. Research shows us that some of the aversion-related absences come when children suffer undiagnosed early learning difficulties and don't feel like they can be successful in school. This is true for children with vision, also and hearing problems. And I'll lead what you all were saying. Chronic truancy is not only a school issue, it is a community issue as whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caswell. Sound like you'd agree with Representative Love, but on the intervention plan, moving that down in the hierarchy of intervention. Representative Parkinson, you, and then Representative Hakeem back to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to warn my constituent, who's honestly, one of my favorite constituents, you guys. I just wanted to warn him, be careful about invoking my name up here, man. Look, they might run you off with rakes and pitchforks. But I want to tell you, thank you for the work that you're doing. And for those of you that don't know, Mr. Caswell, this is just honestly a very, very small part of a vast portfolio of work that he does in our communities. And so I just want to applaud you publicly and let you know that I truly appreciate you and appreciate every single thing you've done. And I've raised him. And so all of the good stuff that you're seeing comes from me. The bad stuff comes from Chairman White. Thank you.
We will be setting up a GoFundMe page to help you move. Okay, we have Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both gentlemen for what you shared with us. And I believe, Mr. Caswell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You described how I'll use the term, there's some brokenness and lack of communication between either departments or efforts to help people. I don't know if it's useful to give this consideration. I don't know if you call it an A team that has different members from different departments that meet as needed or at the appropriate times to sort of move things along. And I guess what we're trying to do is fix what we can to make it possible for these children, these young people to be in school. And I didn't know if I might be talking about something that's already being done, but share with me your thoughts on something like that.
Well, I would say it is being done here at the state level. I came about a month ago, met with Mr. White, Chairman White, and Clarence Carter, a Commissioner of Health and Human Service, who's doing a great work and working with the Commissioner of Education and the Commissioner of Mental Health around the TANF regional grant that's getting ready to be released. And I tell you this, it had, for the first time I've seen in Shelby County over the past month, we've been talking, organizations have been coming together that never worked together around a comprehensive plan of how do we look for the back doors that keep families and children that, get lost in the system. And so this is the first time I've been doing this work, almost 20 years on the ground, but because of that grant in the first phase of planning grant that they got this month, that leads to the big grant, those conversations are being had, and it's not just in Shelby County. We was with some other Rotarians out of Crossville. We're talking about it across the state of Tennessee.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair Lady Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Caswell, it is good to have you here. I love hearing how people in the community figure out ways to do things. You can probably do it better and with less cost than the government. So my hat's off to you. And to my good friend Scotty DeLashment, thank you for making the trip up here, and thank you for the many hats that you also wear. You're a great go-to, dependable source for me, and I appreciate you coming up and representing Tipton County so well. And I guess I just found it interesting, your comment about that we already have something on the books, but it's not used very much, about charging parents with educational neglect. So really, in some cases, we may not need to reinvent the wheel. We've already got the tool, just a way of bringing it to the judge's attention. How do you have any ideas on how we could do that?
In all honesty, and don't take this the wrong way, but I think we have so many laws on the books, sometimes the laws we have are overlooked. And I'm hopeful that bringing this to your attention, and I'm hopeful that y'all already know it, but just in case you didn't, I'm hoping that will start a discussion that will help. But we have a lot of juvenile judges and a lot of general session judges that are overwhelmed and overworked. And just to be quite blunt, if you've got 3 preliminaries for murder and rape and robbery, and you see a truancy, well, guess what's going to get kicked? And I hate to say that, but we're flushing our future down the toilet when we do that, but we've got so much to deal with on a daily basis. Sometimes we don't have time to deal with it, but that's an unacceptable answer, but it's the answer I'm giving you. We're just going to have to come up with better ways to say we've got to make time. And that's usually involving everybody, and we need all stakeholders to come to the table, such as in this meeting, and sit down and have meaningful discussions. And thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Any other questions of Representative Griffey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here and your comments on this issue. You know, we have in Tennessee what's called CIPIT meetings, the Child Intervention Protective Teams, and typically the DA runs them, meet with law enforcement, Child Protective Services, so forth. Do you think it might help if we added truancy to their plate of things to go? Because I think they generally meet once a month in most rural counties. I'm not sure about the metropolitan areas. And go over the cases where the parents, where we've got truancy, harmful truancy, delinquent, I'm sure the term critical or excessive truancy, and have them meet and go over those, and perhaps do some referral to the juvenile court for petitions and bring the parents into juvenile court. Do you think that might help the situation?
That is a distinct possibility, but I'm sure your district attorneys are going to say they're overworked, overwhelmed, and don't want to do it. I will say this, prior to adding the 3 tiers, our county had a juvenile court truancy board of stakeholders from our community. But this law removed that from us and put it all on the education system. I don't know if that was the intent or if that was just something by the wayside. Now, I'm speaking as a juvenile court employee now, not as a representative for our law enforcement officers. We had a truancy board that worked with them and assigned them counseling. A lot of things that are happening in this law, we were already doing. But then it said it had to go to the LEA. So at that point in time, our truancy board went away. So that kind of tied juvenile court's hands. So we are getting it even later. And if it's referred to us, as the gentleman that were from the school board said, it takes 4 to 6 weeks. Well, that's on a good day, because most juvenile courts, unlike Shelby, Davidson, they meet daily. But rural juvenile courts, one county I'm aware of, they meet once a month. So if they meet once a month and you get it in 2 days after they've met, and their docket is full the next month, well, then you could do a crime today and you might get in court in December. That's not very helpful, because if you're already going down that road, what are you going to do in the next 2 months before you get to court? It's like, oh, well, we don't have 1 crime today, we've got 6. I mean, we've got some issues, but definitely getting the district attorney's buy-in is pertinent if you're going to prosecute somebody in court, because if the DA's not there, it's kind of hard to proceed.
Yeah, and if I can just speak to that too.
You may, go ahead.
In Shelby County, I know that in my community is Austin P Station, and which makes up State Representative Parkinson and also another State Representative Larry Miller district. We began to work a model called the 7 Ps, community collaboration, where we work with the pastors, the police, the politicians, the parents, the principals, and proprietors. What we saw prior to COVID for some of these issues that was coming before us, we had over 700 plus kids in our community every year prior to 2016 going to jail, juvenile for top 10 issues. When we formed this body in collaboration, we've seen a reduction right before COVID in 18 and 19 of 72% reduction working with Rotary around this. We were then able to refer these children to the churches, to community organizations and other, instead of just sending them to juvenile and bagging up the caseload. And with some of those cases, we are seeing a great success of these students because of the parents who we were working with, because the parents had to be involved. They had many traumatic experiences that they never addressed as children. And they now are getting the counselors and support that's helping them to become better resilience for their children. So that's a community-based model that we're using. And now the prosecutor, Amy Warwick in Shelby County, is now putting community prosecutors from juvenile court in other precincts around Shelby County. So.
Thank you very much. Let me ask a quick question. Is Margie Quinn or Kelly Mize here? Okay. I would like to ask y'all to occupy the seats on my right, your left, as we come up. And we have a question from Higher Education, Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had several speakers up here before us that have talked about county-wide, district-wide. We've touched a little bit on statewide. Mr. Caswell pointed directly to a family that he had the opportunity to work with, the lady with the 4 kids. I'm curious, anybody that's raised children knows that it's not easy. Toddlers have their challenges. The 6 to 10-year-old, 11-year-olds have their challenges. Teenagers, geez, oh Pete, do I really need to say it? I'm curious, that family that you talked about with the 4 kids, was there a father figure in those children's lives?
And sadly, it wasn't. And I think the father was over the 4 kids, was locked up in the justice system. And so when it was just a ripple effect of losing, actually when we met her, she was about to be put out of her house. So we were able to get community partners to help her get a home. But because now we got those children in mentor programs and other things, is building up the resilience. But initially the father was in prison.
And do you know the ages of the parents by chance when they, I guess, had their first child up to their last?
Shoot, I'm gonna say she was probably 18 with the first. Yeah,
Okay.
and because she was only like 27 when she came into our program.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for what you're doing.
Yes.
Bless you.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if the thumbs up was the official or not. But I and thank you, Chairman Lafferty, for your line of questioning, because I want you to think about something. 4 kids. The father is in prison, right? Just think about that from the vantage point of those children, thinking about that in itself, and this creation of a norm. Dad's in prison, so he's not present, and then you have mom who obviously elected to have the children, right? So let's talk about it from a pro-life standpoint, right? She elected to have the children, and these children now, this mom is attempting to raise these children, but dealing with, being in survival mode and keeping a roof over these children's head and, keeping them fed and so on and so forth. Now, I want you to put yourself in the position of that mom who's attempting to do this on her own, and possibly, thank God for the Caswells and our community partners, who now is facing district attorney's ire, the ire of the state, and I want you to think about where that puts that mom possibly from a mental health standpoint. That level of stress. Now, let's go back. Let's rewind the tape a little bit. Facing eviction, so you don't have a roof, don't know where you're going, don't know where you're going to put your kids, uncertainty, right? Dealing with kids whose father is in prison, and you know, and I don't even want to factor in, you know, tell them what kind of influence that comes with in regards to the kids from outside external sources, streets, you know, other friends, gangs, this, that, and other, trying to keep that together, right? Then you have you're facing charges, according to the state, because the kids aren't in school. You don't necessarily know where all these resources are to get it fixed. And that's an education point, a point of education, knowing where the resources are, knowing how to access the resources. And so I want you to think about if you were in that position as their mom, where would your mental health status be? Where would your mental health status be if you were in the position as the teenager in the family? Because you're also now faced with a responsibility that your mental capacity might not even be fit for at this point. You become if it's a teenage boy, you automatically assume that you're the protector of the family because of the lack of the male adult that's in the house or in the household, or you feel like you should be one of the providers. And let me go just a hair further. Sometimes you have these young men that are in gangs selling drugs, and the parents know about it, but that young man has become a provider. That drug money keeps a roof over the head and keeps food on the table. Now factor that in. So all of these factors, and reason why I kept on harping on the differences in some of the things that happen in these rural districts versus what happens in these urban districts and these larger districts, they're different. There's a big difference in some of the cases and some of the things that we deal with in the large school districts. And so that's why it's so important that we have the large school districts here to be able to tell their story, just so we can know. And that way, when we're creating the policies, you know, we can factor in our education because they educate us so that we can factor these things in, or at least have it in our forethoughts or in our, you know, the back of our minds as we're crafting policy and laws that will affect them.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Caswell. Would you like to have the final statement?
Yes, sir. If I can just say to that too, even as I was doing the training with the mayor and the county mayor in Crossville, Tennessee, I had one of the leaders of the Rotary Club came up to me after the meeting. She said to me, she said, Pastor, that my son is in jail and the baby mother is on drugs, heroin, and I have the grandkids. She said, I hate to see how these children's lives turn out because I seen that cycle with the family, the parents who are in that situation. We see that so many times that right before I came here, I was called to a scene where a young man in our community witnessed his mother and father be killed by someone. So when this young man grow up, because he walked in on that situation, I don't want it to be said, where was his parents in that situation? When we understand that life have traumatic issues, we have to look at it holistically and deal with some of these deep-rooted issues that's been going on for generations in our community. So thank you.
Thank you so very much. And thank you all for being here. We're going to move on to our next guest. Your information is valuable. And once again, please share your notes with my office so that we can incorporate this into our
Yes, sir.
things. Communities and schools, Mr. Gobble, I will bring you up because our DCS, I think, is going to have to come at 1. Yeah, Samantha Wiggin and Sherry Hall with Communities and Schools. And Mr. Gobble, if you're welcome to say with them also if you so desire. Okay. Representative Love, while we're getting situated, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It can be a general comment. It was trying to address the two that just left.
Oh, okay, sorry, missed you.
Yeah. But it's a general statement that we can all hear. I think one of the issues also, Mr. Chairman, is that many of our nonprofit organizations who want to do work in the communities and they apply for TANF funds, the difficulty oftentimes with them getting funded is that those TANF dollars are usually reimbursement only. And these nonprofits are expected to put up huge amounts of money on the front end and then get reimbursed. I know that TANF desires to make sure that programs are being successful, but just want to lift that up, that as organizations are out there trying to do this work, and that maybe our, I don't know if our TANF guidelines are restrictive of this, but I know that has been an issue many times that you must, as a nonprofit, even though you've been successful, you apply for these TANF funds, you got to do the work and provide the funds. And when your work is successful, you're required to do more work. And then you wait on a reimbursement from the state that sometimes can be a year, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And so I want us to think about that as we ask these community organizations to do more work for the good of the community and our state, that we need to have a faster reimbursement time from the state for funds that they already expend. This particularly happened with CARES Act dollars. A lot of nonprofits went out there and helped our communities, and they did work in August of a year and didn't get reimbursed until January of the next year. And so a lot of them are carrying the load and not getting funded properly. So I just want to put that out there, Mr. Chairman, as we, again, look to use these community organizations, these nonprofits, to do government by proxy, to do work. We must make sure that they get these reimbursements on a timely fashion, or else successful programs are going to be closing down, or successful programs will say, we're at capacity. We can only help 10 kids. We can't help the other 20 that need help because we wait on our reimbursement from the state of Tennessee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, and as a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, we had Mr. Caswell in my office with Commissioner Carter talking about these very things. So very well point. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We now have, and you have a handout in front of you, Communities and Schools, Ms. Samantha Wigan and Sherry Hole. Y'all ready?
We are.
Okay, I now recognize you. Just introduce yourself, make sure your mic's on, and who you represent.
Okay, so am I on?
You
Sound
are.
good?
You
okay,
are.
perfect. So thank you all so much for inviting us as a nonprofit. I promise we did not pay Representative Love for that. For that endorsement as a nonprofit to be part of this discussion today. I'm Samantha Wigan, I'm the CEO, and I'm joined here by my colleague, Sherry Hoyle, who is just driven in from Bolivar. She is our coordinator at Bolivar Central High School. And we're going to be talking to you about the work we do, how that relates to chronic absenteeism, and what we see as some of the underlying causes, some of which you've heard today. Let me just start by saying I came to this organization after years of nonprofit work. And I've always been focused primarily on children and education because to me, education is the great equalizer and the great leaping point for opportunity and into productive adulthood. I am at this organization now, not because I still believe that. And I'm also really clear now that if we aren't addressing all of the other issues that students come to school with, they're not ever going to be able to avail themselves of that education. So let's get started. Just so you know a little bit about our organization, we're a pretty big secret in Tennessee. Whether you want to call us a community school model or integrated student supports, what we're about is making sure that all of the barriers that students face are removed so that they can be successful in school. We are part of a national network that's in about 25 states, but we've been in Tennessee for about a little right at a decade, actually, since 2012. To give you an idea of our footprint, we certainly are not serving every county in the state at this point, although we would love to. We started in Davidson County, expanded into Shelby, so we can definitely speak to urban issues around chronic absenteeism. And then with the help of of Governor Lee, when he came into his office, he, of course, wanted to really support our rural communities and asked us to go work in the 15 most economically distressed counties, serving the 23 schools in those counties. So we have been in those counties as well. I say that by way of saying we have the ability to speak both to rural and urban, which I know has been a discussion here this morning. Interestingly, the whole time we've been in rural areas, we've been in COVID. So that's been an interesting shift. So what do? I think broadly I said we do whatever it takes, but we do have a model that is evidence-based. There's lots of evidence behind it that's been done on a national level. Our sweet spot, our gem, is that we put a full-time person in our schools, our coordinators, who are trained and also have passion around these issues. Why is this important? It's important because teachers, and I know that you all have heard this and know this, teachers are overwhelmed with just teaching. There's never been more true than during COVID. It's more than a full-time job. Our guidance counselors are busy doing scheduling, college career readiness, all of those sorts of things. And so what we come in and do is act as a partner. We're in the school building all day, every day, and we're working with students directly. And because we are not part of a school, frankly, we can establish a different kind of relationship. We care about their grades, but that's not our starting place, if that makes sense. What we care about are the issues that are preventing them from being successful. So we want teachers to be able to teach, which is what they were trained to do, and we want to be able to support students in all of the other ways that they need supports, which is what we're trained to do. So what you see here, you can see in the circle the different kinds of issues that we address: social emotional growth, basic needs, physical health issues, those sorts of things. And we do address academics as well. We do that in a few ways. We have a layered model or a multi-tiered approach. We do a bunch of work at a school-wide level. And then we do small group work, and we work with individual students who are really demonstrating more intensive need. So that's a little bit about us, just so you have an idea of why we're here talking to you today. But let's talk about really the point of all this, which is the root cause of chronic absence. You heard this, some of this today from school districts and from OREA. But what we want to do is dive into these a little bit more and give you a real on-the-ground experience or examples of what this looks like with students and the complexity of some of these issues. So if we were to bucket the basic needs, we really come to 5 things that you see on those 2 slides. The first one is basic needs. I think you've heard a lot about that today. This is something that I knew was a real problem for students in all my years of work. I never understood the depth of it and what that really meant until coming to communities and schools and learning about our students and the real trials that they face and their families face. So, for instance, in our rural communities, a lot of our students are no longer even living with mom or dad. If they're lucky, they're with a grandparent or a cousin or an aunt or an uncle. But a lot of times they're also couch surfing from friend's house to friend's house to friend's house. That happens for a lot of different reasons. When those kinds of things, when children are in that circumstance, you can imagine they're not sleeping well. They don't have any stability or adult role models that they can depend on. And that contributes to a real problem in wanting to attend school, right? You know, of course, about the internet, which I would consider a basic need. It became evident that it's a basic need during COVID. Food, clothing, hygiene. I was recently in McNairy County and learned about a student, 2 students. They were alternating the days that they were going to school because they were sharing the same undergarments. And so every night, mom would wash those, The next day, child A would wear them, come home, wash, and then child B would wear them. So, and I say that as an example of that is not something a teacher would have ever learned or a principal. It was only because we had a coordinator that a teacher could go to and say, this child is here every other day. Have no idea why that is. And so the coordinator was able to say, okay, I'll go check it out, and went to the home and got into a discussion. And I think by virtue of the coordinator coming to the home, it established a different kind of trust. And it wasn't punitive. It wasn't just a phone call that said, your child is missing. This is a problem. And so the answer was very different than anything we would have come up legislatively, right? The answer was we needed to help that family get some clean clothes. And our coordinator could do that very quickly. So those are the kinds of basic needs issues that we're dealing with. Physical health and mental health issues. These are also things that you've been hearing about today. And I would say that that really ranges from, we have lots of students who do have addiction issues in the home. We have lots of students who are dealing with depression and anxiety. I think the classic one we often hear about is students who don't have glasses, so they can't read the board. An interesting one that I'm hearing about now is students who have chronic migraines, but they don't know how to navigate the system to be able to get to a doctor's appointment, to be able to get diagnosed and get meds. And so part of what we do is also helping our families navigate the system. I will say, I think someone asked earlier, what is the difference between rural and urban? How does it look? One of the things that we definitely see is in our urban districts, there are lots of community resources, and they are very complicated to navigate. And in our rural areas, there are very few community resources. And what is there is still hard to navigate. So, whereas in Nashville, for instance, we have the YMCA and Family and Children's Services and that kind of thing. In our rural areas, we're really depending a lot on churches to step up and help us with clothing, with food pantries, for those sorts of things. So that's one example. So let me move on. Or does anybody have any questions about those two before I move on? Am I allowed to ask that?
See, now, I may ask you quick one. So Communities in Schools is a program that's supportive of our school system outside the BEP dollars. It's funding through either philanthropic organizations or state money that's been dedicated.
Yes. So we have a direct appropriation to do the 3 years pilot work in our rural counties. We're actually in our third year of that. And so we're looking at how we're going to refund that or fund that again. In our urban areas, we use a mix of Title I dollars. So for instance, in Nashville, we have a contract with the district that uses Title I set-asides. And then schools, if they have the room and the funding, they can also use Title I dollars to fund us directly, and we can work directly with the schools. In addition to that, depending on the programs we have, there are some federal funds available. So for instance, in Memphis, they do a lot of workforce readiness and are able to draw down some WIOA dollars. And then beyond that, yes, we pay, or we privately raise about 40%, 30 to 40%, I would say.
Thank you. Representative Littleton? Chairman Littleton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're on the pilot program for the schools expansion initiative, can you tell us what the next step is for this program?
For the rural,
the pilot program.
the rural initiative,
Mhm.
exactly. So we are in our third year, and we have already started. We've been in negotiation or conversations, I should say, with Commissioner Schwinn and with the governor's office to talk about how we might continue this programming in rural areas. This is a stretch for our urban schools to even be able to pay for, even at 60%. Because it is a full-time person who is trained. Well, now I just lost my train of thought. But in our rural counties, the schools just don't have a lot of funds. So we're really looking to the state to help us figure out how to continue those services.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You may continue.
Okay. Other root causes of chronic absence. This is something that I never would have imagined until I was in this position. And it's student roles at home. We've really seen this spike during COVID as well. And I think it was mentioned by one of the members. But the number of children that we have, at least at our high school level, they are often responsible for taking care of their younger siblings. That became a real challenge this past year in COVID, particularly in our urban areas where there were multiple children at home and the high school student was trying to take their virtual classes and also keep their younger sibling on track with their virtual classes and that sort of thing. The other one that we see, especially rurally, is the number of students who have had to make some really hard choices, or they thought they had to make some really hard choices about whether they were going to go to work to support their family because the adults in the family have lost their jobs, or they have chronic health issues themselves, or those sorts of things, or go to school. Which is hard for me to fathom that someone under the age of 18 might ever have to make that kind of decision. And so what our coordinators have done, and I don't know that that's something that school faculty would necessarily have the time to know, but our coordinators were able to go in and do work and really help the students negotiate with their employers, because we had employers who were requiring high school students to come to work during school hours. And so, yes. And so, so negotiate the rights of those students with the employers and strike other ways for students to be able to make money, whether it's after, mostly after school hours. Vision for a future. That's a big one with our students, particularly, I shouldn't say particularly rural or urban. I think it just looks a little bit different in each area. But I think we have a lot of students. I remember someone in Van Buren County saying to me, our students have never been outside the county. They don't have any idea what's out there for them to do. All they see is what's in Van Buren County, which, for their low-income students was sort of looking a lot like addiction and low-income work or low-wage work. So part of what we want to do is make sure that students can see a future for themselves. And, I think when students don't see that future, they don't understand, and that's been brought up here today. They don't understand, they just don't have a desire. If you're going to cap out at 12th grade with 4 years of math and English, but you don't know what you're going to do with that, you don't have a roadmap. And so I think there's a lot of work that can be done to help incentivize students. And I know you all have talked about some of that. Some of it for us is our coordinators really just attaching to kids and helping them see what their future could be. And that's really a lot of what it takes. It's just an individual adult. School environment. Definitely, we want to have an inclusive school culture. We want to be responsive to the fact that not everybody's parents had a great school experience themselves. And we want there to be a lot of different opportunities for students and families to be engaged. And that's because families who work multiple jobs or who have who are disabled themselves, it's hard to get to school and be engaged in that way. And so what are the other ways that families can be engaged? And so it's important for us to figure out how to do that, because we do believe that when parents are engaged in the school and feel how they can support their students, then they're more likely to, in fact, do that. So I've talked a lot about it already, but for me, the solution to a lot of the root causes of chronic absence is really in taking a more tailored approach, which sounds really hard to do. I think that, which is, it's also why we do work at a school-wide level all the way down to an individual level. I don't think that there is a cookie cutter approach, and I think it sounds like a lot of this committee feels that way. And so I think we have to look at each student individually, and I think we have to look at each school individually, and I think we have to look at each community. I will tell you for sure that what will work in Davidson County will not work in Cott County, for instance. We know that. We've seen that pretty clearly. So what we propose is an integrated student supports model, whatever organization that looks like. But folks who can come in along beside the school district and the individual schools and really help support the schools as well as the students. And understanding, being able to get under the hood, if you will, of what's going on for a student. A teacher will know enough to know that there's a problem going on and that Dougie is disengaged, or that Jenny seems to cry a lot during class, or somebody is skipping, but they don't have the time. They just don't have the time to then go and figure out, especially when you have multiple Dougies or Jennies or whomever, if that makes sense. So we have to be able to address, for some students, it is just that they are overwhelmed and falling behind in their schoolwork and they don't know how to ask for help. And so then it is just a tutoring problem. For other students, it is those migraine headaches or the lack of classes. Or any number of things. And so we need to help them get to a doctor and get medication. One of the things we're seeing with COVID and kids coming back this year is actually a lot of kids are no longer on their medication that they've been on. Not sure why exactly, but in fact, they're coming back to school, and some of our coordinators are reporting a real spike in behavior issues because kids are off their meds. So now we're working with them to figure out what happened and how do we get them back on their meds. Enrichment and motivation, seeing a future for themselves, being excited about coming to school. How can we help make that happen? Being able to do home visits and go talk to families directly and find ways for families to engage. And of course, when we need to do behavioral interventions, and really what we do is more preventive. A lot of the time we focus on the social emotional development of the students. Yes, sir.
No, you're fine. Keep going.
Okay. The other thing that we do is we provide a fair amount. We lost a header. We provide direct supports to families. That really became important during COVID. And that's an important thing that we need to be able to continue to do as a state when we wrap around these students. The real basic things are a lot of what are keeping, whether they're truant or whether it's getting classified as excused, it doesn't matter. If you dig under, what you'll find is a lot of times it's that kids don't have clean clothes, so they're embarrassed to come to school. It could be that they don't have any transportation, or their family does have a car, but they need a gas card in order to get to school because the family doesn't have it. Food, obviously, and then what the rent and utility assistance really percolated up for us during COVID. So just a little highlight that I wanted to show. The things that we measure are around social emotional, because we feel like those are the big deal. That's a big deal in whether or not kids are going to be in school. We also measure basic needs now during COVID. And our big metric is about chronic absence. Because for us, if we're meeting those underlying causes, then we feel like their attendance is going to improve. Typically, in a typical year for us, our schools, about 75 to 80% of our schools improve attendance at a school-wide level. That looked really different this past year. As you all can imagine, we dropped several percentage points. On the other hand, what we do know is when we look at our case managed students who are working most closely with our coordinators, it improves not only attendance, but it starts to improve their ability to stay in school, to matriculate through grades, and to ultimately graduate. So we feel like by addressing the root causes, we are able to get students successfully through school and on to better things. And now, so I've been talking big level, but I'm going to ask Sherry to give you all just a little bit of a taste of what she experiences with her working with her students every day in Bolivar.
So can you hear me? So thank you for having me here.
Is the red light on? Or the green light?
Red light.
Red light?
Red light's on. Red light's on.
Okay, just pull the mic a little closer. Okay, thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So Sam has pretty much taken all of this that I had to say and did so very well. But I'm so glad to be here from Hardeman County, Bolivar, Tennessee, in the rural area. And this is my third year with Communities in School there in Hardeman County. And I can't tell you the added success stories that we've had there. We are the rural, and we don't have the ability that the national schools may have. But one thing I just want to say on behalf of Communities in School, what I've learned is, and I've been in the school system for 14 years prior to this, is that with Community School, it gives that one-on-one. And she's mentioned that several times, but that one-on-one, I've had countless numbers of teachers tell me, Ms. Hoyle, I know something is wrong with Johnny. He came in and I know something's wrong. I just can't stop my class to find out. I may say, how are you today? And I know something is wrong, but I don't have that time. But Community in School, we have that time to step aside, to bring them one-on-one. And that gives us an option to reach one student at a time, to get to the cause of the root cause. And as I was sharing with Sam, sometimes when the students come in, I was very shocked coming into Community in School, some of the root causes. I didn't know that one of my students one day that wasn't coming to school, and when I sought out to find him, he was not at his mother's house, but she relayed that he may be at a friend's house. So I thought that I would go up to the door and find him at the friend's door at the home, but I did not. I found him sleeping in an abandoned truck in the home of a friend. He could not stay at the friend, but he could stay in that abandoned home. And when I spoke to him and I said, what is that, why you don't come to school? He said, I don't come to school because when I get from the truck, I don't have clean clothes to wear. That teacher would have never thought to get to the root that would be the root. I, as a mother, would not have thought of that to be the root. And some of you may have not thought that to be the root also. But that is an actual cause of a student. And every student in our education, every student in our school, in our schools are a child that belongs to us, that we are responsible for. I can't say how difficult that was for me to think that my child never had to go through that. And so Community School was able and ready to step in. We gave temporary housing. I became the laundry maid for that particular student. We did laundry services on Monday with dirty clothes and clean clothes to go out back on Fridays to home. That is Community in School. It is the one-on-one treatment that we're able to provide for our students to get down to the real cause. What did that help us do that kept him in school? He's a graduate of 2021 class in Bolivar, Tennessee. He is now an employee in Hardeman County, I am glad to see. And those are just some of the stories that I just kind of want to harp. It's just the one-on-one, it's the relationship. And I'm a firm believer that if they have that one person, the janitors don't have time to stop to hear the root cause. The guidance counselors don't have the time to stop to hear the root cause all the time. The principals are they're from area to area. If you're on a sports team, that coach might hear you and they're privileged to that. But that student that doesn't have the talent, or that student that's not obligated to a group or some form of committee, those are the students that we tend to not hear. And with Community in School, we hear them and we let them know that we hear them. And we hear them with the love and the guidance that we are able to give them on a one-on-one basis.
Thank you so very much. Committee, you want to have any questions of our guest, Representative Dixie?
I'm gonna take this off so you can hear me. I don't talk very loud. So I want to thank you for what you do. It's very important for what you do and the service that you provide and filling in those gaps that we have in our school system, because we need every tool in the toolbox in order to make them succeed. Now, my wife, she has taught on the high school level, and now she's currently in the elementary level, where I think now it's pre-K through fifth grade. I think they went from fourth to fifth grade. But the one thing that I do, and I want you to understand this, I do appreciate what you do, but I think that what you're saying about teachers not recognizing is a little bit misleading, because the teachers are our frontline defense. There's a lot of things that teachers do and principals notice, but we haven't, as a collective body, we don't listen to them. Everything that you said, my wife comes home and said, we've bought plenty of shoes, we've bought plenty of clothes, we've washed clothes, we've sent food home with kids, we've done everything, we did everything short of adopting a kid, which we would have, but another family member stepped in. So it's, I can't say that teachers don't notice these things. And like you said, in larger districts, they do have the service that you provide. They have community achieve site coordinators for this. And they do a wonderful job of like filling those gas cards, or maybe giving them a gift, prepaid cards for Uber rides to get back and forth to work and to school. But I don't want to make it seem as if teachers are not paying attention to what's going on, because they truly are the first line of defense to know when something's wrong. They know when Vincent isn't feeling well, or they know if Vincent's upset at 7 o'clock in the morning, that they know that there's something going on, that they may need something to eat, or they may need something. So I just want to make sure that we don't exclude or don't offend anyone by saying this.
Yes.
But I want to make sure that we're all partners and that we all can work together to make it better for
Yeah.
everyone. And I think that and then I promise the last statement, but we as legislators have failed to listen to our frontline workers. And we want to fix every other problem, what we think is going on, instead of listening to the people with the boots on the ground.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So just to clarify my comments, what I mean by that is, yes, I do think teachers see it in the classroom, but don't have the tools or the resources necessarily to be able to follow up and dig in essentially to what the issues are. It sounds like you and your wife have gone way above and beyond. And the thing is we don't want teachers to have to do that. We want teachers to be able to teach. And let someone else take care of those issues.
I can say
Follow up. You may.
Sorry, it's not just me, my wife and I that do this. It's every teacher is working in there, working hard, and they understand, because their students become their babies. They especially on a younger age, and even as they get older, they still matriculate through high school. My wife still has a lot of kids that run up to her, and she's a librarian, so she sees every student in the school. So she understands on a different level. But it's not just particular to me. We don't do anything special. This is just what everybody does in order to have some kind of to try to ensure some success of that child's education experience. So they say this is something that we all do. I think that's something that we can address and put, we all say we can't throw more money at the problem, but sometimes more money is the fix, because we need people in these schools to fill these positions that can fill in these gaps. There are a lot of unfunded positions that we need to reallocate some money or allocate money for, because as we can see, it's not just about getting a kid to school, but we have to get them to school in a condition where they're ready to learn.
Right. Absolutely.
And I just want to add to, if you would go to the slide, there at my school, I have a great faculty and staff there. And on this slide, my teachers are my biggest recruiters. They are the ones that are the most supportive of the students. And I echo to what you were just saying. They are the one that see it as I was saying, the teacher that comes in and he automatically recognizes there's something going on with that student. This is just one of the comments to the teacher, and I bring support and voice back from my school. And it reads and it says, it has been a blessing talking about community school and providing one-on-one support and to struggling students. This is what the teacher says. It says, I know that I know needs it, but I am unable to do myself in a classroom setting. This is a voice of a teacher. This is a caring teacher that knows that, and to think that this is a blessing. I know something is wrong with this student, but I'm unable to do it myself in a classroom setting. It gives that student a safe space to go. And that in clarity is to what we were saying. There's so many absolutely wonderful teachers that are working, counselors, they're working, janitors, they're getting up, they're doing things beyond teaching. And that particular teacher was able to say, and that's what we're driving with community in school, not that the teachers are not. And that particular teacher I bring voice to that says, I know that there's something going on and I know he's struggling, but I can't get it done in my classroom setting. But I know that there's somewhere in the school that I can send him to that's a safe haven to take care of him. And that's what we bring to community school, not to denounce anything for the teachers, but I bring you the voice of a teacher that says, I know something is wrong. I just can't get that done while I teach it in my classroom. Another teacher voices that says improved attendance and accountability, not only getting the kids, the students there, but holding them accountable for their behaviors and their action. That these are the students that come back to my classroom teacher. So many of my teachers said, listen, I'm good. I'm so good. It's been such a great day because this behavior or this student that you've held to accountability is now not a disturbance in my classroom. And again, the last one I would say, a voice from the teachers is to say, I've seen a lot of troubled children be able to graduate. And I know that that is all the desire of teachers and all of us as well. But being able to get that one-on-one care is what we're trying to show. So I bring you voices of some teachers.
Thank you very much. We're at 11:45. I got two members who want to make a comment, and then we will be breaking. But members, let me just say this: this has been a lot of information. This afternoon, we have the commissioner be with us. And, we passed the special bills and legislation special session. We've got some good data that came back from our summer school. So make sure you're here and catch up on that. She'll be presenting that. But I'll recognize Representative Griffey, Rudder. Oh, Representative Manis, you want to make a comment too? Say, Representative Griffey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Wygand and Ms. Hoyle for being here. And I'm sure I speak for all Tennesseans. We thank you for your efforts to help Tennessee students and Tennessee families get through some of the difficult times. I was looking through your comments about the root causes of chronic absenteeism, and I simply wanted to add that to me, from my perspective, and I hope many of us up here share the same thing, one of the root causes is poverty.
Yes.
And family unit difficulties and the breakdown of the family. And in large part, the root cause of that is drug addiction, substance addictions, and we've got to address those problems. And education is one of the best means to break the cycle of poverty. But what also goes along with that is there have to be good paying jobs for families to earn a wage so they can support their family and not just barely squeak by. There has to be hope that there's a better way to do things. And personally, I feel like we used to have that, and we've gotten away from that in America. And I'm sure all my colleagues up here share the concern that the policies we adopt here and the policies that are adopted in Washington, as they affect the wages of those at the very bottom, they may make the policies up there. They're felt right down where you're dealing with folks day in and day out. And I hope we all are cognizant of that we must do everything we can to try to increase good paying jobs for all Americans and Tennesseans so that there's something out there to give these families hope. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rudder.
Hello, and thank you for being here today. I have to have a shout out to Representative Dixie for his comments about our school teachers and what they know about what's going on in their classrooms. I was raised in a rural community. I live in a rural community. My district is rural. And I can tell you, I'm gonna defend our rural communities and the support that they have for these children. I don't believe there's a teacher that sits in a classroom today that doesn't know what's going on with her children in that classroom. And in rural communities, we like to say we take care of our own and we know what's going on. And when somebody has a problem, a child has a problem, all you have to do is shout out to the community, just like what happened yesterday in my district. Someone sent a text message to me. It was posted on social media. It was about a young mother that was driving an old car, and the windshield was broken out of the back of the car. And during all of this rainy weather, she was trying to get children to school. Well, they set up a GoFundMe page to get her a back windshield. And before nightfall, there was enough money in that fund to buy her that windshield. So this concept of cradle to the grave mentality that it's somebody else's responsibility to raise our children, that it's our teachers' responsibility. We need to dial this back. It's our parents' responsibility to raise these children. We need to be having more conversations with parents and get them on board and help them, because if we don't get these children early, like has been said many times in this committee today, we are not going to save these children. But a shout out to the rural communities. There is no better place, in my opinion, to have your child if you want somebody to have your child's back, because they know exactly what's going on in that classroom. They know where to get the resources. And I see it happen every day. I just had to say that. I truly believe my brother-in-law is a principal, or was, of a rural school. I've heard many, many stories about what those teachers in that community do to make sure once a child is identified as having a problem, they make sure that child has the resources to have a better day. So thank you for what you do, but shout out to our teachers in rural communities all over the state of Tennessee. They have those kids' backs. Dial it back to parent responsibility.
Thank you very much. And before we break for lunch, we'll recognize Representative Manis.
Thank you, Chairman White. Thank you both for being here. I just have a couple of quick questions. I'll try to go as quickly as I possibly can. Do you know exactly, I am very connected with community schools, with the Great School Partnership in Knox County.
Yes.
How would you say these two are similar, and how are they different, your program versus community schools in Knox County?
I would say that we have a similar model. I'm not aware of the details, and I definitely feel like they really do good work. So this was not intended to be an all about CIS. There are other models out there, and particularly in Knoxville and in the Chattanooga area, who do really strong work.
Right. And I applaud you for that. I'm not trying to compare the two. I am a huge advocate for community schools in Knox County, and I've followed it very, very, very closely.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just doing some research trying to come up with a report. But we keep talking about parents and parents and parents, but there are so many kids. My sister is a second grade teacher in an area that would be economically disadvantaged. And the stories I hear from her, where a lot of these kids do not have parents. Maybe they have a guardian, but it could be a grandmother,
Mm-hmm.
it could be an aunt that's doing the best they can.
Right.
And so many times I've always wanted to take it back and say it's the parents' responsibility, but I always come back and say, that's too much for us to really take on.
Mhm.
We have to get somehow to the kids. And I know for a fact that community schools work in Knox County. I mean, the statistics are there. But I guess the next question, how does your program involve the physical community where the school is? Because community schools in Knoxville is
Yeah, so we didn't talk enough about this in Knox County. It's the same in Chattanooga. It's the same. And none of us can do this work on our own. So we are not asking Sherry to be the physician or the mental health expert, or we're asking her to be in the building, just like in Knox County. To be able to partner up beside teachers and hear from teachers, and to be able to partner up beside students to learn. And then we connect with other community resources that are there. And in fact, a lot of community resources a lot of the time.
I think it's important. One thing I did learn from spending a lot of time researching community schools and talking with the executive director, not every parent had a positive experience in school. And we cannot lose sight of that, because I think there's a lot of resentment build up even with parents toward educators and schools themselves. And so I think it's working past that to really get them to have a more positive experience with the school or with the community.
Right.
And then that's when we start to make a difference.
Yeah, one of the things that we see a lot are parents who, I mean, this is intergenerational. And so parents who were the kids that we're working with now at one time, and who don't really know how to connect or be supportive of education, and a lot of times don't have great parenting skills because they didn't have great parents themselves. So I totally agree with what was said earlier. What we need to do is come in with parents as early as we possibly can, and support them and help them with the skills and the resources as much as we can.
Okay, great. Thank you both.
Thank you. And Representative Sparks asked us to squeeze him in, and then we are going to break for lunch.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it real quick. Appreciate y'all's service. About a year and a half ago, my assistant Marvin and I put together a town hall mental health opioid event. We had local judges. Tennessee Mental Health Cooperative was there, and both my school superintendents were there. Sadly, one of my school superintendents, she passed away last year. But I wanted to read the committee and all the players here what she sent. This is her last email. And this is the takeaway. If I was, because I was asking about a silver bullet, you know, what can we do? What is the main thing that we can do? And I know there's a myriad of solutions, myriad of issues, but here's her last email to me. Please thank Representative Sparks for reaching out. Yes, more funding for counselors would certainly help with the social emotional issues we're seeing. Another area is social workers. They're vital, and many school districts are not able to fund them. I also think it would be helpful for him and other legislators to talk to school superintendents. And I see Dale Lynch in the audience with Toss. Talk to school superintendents about the issues we're seeing in very young children. Now, this is what's alarming to me, and it should be alarming to every one of us. The behaviors of our 6 to 9-year-olds are like nothing we've seen before. Now, this is probably a 50-year educator, okay? The behaviors of 6 to 9-year-olds are nothing like we've ever seen before. They are inordinately disruptive and aggressive, and while we're bringing all our resources into play, there is no place for these children to be assessed and treated. I feel very good about what the Department of Education is trying to accomplish in this area with this emphasis on the whole child. I'm hopeful that the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse will work closely alongside with them to help address the upper tier of children of whom there seem to be no answers. And this committee, we passed a bill this year to increase social workers. I believe the nursing bill came out. The funding is the issue. I know the social worker bill that I ran, it's $6 million fiscal note. But what I'm saying to this committee and other legislators, if we can't do $6 million, what can we do? Because, you know, you going back to that home life, you know, somebody's got to be that liaison. Somebody's got to be that advocate. And I know the term social worker really isn't that popular to use sometimes among my conservative colleagues, and I is one of them. But somebody's got to reach that person. Someone's got to be that advocate. You know, I see all these lobbyists in the room, all these advocates and lobbyists. There's nobody lobbying for those issues in many cases. One thing I'll commend this committee is every one of us care. We may come from different backgrounds, some rural, some city, different backgrounds, but every one of these folks up here care and bring a level of passion. But I just wanted just say that while y'all are here before we recess. And thank you to the late Dr. Linda Gilbert for her advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that objection, we are recessed until 1 o'clock. Okay, committee, hope everyone had a chance to grab a little bit of lunch. Here's what we're going to do. We had a few speakers that we couldn't get to. We spent a lot of time this morning, but we're going to have these speakers come up and continue the conversation this morning. Then we're going to move on and we'll go to the commissioner. So I'd like to call up at this time Judge Andrew Brigham is here. If you come up and sit on my left. And then also, we will also bring up Department of Children's Services. Are they here? If y'all sit on the table to the right to be ready to go. And then we have in Slavery, Tennessee, Miss Margie Quinn and Kelsey Mize. Y'all here? Okay, we'll get them third. And we will try to, I like to maybe move through this in the next 30 minutes so we can move on to the commissioner and we'll be here too late, but we'll address any and all questions that the committee has. So let's start out. Thank you, Judge Brigham, for being here. We had a lively discussion this morning about chronic absenteeism and truancy, and we're just trying to get input of all. And I'm going to allow Representative Bruce Griffey to introduce our guests.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is Judge Andy Brigham, General Sessions and Juvenile Court Judge for Stewart County and Dover, Tennessee, and esteemed jurist. And if you need an expert to tell you what's going on in some of our rural communities regarding to schools and education, to truancy, school performance, Judge Brigham's your man. So y'all please welcome Judge Brigham.
Thank you. Just make sure your mic is on, the red light's on, and identify yourself for our AV streaming. There you go.
Yes, I'm not sure I deserved that, Mr. Bruce, but thank you for that. My name is Andy Brigham. I'm the General Sessions and Juvenile Court Judge in Stewart County, a small rural county. I've been a judge for 18 years, a lawyer for 36 years, and I'm mostly a pretend judge. I have a hardware store on the side, and I sell firearms also. So I have kind of a lot of stuff going on.
Diversified.
Diversified. Yes. Truancy, is that the topic right now, truancy?
Yes, sir. We're talking about truancy and chronic absenteeism.
Sure.
And we're just looking for, since the COVID hit, it was an issue before, but now it's probably been exacerbated. And we're just
Sure.
looking for ideas and things that we can.
I got you. First of all, I think we all need to start from the same starting point, and I think we do, that all children have equal sacred worth, and that all children should have the same opportunity to succeed. And if there is a silver bullet out there, I don't know if there is or not, but if there is a silver bullet out there, I suspect that it may look like a diploma. So I appreciate you all taking up this issue. It's not a whole lot of fun. In fact, it's not fun at all to take up this issue. And I suspect this issue will be with us long after we're gone, like death, taxes, and the Rolling Stones.
Sure.
There are 5 entities, in my opinion, that exist that can address the issue. Did you guys get this paper, by the way?
No, sir.
Okay. Way to go, Ben. Thank you. Anyway, I thought it might be helpful for you to follow along. I've got a little outline for you. But the 5 entities, and they're not mutually exclusive, the 5 entities include the parents. Why did you go to school? Parents made you. Okay, so there's the parents. The school system has its role. DCS has a role. Law enforcement has a role. And the juvenile court system has a role. And also, if you think about it, the court that has jurisdiction over custody issues in Title 36, one of the factors that a judge uses to assess relative parental fitness is whether or not that parent provides for the education of a child. You guys have listed 5 things that every parent is responsible for: food, clothing, shelter, health care, and education. So if that parent is not providing education, that is a factor that the judge can take into account in determining custody and busting open a parenting plan and changing things. These it's also important to focus on who is the actor, who is responsible. Is it the child or is it the parent? If you're an 8-year-old kid and your mom doesn't make you go to school, is it you or is it the parent? Remember, the definition of a truant is someone who is habitually and without justification, and without justification, and without justification, not going to school. If you're 8-year-old and your parent's not making you go to school, that looks like, if I'm the defense lawyer for the child, that looks like justification. So with younger children, I think it's appropriate, I think it's vital, I think it's necessary to focus on the acts or omissions of the parent, as in addition to the kid too. Now, as a kid gets older, of course, then especially in high school, then it is more on the youngster in making these decisions to skip class. Let's see. It's important to remember, and I try to stress this in my county, that the school resource officers have a role to play. They can bring criminal charges against the parent for failing to bring the child to school or make sure the child gets to school. Each day is a separate criminal charge, and we've done this in extreme cases in Stewart County to pretty good effect. Let's don't forget about the SROs. Looking at the schools and the parents, where it all starts, it might be a good idea to have some type of education of the parent when they first enroll the child at the very beginning, kindergarten, or when I went to school, there was no kindergarten, but first grade, kindergarten, there's an admissions process, I assume. And it might be handy to have some education of the parent at that time, focusing on the necessity to go to school. Like, take an active interest in your kids' schoolwork. Know your kids' associates. Volunteer to be a mentor. Look for early signs of a youngster's decision that school's no good. Prepare your youngster for school with supplies. Talk favorably about school. When a child is going into kindergarten, they're still pretty impressionable. So the more we can do to impress upon that child the importance of going to school, the fun of going to school, the better. Regularly contact the school office, check in with his or her teachers, make random stops and visits by the school. Encourage the kids to participate in sports, in clubs, in special interest activites. Consider counseling. Contact the juvenile court. I'm not sure about that. We might skip over that one.
By the way, Judge, Ben has now emailed your outline to all the members.
Yeah.
You can look for it in your
Yeah,
email.
this is the same guy that was giving me grief for not being here early. Let's see. Don't ask for a change of teachers. Don't excuse your youngster from school. Set a routine and stick with it. Those types of things could be taught to parents at the very beginning. The earlier, the better. Also, I know when my kids went into high school, there was an orientation, a high school orientation. That might be a good time to have some education of them with regard to the fact that you might not get or you might lose your driver's license if you don't go to school and that kind of thing. I think it's important for the schools to focus on small group involvement. If you've ever been involved in any church growth initiatives, they say, once a new church person shows up in the door, the quicker you can get them involved in a small group, the better, the more apt they are to stay at that particular church. I would think that the same idea might go over into schools. If the schools could encourage these kids to participate in sports, there's nothing like being on a team, something that's greater than yourself. A club, music, art, whatever it is. If you can get the kids involved in something that makes it kind of fun to go to school, I think that that might be helpful. The schools could, I think there's a child abuse person now in the schools, or maybe, or going to be, or hope to be, or should be. They could identify at-risk children and help the schools perhaps pair those kids with mentors. We don't have any community services in Stewart County, but the schools could make referrals to community services in those places that have community services. And I would love to have some community services, but I just don't have them. But I know in Davidson County here, Judge Sheila she's got resources like you wouldn't believe, and she's on top of stuff like this. And so the more referrals to community help is good. I would like to talk just a minute about the tier system. Okay, everybody know what the tier system is? Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3? Okay, from the judge's standpoint, we did the happy dance when that went into effect because a whole lot of the cases now don't come to juvenile court, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But I think that the critical point is probably the transition from Tier 1 to Tier 2. I suspect that there are a lot of folks that are in Tier 1 and they get the letter or they get the phone call or they get the conference at Tier 1, straighten up. I know when I got a letter when I was a parent and I straightened up. But when it's very much like they teach us in with regard to driving under the influence, a lot of people can get a DUI first. Getting the DUI second is a sign of an underlying serious problem. At Tier 1, anybody can get a Tier 1 letter. I got one. Tier 2, that is where I think the problem cases emerge. And so I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes, but if a DCS referral could be made at Tier 2, that might be a good idea. If the SRO were to make a home visit with the truancy officer or the school attendance officer, that might not be a bad idea. And speaking of SROs and truancy officers, I took a quick look in the book about what is required to be an SRO, the training requirements, and it talks a lot about policing and that kind of thing, which is appropriate. I'm not sure that they're getting a whole lot of education with regard to truancy issues, the SROs. If the SROs and the truant officers had good training with regard to this issue, it might be helpful, and it might be helpful to have joint training. They're kind of like Batman and Robin. They could attack a problem together. The SRO goes to the house. He or she could investigate, decide whether to bring criminal charges or not. The truant officer is there. She could decide whether or not additional actions are needed from the school. At Tier 1, you're supposed to have an attendance contract that the parent signs. You guys know about that? An attendance contract? Anyway, a portion of that attendance contract, the language, the boilerplate, probably could include some warning or some notification that, hey, there's criminal sanctions here if you don't straighten up. The driver's license, right now you have to have proof of going to school to get a driver's license. And I think that you can lose your driver's license prior to getting to court. I know you can lose it in court, but prior to getting to court, you can lose your driver's license if you don't, if the director of schools reports that you're not going to class, perhaps at that Tier 2 area. The Department of Safety could be notified that we've got a problem here. Let's see. And we all know truancy is a risk factor for delinquency, substance use disorders, teen pregnancy, trafficking, gangs. It's very important that you all, and I'm glad that you all are taking up this problem. And virtual school, I know we had to do that. Don't want to question that at all, but it seemed to be kind of easy to abuse that process. I would hear, anecdotally anyway, I would hear reports of children logging in and then going away. I don't know that they logged out. Maybe they logged out, but logging in and then not paying attention. And truthfully, when I'm on some Zoom meeting, sometimes I turn off my camera and do other things. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but I suspect that since technology created the problem, technology could probably be harnessed or used to address the problem. Perhaps a teacher-specific password that changes every day, that the kid is supposed to log in at the beginning of the class and at the end of the class, and he or she is given the password at the end of the class. I know they could text the passwords around and that kind of thing, but it seems to me that technology could probably help solve that issue. Okay, I'm going to quit talking.
Well, thank you. I think some really down-to-earth, common sense solutions. Anybody have a question, Judge, before we go to DCS and get their input from there? Oh, first of all, I think Representative Glassby had a question, then I go to Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Judge, for being here. I've heard a couple times throughout the course of the day the mention of the taking away driver's license as a form of punishment for those over the age of 18, or excuse me, for those that are missing school or delinquents from school. I just want to point out that at least where I live, and I don't know if this is the case other parts of the state, we have a lot of people, younger people that don't have driver's license to begin with and are already on the roads. And I just don't see that as a, if we're trying to use that as some sort of teeth to encourage people to be in school, at least where I'm from, that's not exactly punishment. So I just want to put that on the record. I don't necessarily need a response, but I just want my committee members to hear that.
Judge?
Yes, point well taken. I think this is an all hands on deck kind of thing, and that you use whatever tools that there may be available, every tool in the toolbox. That may not be an effective tool. I don't know that it's an effective tool. It's in the statutes now. And so point is well taken. And I'm in a rural area too, and if the kids don't have a driver's license, they walk.
Representative Griffey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Judge, again for being here. Judge, I just wondered if you might share with the committee your experience. You've been on the bench 18 years now. Have you seen trends regarding what seems to be some of the underlying problems with truancy and excessive absentees? Is it drug use, poverty on the part of parents, lack of good paying jobs? If you've got any trends or information you could share with the committee for us to consider.
I kept my first criminal docket from 2003, and I'm a hoarder, I guess you'd say. I keep stuff like that. Anyway, there were about 30 to 35% of the cases were drug or alcohol related. I looked at a docket. And by the way, my first year as a general sessions judge, we did about 400 cases in a year. A couple or three Tuesdays ago, I did 145 in one day. And about 80 to 85% of those cases are on their face drugs or alcohol related. And a lot of the domestic violence and child neglect and stuff like that is probably fueled by, not motivated by, but fueled by drugs or alcohol. So it's just, I used to never sign search warrants. I went probably 10 years and didn't sign but 1 or 2 search warrants, maybe 3. I do them weekly now. I used to, civil asset forfeitures, used to hardly ever do those. I do those weekly now, and they're all drug related. So I know everybody points to the drug problem as the problem, but I'm going to point to the drug problem as the problem because it is the problem.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Judge, based on your 18 years of experience, is there any 1 or 2 things that you've seen that are effective to try to get people to get off their substance addiction cycle and get back into sort of being an active participant in the community? Any insights to that, please?
Treatment. I don't have I have a safe baby court in juvenile court, and I do not have a recovery court in general sessions, but my probation officer and I kind of do a de facto drug court. And if we had more resources for treatment and rehabilitation, it's been my experience that treatment and rehabilitation works when the person wants it to work. It's hard to order somebody to do that, and they do that. It can be done. Criminal sanction sometimes is a motivator, but what I have seen is that rehabilitation, when it's a genuine desire by the person with the SUD, if they want to change, then effective treatment lasting a long time. I think that the length of treatment should be determined by the therapeutic response of the person in treatment. If Bruce goes to treatment, it might take 6 months. If Andy goes to treatment, it might take a year and a half. Every person is different. And it also has been my experience, you asked the question, that if there's a spiritual component to the rehabilitation process, it seems to be effective.
For sure, for sure. Chair Lady Weaver?
Thank you. Whoops. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brigham, for coming.
Yes.
I have a question to ask you, and that is, in your opinion, do you feel that as a judge, you have the liberty and the flexibility to, at the judge's discretion, deal with an individual in the most effective punitive way? I mean, do you have discretion to do that? Do you feel you have that?
In juvenile
Yes.
court or in
Mhm.
juvenile court?
Mhm.
I'm going to say yes. There's, of course, the juvenile process is bifurcated into an adjudicatory phase and a dispositional phase. During the adjudicatory phase, I try to wear my dispassionate jurist hat. Fair, neutral, make sure the procedures are followed correctly. The history of America is pretty much the history of procedure. And make sure the proof is there. Once we get to the adjudicatory phase and we get to a finding, then during the dispositional phase, yes, I have quite a bit of latitude, less than I used to.
Thanks to us.
But that's a whole other
Yeah.
argument. And we did that a few years ago. But yes, truants are unrulies, and we don't have a whole lot of latitude with unrulies like we used to. When I first became judge, if you were determined to be an unruly child, then the judge had wide latitude, the same latitude that the judge had with a delinquency or with a dependent and neglect child, an abused child. And so it has tightened up a little bit, but I still have the ability to put them on probation. And the statute that says you can go to probation also says that I can put conditions and limitations on that. That's a wonderful phrase, like Hakuna Matata, a wonderful phrase, conditions and limitations. And so I take that to give me the discretion to fashion an appropriate response. And I depend on my probation officer a lot. Even in Dover, Stewart County with 13,000 people, he's got 30 some odd kids on probation. My adult probation officer has 500 on probation. So you can see what a problem it is.
I would just, and thank you for that. I just wanted to add, it just seems that you alluded earlier that when you first got in trouble, it only took one time.
That was embarrassing.
And well, I remember that in my growing up as well. It took one time to set me straight. And I think it's important that we make sure law doesn't prohibit our judges from using their discretion and you're the boots on the ground and you're facing the whole scenario. You know what's best to get this kid back in the saddle to go in the right trajectory and then going the right way. So if there's ever something that we do to prohibit that from happening, will you promise to let us know ASAP?
Sure.
And if there's anything we can, or anything can be done to, again, allow you that liberty to do that, because it's very important. You made a comment that going from tier 1 to tier 2 is, there's all the information you need right there. If you don't eliminate it from there, then we do have a deeper problem. So thank you. Thanks for what you do.
Yeah, thank you. May I, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, from tier 1 to tier 2, in Andy Brigham's opinion, is the hinge point in a lot of things. And so the more focus that we can put on that area, that time. And keep in mind, but by the time we get through tier 1 and through tier 2 and through tier 3, and a decision is made to bring a case to juvenile court, most of the time, you're looking at 30 plus absences. Then a petition has to be filed and served. Due process will be followed. then you're looking at 20 to 30 days before that case gets to court. So I'm seeing kids that are in the 50 plus unexcused absent category. And it's a little Sisyphean task to keep pushing that rock up the hill. So I think from tier 1 to tier 2, that's your sweet spot.
Thank you. And let's go over to DCS. Thank y'all for being back. You were here yesterday for another committee. Thanks for your time again. We'd just like to have y'all's input on this subject that we're delving into on truancy and chronic absenteeism.
Thank you, Chairman White, Chairman Moody, members. Tough to follow up Judge Brigham, both in his intellectual prowess and his well-timed humor, right? We're going to do our best. I'd like to introduce to my immediate left, Julie Rotella. She's our Assistant Commissioner of Administration, and Carla Aaron on my far left, Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Child Safety. And I know you all have time constraints, so I'm just going to pass the ball, and we'll talk about our role.
You're recognized. Just make sure your mic's on and identify yourself as usual.
Good afternoon. I'm Carla Aaron, Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Child Safety. And just to kind of follow up from Judge Brigham's comments, the department will get involved if there are calls made in the category of educational neglect. That's one of our allegations in the system. And what we find typically is that's just the tip of the iceberg, or that's just a symptom. Oftentimes there are numerous allegations that come along with that. Our school system, school personnel are the biggest reporters to our child abuse hotline, so they often have a lot of information about the family. And it may be because the child's not attending school and they're calling in for educational neglect, but they also share with us other concerns that might lead to, concerns about substance abuse, mental health issues, domestic violence, or possibly other signs of neglect or physical or sexual abuse. So it's not uncommon for us to get involved, starting because there's an absence at school or multiple absences, but the intervention or the interaction that we have with the family will deal with more of a global issue. What else is going on with this family to lead to that child not going to school? Like I said, that's one of our allegations. We have multiple allegations. I pulled it for about 6 months. We had roughly 1,500 allegations from January to June of this year. So you can project possibly 3,000 allegations could be given to us on a yearly basis. But, again, it oftentimes is accompanied with other things involving substance abuse and mental health. Those are probably the two biggest issues that accompany that. We also work very closely, and Judge Brigham referred to the child abuse specialists that are in the schools. For the past year, we have staff on our regional and local offices that partner with the identified child abuse specialist in the schools. We provide training for them around child abuse, signs, symptoms, how to make a report, what to expect when you get a report. And then we also serve in a consultative role. If they just have questions about a particular situation or a family, they have that relationship with their local DCS person that they call and talk it through. It may result in a call to the hotline or it may not. But again, we're working on those partnerships. It's a fairly new partnership. Only in the past year we've been working with them. So we definitely are anxious to strengthen those in some of the areas. But that's a great resource that we have and that the school systems also have. And then we also go into the schools and provide in-service training for them and talk to, the teachers and the counselors and the principals around, what the department does, how to make a phone call to the hotline, what to expect. Again, very similar sharing of information, but again, that's building those relationships that we have with some of our local schools. And then finally, some of the child advocacy centers that we have located across the state work within the school systems, sometimes in partnership with DCS, sometimes in partnership with the schools, to continue to talk through about child abuse and the significance of that, the intervention, exploring resources within their community, and pieces of information like that. So I think there's several different entities that are involved, that partner well together, and hopefully one of those will catch some of the issues that are going on and bring it to the attention of the appropriate agency to intervene.
Thank you. Any members have a question, comment? Representative Hakeem?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, sir.
If y'all had questions, feel free. I was gonna have Julie say something, but
Okay. Representative Hakeem, you have a question right now? You want to hear more?
I can wait.
Presentation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You'll be first up after,
Hi, my name's Julie Rotella. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Administration for Tennessee Department of Children's Services. And just, in line with what Judge Brigham was saying, and at that Tier 2 level, we also have a program called Family Crisis Intervention Program, or FCIP, that is really there to provide guidance support to family to exhaust community services before we got to a point where an unruly or truant child would have to come into state custody. And those referrals can be made directly by the parent or the child, by a public or private agency, or by the school system, or the courts as well can make those referrals. So that is an avenue that if you're looking from that Tier 1 to Tier 2, for a place for DCS to become involved, to provide assistance to that family and ensure that that child's educational needs are being met. Once children come into custody, we have ed specialists, one in every one of our 12 regions, that work closely with the schools, or that liaison between the schools and DCS. They're there to ensure the child's educational needs are being met. They also are there to provide support to our DCS case managers. They attend education meetings, the IEPs and special ed meetings. They also take the lead on the bid meetings, which is part of ESSA, and ensuring that whenever possible that we're keeping children in their school of origin. So they play an extremely important role. Rarely are we going to see children in custody with truancy issues, because at that point, we would have the case manager, the ed specialist, the foster parent become immediately involved to determine what the issue is and to rectify that. The biggest issue would be when we have children who abscond, which of course there'd be a myriad of other issues apart from truancy. But at that point, they're not in school. They're not, they don't have access to that silver bullet that the judge was speaking of. But we do take extremely serious immediately upon knowing that a child is absconded, that we report that to law enforcement so that we receive a complaint number. The children are entered into the NCIC system, the National Crime Information System. And we also report it to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And then throughout that report is sent to regional leadership, central office leadership, our absconder unit, so that we make every effort to ensure safe return of our children and provide them with the needs.
thank you. Representative Hakeem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sure the rest of the committee, we thank all of you for coming and sharing with us. I want to pose a question to you that was posed to me yesterday in regards to allegations of child abuse, as to whether it should be, what is it, when a person does not make themselves known? What's that term?
Yeah, anonymous.
Anonymous. And have you all, do you see that as a problem, or is it an asset when it comes to the welfare of the children?
We actually were here yesterday speaking on that subject. It's always best when a report is made to the hotline and there's a name and a phone number and a way to contact that referent in case the person who's doing the casework with the family, they call the hotline and they get a person at the call center. Then that case is assigned to someone else. They may have questions, follow-up information, need to share some information. So it's really best when you have that. However, there are plenty of situations where a caller doesn't feel safe or comfortable, and they need that confidentiality of being anonymous. I would hate to take that away and restrict anyone from making a report because they didn't feel safe. and that resulted in a child not being seen or harmed in some way, or even, death. So yes, it is very critical to us to have that component there. We ask for that information, but we certainly don't hang up the phone and preclude taking any report if someone does not feel comfortable giving their name and phone number.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Reverend Griffey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'd like to follow up on that question, if I could, please, regarding anonymous reports of suspected child abuse. In the past 4 years, have you all ever gone back and made referrals based upon anonymous calls to the call center where it was unsubstantiated or unfounded, and turned those calls over to the local district attorney for review and prosecution? Can you think of any cases where you have?
Representative Griffey, I don't have the exact number for you. I can tell you that it has occurred. I don't know how frequently. I just know anecdotally it has.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up.
You're recognized, follow-up.
Thank you. And I know you're probably not prepared to have those data here, but at some point, could you provide us with data, maybe the past 4 years, how many anonymous calls have been made were unfounded allegations that were actually followed up for review for possible prosecution by the local DA? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Before we bring up our last presentation on this particular subject, we appreciate y'all's time being with us as we put these thoughts together. Seeing none, I'm going to let Chair Lady Deborah Moody recognize our last group before the commissioner time is with us.
Thank you, Chairman White. And it is an honor for me to introduce to you our next panel. We have with End Slavery Tennessee. If you do not know about this group, we will be happy to tell you all about them and take you out there. But I want to introduce to you Margie Quinn, the Chief Executive Officer, and she has with her today Kelsey Mize, the Director of Survivor Care. And we are so happy you could be with us today.
Thank you, Chairman Moody and Chairman White, for inviting us to participate in today's panel. I'm also retired state government and retired as the Assistant Special Agent in charge at the TBI over trafficking, Amber Alert, and missing kids. So this is an issue that I think has been very much on my heart and a passion of mine. According to the U.S. Department of Education, schools can and should be safe places for students, even more so for students whose lives are otherwise characterized by instability and lack of safety and security. Everyone who is part of the school community, administrators, school counselors, nurses, other mental health professionals, teachers and bus drivers, maintenance personnel, food service staff, resource officers, and other school community members have the potential to be an advocate for children who've been exploited. Further, according to researchers, young people who run away from home more than once are far more likely than their peers to drop out of school. And dropping out of school, in turn, removes a student from healthy peers and adults and makes exploitation far more likely. A 2018 study of homeless youth found that those who have been trafficked for sex were 72% more likely to have dropped out of school than homeless youth who had not been trafficked, leading researchers to conclude that graduating from high school is a protective factor for youth. Recognizing these factors, 6 Dixon County High School students wrote a law 3 years ago and asked Chairman Littleton to sponsor. That law required mandatory training for all Tennessee public educators on identification, detection, and prevention of human trafficking in Tennessee's school-age children. With a grant from the Office of Criminal Justice Programs, ESTN conceived and delivered the training on behalf of the Tennessee Department of Education and have trained more than 46,000 of our teachers and administrators. New legislation passed in 2021 requires teachers to take that training at least once every 3 years. The nonprofit Epic Girl, a youth empowerment program operating out of the Davidson County Juvenile Court, exists to serve youth who commit status offenses or nonviolent delinquent offenses. The program offers educational programming, case management, using youth service specialists, and community members who are ACES trained. When a girl enters who discloses trafficking, Epic Girl refers to ESTN. Epic Girl has been engaged with the Administrative Office of the Courts and TBI to conduct a pilot program for a human trafficking screening tool. Between 2017 and 2019, over 1,200 youth were screened using this tool. 25% of the youth screened were considered high-risk youth based on the following criteria: DCS involvement, delinquent or detainable charges, gang affiliated, running away more than 5 times, running away and being gone for more than 2 weeks, running from out of state, or they disclosed trafficking. After COVID, the percentage jumped from 25% to 50% in the high-risk category. Of those 50%, 75% reported DCS involvement. 80% of the DCS kids involved reported truancy, and 50% of the at-risk girls reported trading sex for something of value. Also, it is important to note that of those mid and high-risk girls, over 80% report they do not have a safe adult to contact if they need help or support, a key factor in building resilience and mitigating risk. According to an article published by the Tennessean on December 8, 2020, at least 25,000 Metro Nashville public school students missed more than 5 days of school or more in that academic year, which began August 4, 2020. That number, more than 30% of students, includes students who attended school remotely, logging into virtual learn from home or in person, since the district's elementary schools and special daycares were open for about 7 weeks last fall. We are all concerned about the impact of virtual learning in children being out of the physical school environment. The truancy rates increased during COVID, and the results of that missed year in school will be felt for years to come. Some children aren't safer at home. In some cases, they are far safer and more cared for in school than at home or on the streets. Previously, I talked about the link between high school graduation and risk associated with human trafficking. For that survivor lens and experience, I again turn to ESTN's Director of Survivor Care, Kelsey Mize, to share some of ESTN's experiences with survivors and education. Kelsey?
So the most common offense that we see. Microphone.
Should be right there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you
Okay,
Yes,
it's
that's
better.
Thank you.
The most common offense that we see with the youth survivors that we serve is a status offense of truancy. It makes sense when you think about it that if a youth is being trafficked, the chance of them being able to show up consistently to school is slim. Samantha is an 11-year-old survivor that we're working with. When we met her, she was consistently missing school to spend time with her older boyfriends or traffickers, who showered her with clothing and other goodies in exchange for sexual favors from him and his friends. Her mother, who she lives with, is not very involved and does not provide adequate supervision, which leaves Samantha to fend for herself and make decisions that at her age she does not need to be making. Spending time with these older men was more exciting than attending school, and with little positive influence in her life, there didn't seem to be much benefit in sitting through endless classes when these men were meeting their needs. Through the support of End Slavery, Samantha has begun to see the value in education and can envision a greater future for herself. Because we have been able to connect her family with resources and meet some of their basic needs, she has been able to focus on being a kid again, and we're even able to send her to a girls' empowerment summer camp for the first time this year, which opened her eyes to so many new interests and opportunities. She is an example of what early intervention and support can look like for a high-risk or vulnerable youth and the incredible difference it can make. Another example is Tori. Tori was in her junior year of high school when she was referred to us. She was bounced around from multiple foster placements, which made it difficult for her to feel established and settled in school, since with each new placement, it meant transferring to a different school. You can imagine how difficult and scary transferring schools in high school can be, especially when you're a victim of so much trauma. We were able to advocate for her to return to the school that she felt most comfortable at, with teachers and students that were familiar. Here she began to thrive and we were able to provide intensive case management and specialized therapy to her. She went from constantly missing school to anxiety to graduating with honors, and now is a sophomore at Austin Peay. This shows that these survivors are incredibly resilient and motivated if they have people to support them, advocate for them, and help remove barriers. We know that education is the key to creating a better, brighter future for the survivors we serve. Without education, job opportunities are limited, and often survivors are left with little choice in finding ways to provide for themselves financially, and are then placed back in vulnerable situations that leave them at risk for being exploited again. The adults we serve often come to us with lots of educational needs. For instance, we have a survivor in the Safe House now whose highest level of education is 5th grade. She's 35. We are working with her and so many others on connecting them to GED programs and assisting them in meeting their educational goals. When our care coordinators sit with clients and plan out their goals at the beginning of their healing journeys, often the survivors aren't even able to imagine the opportunities and educational advancements that are possible to them. It takes them sitting with somebody who is invested in them and believes in their potential to help them reach their goals that they never dreamed up before. While we continue to meet these adults where they're at, early intervention will eventually and hopefully make this unnecessary.
Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Members, who has the first question? There you go. Yes, Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. To each of you, thank you for being here and thank you for the work you're doing. Do you all have any figures and number, sort of get the grasp of the problem we're dealing with of Tennessee school-age students that are trafficked on an annual basis per year?
That's kind of the $1 million question. I led the TBI Vanderbilt research team to do the original research in 2010 that we returned to the legislature in 2011. We estimate at that time, having polled law enforcement, Department of Children's Services, GALs, juvenile courts, 72% of Tennessee's counties at that time were reporting the presence of minor human sex trafficking. Based on the numbers that they reported, we thought between 60 and 125 children were being trafficked on a monthly basis in the state of Tennessee. I listened to the Department of Children's Services do a report or give us a presentation at the Middle Tennessee Human Trafficking Task Force last month, and they reported 60 confirmed juvenile trafficking victims just in Middle Tennessee in the first 2 quarters of this year. Since the latest authorization of the U.S. Congress's Preventing Sex Trafficking and Strengthening Families Act, DCS is required to make certain reports of potentially trafficked youth or high-risk youth, both to law enforcement, and their policy is now also to refer in Middle Tennessee to End Slavery Tennessee so that we can start delivering that specialized care to children. And we can follow them through multiple placements and over the course of a number of years, unlike some of our state agencies. And so it is a very valuable community-based service tool that we have at our disposal. Right now, we're working to perfect that referral system to make sure those referrals get to End Slavery Tennessee. And we've been in talks with the legislature to codify some aspects of that referral process and continuum of care that we can offer children in Middle Tennessee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you. Representative Hakeem.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, ladies. The state agencies or other entities that you may interact with, could you give me somewhat your assessment of how they feel in regards to penalties for persons who traffic in our state? Do they see present laws as a slap on the hand, or do they see it as a deterrent?
We continue to perfect the laws in the state with regards to criminal penalties against traffickers, both individuals who sell children as well as buy children. This year, I think there were 2 key things that happened. One was we removed the statute of limitations for child sex trafficking. The other was we made trafficking a predatory offense, which means a person will do 100% of the time if they're trafficked. We've been working to sync up some of the laws with regards to, say, child rape, aggravated child rape, and trafficking. Without that predatory offense designation, you could potentially sell a child 100 times and not receive as stiff a penalty as you would for the single rape of a child. And so I think we continue to look for ways to create consistency within the code with regards to criminal penalties. Because if you're charging out child rape instead of human trafficking of a child, it distorts the view of what's really happening in our state. And so we want to make sure that we can charge apples when it's apples and charge oranges when it's oranges, because only then are we going to really fully understand how much child sex trafficking is occurring, and how much of our state's resources we need to put towards either preventing it, addressing it, or treating it on the back end.
Well, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
And please keep us informed. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
I see Representative Eldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we met yesterday in Committee on Children and Family Services, and to go along with what Representative Akeem just asked, would you share the story about the grandmother that, you know, and what happened there? I think I asked the question, were they prosecuted? What happened there? Would you care to share that with the committee?
Yeah, absolutely. So I encountered a young girl that was removed from her parents' custody at the age of 6. Her parents had a drug history. She was placed in the custody of her grandmother. Her grandmother then began selling her to older men in order to pay for different bills around the home, and continued to sell her for about 6 years before she began acting out and was removed from that care and placed in other foster care homes. I was asked yesterday if her grandmother had been prosecuted, and from the knowledge that I have, she has not been. This youth has not felt comfortable testifying against her grandmother, has not felt comfortable. We did bring law enforcement in to meet with her, but she did not feel comfortable really sharing the extensive trauma that she had faced. And that is something that is kind of common with some of our survivors. I mean, survivor of sexual abuse, it can be very difficult for them to gain the courage to share their stories. And often it takes years of healing and therapy before they're ready to go after some of their traffickers.
Yes, Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In an instance that you just described, I don't think I heard anything about medical professionals talking with or working with that young person to help develop that trust, that willingness to come forward like that. Do we have anything in place like that?
Yes, sir, we do. When a youth is identified as a trafficking victim, we certainly, there's medical intervention. I know when I was over the trafficking unit at TBI, that's the first place we took a juvenile once they were recovered or we identified them as having been trafficked. I can think of one particular case in Bean Station, Tennessee, involving a 13 and a 15-year-old who'd been out for several months. Again, they ran to be with an older boyfriend, and then they were both trafficked. The 15-year-old was in the custody of her grandmother, and the 13-year-old had been bounced around in different custodial placements. In that case, there was prosecution in that case, but once recovered, they went immediately to the Knoxville Children's Hospital, where they were treated for multiple sexually transmitted infections as well as meth addiction. They were both kept on meth the entire time. There are some pretty horrific stories of the things that were done to children in this state. It can be told to you from the DCS or TBI or us. In some cases, parents and guardians are criminally prosecuted. You can think of a particular case in Cookeville where a step-grandfather trafficked his step-granddaughter, and the judge sentenced him to consecutive terms, and I think he's doing 170 years. And so we are seeing convictions on those. But again, it can take a long time. It can take a lot of treatment, a lot of therapy. It's one of the reasons why removing the statute of limitations for child sex trafficking was so important, so that it gives those children an opportunity at whatever point they're ready to prosecute the offender.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Briefly, Ms. Quinn, do you think we need an enhanced penalty for defendants who are charged and convicted of engaging in multiple instances of sex trafficking for commercial gain, profit, whatever?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I kind of have one. Well, not kind of. I have one. Do you see where the adults are also using these children to commit other crimes? Do you have statistics on that?
I don't, but I know that the national conversation is now centering around identifying children who are also engaging in offending behavior. And so we call that the victim offender intersectionality. And we want to be conscious of victims who engage in offending behavior and why they are engaged in offending behavior. In other words, if you have a 17-year-old girl who drives a 15-year-old girl to meet a trick, we don't need to charge the 17-year-old girl because she's doing it because she's being forced to by the trafficker, almost always. And so we're doing a lot to train law enforcement. We've done a lot to train law enforcement. But a lot of the national conversation is around the victim offender intersectionality. And then also what we're going to do for those individuals who are 18 to 25, because nothing magic happens on your 18th birthday. And the continuum of care that we have set in place, not just in this state, but around the country, really stops at 18 years of age. And so we also know that brain science tells us that the brain is not fully formed and developed until 25. So can we put something in place, even if it's supporting community-based services, to extend that continuum of care, especially for a person who's been trafficked beyond the age of 18 and up to 25 years of age? I think those are the two big conversations that are occurring at the national level.
Okay, and then one more thought. So, you hear that sometimes when you live in a place that has a lot of big events, whether it be sports or a big concert, so are you able to track, we hear stories that they're either flying girls in or just they're girls here that are being trafficked, especially centered around these big events, bringing in large numbers of people. Is that a myth or fact, or help us?
I'll go back to my TBI days. I was the ASAC in the State's Fusion Center, and we had a lot of intelligence analysts at our disposal, incredibly talented intelligence analysts. We did a good bit of analysis on things like the SEC tournament, Grizzly games, Titans games, major conventions or trade shows here in town. We really did not see a tremendous increase in the number of advertising that occurs. And of course, the majority of sex trafficking occurs via the internet and advertising. We just didn't see that increase. Now, anytime you increase population, you increase crime. Sometimes crime just has to do with the number of people that are present in a particular place at a particular time. And so is there increased child sex trafficking during an event? Probably, but only because there's an influx of people and there are more people. The NFL doesn't bring trafficking with them, if that's your question.
Not really that they did it, but just
Right.
the event brought.
Right.
So Titans, calm down. I'm not saying.
Right.
Okay. Gosh, I had one more. I guess, I don't know this testimony, so since I'm chairing, I'll just ask it. What could regular people do that think they see something that looks very suspicious or troubling? What's the best thing to do?
I think the best thing you can do, if you see something that's an immediate risk, you call 911. If you see something that is suspicious that you want to report, you call the Tennessee Human Trafficking Hotline, which the Tennessee General Assembly created by legislation carried by Jim Coley in 2011. It was one of the first two things we did. And I will tell you that number actually rings into the Tennessee State Fusion Center. And from there, everything goes out. And we wanted that information coming into a central location so that we could warehouse all the data and the numbers and then push out to law enforcement, Department of Children's Services. In fact, DCS also reports to that hotline as the way they report to law enforcement. So then those cases are either handled by the TBI or they're handled by local law enforcement, where local law enforcement can handle that type of case.
Yes, Representative Hakeem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last two groups of ladies, the ladies we have before us and the two ladies before them, Do we have a sheet that has the contact information to report, what is suspicious activity, or trying to get us as legislators trying to get a better understanding? Could something like that be provided to us?
Absolutely, along with the risk factors that you might look for or see. Certainly. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, lady, and I'll try to make this my last question. Quit bothering you. Ms. Quinn, let me ask you this. In order to assist TBI and other law enforcement in trying to appropriately investigate and shut down sex trafficking, would you think it might help if Tennessee passed a licensing requirement that says anybody that's going to function as an advertising or a dating app or something like that, they need to be licensed and vetted through either our Department of Commerce, Insurance, something like that? Do you think that might assist? Because it sounds like you indicated the warning signs, and it's the advertising. So I'm guessing these are advertising on websites or meet so and so, that kind of stuff. So if we could impose a licensing requirement, which I think we can legally do, do you think that might give us a leg up? Thank you.
So there are a couple of things I would say to that. One is in 2013, I think we passed a law in the state to hold internet providers accountable for the advertising of trafficking victims or children. And we had a number of cases where children were depicted on Backpage.com. Backpage at that time was still operating and enjoined our law. And they asserted both a First Amendment privilege, and they asserted exceptions to the Communications Decency Act 230. Long way down the line, the U.S. Congress finally did make exceptions to the CDA, which allowed prosecutors to hold internet companies criminally liable for the depiction of trafficking victims. I would love to see us. That law was eventually found unconstitutional because of CDA. I would love for us to revisit that law and hold internet companies accountable criminally for the depiction of children on their websites. And the licensing part, I'm not a lawyer, so that it may depend on where they're doing business. I think that's probably a legal question, but anything to hold individuals who are making money off of the advertising of children should both be held accountable. And there's no way for us to police that without licensure. Yes.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Well, all right. Thank you again for coming, and maybe we'll take a field trip out there one day. Thank you all. Chairman White?
Thank you so much, Chair Lady Moody. And Representative Griffey, could we ask you to follow up on that question you had as far as looking into legislation on that license? Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's bring up, we now have the last group for the day. This is going on a different subject matter. We've got our Department of Education, Commissioner Penny Swin here, along with Danny Weeks, Dixon County Schools Director, and Dr. Russell Dyer, Cleveland City Schools Director. We'll just have all of them come up and sit at the seats. And members, this book is put on your desk. This is not part of the discussion, but this, they told me it's hot off the press. This is Accelerating Tennessee Tour 21, highlighting our districts and schools across Tennessee. This is for your reading pleasure. Look on page 10, one of our chairmen on page 10, Representative Kirk Haston, K through 12 Education Subcommittee, page 10. You made the you made that. Okay, is our commissioner here yet? I know she was outside. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today, Mr. Buffalino. Y'all can come on up and occupy the tables up front, and we'll just begin with the DOE presentation. Once you're seated, microphone's on, you're ready, we will recognize you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you all. Just do some quick introductions. Penny Schwinn, Commissioner.
Charlie Bufalino, Assistant Commissioner of Policy and Legislative Affairs.
Sam Piercy, Deputy Commissioner, Operations.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and get started. We are glad to be here today to talk a little bit about what has been happening, especially when we look at some of the programs that occurred over the summer. We'll start just by rooting, as we typically do, with our strategic priority areas. That's academics, student readiness, and educators. What we found is that these were needs before the pandemic. They continue to be areas of focus now. In terms of what we'll talk about today, a few things. First is the special session recap. So we'll talk about the implementation of some of that legislation. We'll talk about the TCAP data in brief. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about summer programming and the results of that summer programming, then our ESSER strategy in terms of the investments, and then finally the start to the school year. So to just do a quick recap on where we are with implementation of those special session bills. The first is just to reinforce that the proactive way in which some of these challenges were addressed back in January did pay off, and I think were really important in terms of setting our state and our districts up to be able to implement really critical work like you'll hear about with the summer school programming. Tennessee All Core, and certainly the Hold Harmless legislation that I think has been really important for districts as we're setting ourselves up for this school year. In particular, around that, the Literacy Success Act. And there were a number of things that were part of this Success Act. The first is to really ensure that we have that phonics-based literacy skills in terms of how we're teaching children to read. And part of that does lead into our education preparation providers to ensure that how we are teaching and supporting our future teachers is really rooted in phonics. And we've been doing a lot of work with our ed preps around innovative course design and innovative content to ensure that starting this year, we are putting those practices and some of that content into place for our future and new teachers. So we started that work immediately and have been really excited about the number of partners who have been working with us in the higher ed space to get that going quite quickly. We also had the foundational literacy skills plans. Every district had to submit one by June 1st. We did review those, and there was a lot of back and forth. And what we've been really excited about is how our districts are looking and thinking differently in some cases, and in most of our cases, accelerating the work related to early phonics instruction. That has been exciting to see those plans. Those plans are all publicly available on our website for the public to review. And then finally, I think for the department's perspective, we've been able to take this really important legislation that y'all passed and then provide additional resources and supports for teachers. And those are things like the over 10,000 teachers who participated in summer professional development across the state. We also have over 50,000 families who have requested at-home decodables so that they can support their children in learning to read with a phonics first set of instructional materials. The second bill that was passed around Tennessee Learning Loss Remediation and Student Acceleration Act, kind of starting from the bottom up. There was the third grade reading gate that was established. I do want to expand that because I know we talk a lot about that retention component of it, but it's really about creating different pathways and a number of pathways for students and specifically for school systems. So certainly remediation is one of those pathways, as is the second, which is being able to retake the assessment. But the other two are around high dosage tutoring and around summer programming. And I think what you'll see today is the early results that we have about that summer programming suggest that it is really beneficial for students, and we expect to see similar results when we look at tutoring. And so the last thing is just when we talk about those summer camps, as a reminder, there's the summer learning camps, which are for the elementary grade bands. We have the after school stream camps to really focus on those engaging activities. And then we have the learning loss bridge camps, which were more for middle schools. On accountability, this was really important, and I think setting that standard in January allowed us to set really clear benchmarks and districts to then meet that and frankly exceed expectations across the board, and that's every district in the state. Every single district had more than 80% participation rate on the TCAP. We ranged from about 87 to 99.5% participation, which was phenomenal, 95% statewide. That was one of the highest in the country. And so we got really good data back about how our students are doing as one of our data points, and it's allowed us to be really strategic in terms of where our investments need to be. In terms of what those results look like to kind of set up kind of the need for why we're doing this work, there is urgent need. We knew that regardless of learning modality, there were going to be disruptions because of the pandemic. And we had hybrid, we had disruptions related to quarantine and isolation. We certainly had remote and in-person. And districts needed to have that flexibility to be able to ensure they were providing children with the highest quality education. What we saw is that we had expected declines as it relates to achievement, again, expected. And what we are doing now is to figure out the best ways to invest in our students and in our schools to ensure that we can accelerate achievement moving forward. Again, I think that getting that really good data back allows us to see these results and know that they really are reflective of how our state is doing and, again, where we need to go. Overall, what we saw is an increase in the percent of students who were at that below level and in approaching. We saw a decrease in the percent of students who were at on track or mastered. So again, we saw more students in those lower levels. That is expected when you have such a disruptive school year. When we look at what that means for our student groups, we saw that many of our student groups were disproportionately impacted. Specifically, we saw that with our economically disadvantaged students, our English learners, and our students with disabilities. We also saw that specific to our Black and African American students or students who had one or more additional things. So if you were, for example, an English learner who was also a student with a disability, we saw that they were more significantly impacted as a result of the disruptions related to the pandemic. For ELA, right now, 3 in 10 Tennessee students are meeting grade level expectations. If you are economically disadvantaged, it is 1 in 7. We saw that there were larger decreases when we looked at 2nd and 3rd grade. So as you go from 4th to 3rd to 2nd, you saw more and more students were below grade level as measured by the TCAP. We don't have public data related to kinder and first, but again, if you look at that trend, we would assume that we would see more challenges in those younger grades. Disruptions in education are going to be harder for younger students. They really need that consistency day to day and year to year. And so we do expect that that's going to be something that we are going to need to know and think about for years to come. What I want to make sure that I say is that if you have young students who have not yet shown up on these tests, that we still have those first graders who might take the 2nd grade test next year or 2nd graders who are taking the 3rd grade test this year. We want to make sure that we're understanding that it is going to take some time to continue to get back to where we were, and we want to accelerate that as quickly as possible. But we certainly see that impact in the younger grades. Math had similar. 1 in 4 Tennessee students are on grade level, but if you are economically disadvantaged, it is 1 in 10 is on grade level in mathematics. We continue to see more significant drops again in the early grades. And then we know we got this question from a few of you and wanted to make sure to provide the information. When you look at operating models, what we saw is what we would expect to see, which is those students who were in person for the majority of the year saw fewer or less declines than those that were hybrid, than those that were remote. That did play out in the data at the elementary, middle, and high school level, and we have broken that down into a couple of different ways in response to some of the requests that we've received. But that is trends that hold in Tennessee as they've held nationally. From a department's perspective, you will continue to see us focus on early elementary reading. It is really hard to teach a child to read. It's really hard to do that when there are disruptions. We have to remain focused on early literacy. Middle school math will also be something that we are focused on, specifically because we saw significant declines in mathematics and because we know if we don't get on track in mathematics in middle school, students don't have the same opportunities when they move into high school programs, and we need to make sure those opportunities are open for everybody. And then we also saw either maintained or widening achievement gaps. That's something we've continued to talk about as a state, and we need to continue to focus on, again, to ensure every child has equal opportunities for success, regardless of where they live. In terms of summer programming, pivoting to some really good news, and I do want to preview my bias here, is that I am super excited about the results here because it shows and reflects the hard work of our school districts. Many of you got to be on these visits and visited your schools this summer, and they were amazing. So we were able to this summer travel 2,600 miles on our little bus across the state and visit 50 different school districts. We went into classrooms, we talked with teachers, had panels, groups where we got feedback, and I was beyond impressed with what I saw. I actually got to see these two gentlemen to my left. I was in both their districts, and I just want to do a quick highlight that what you have on your chairs, if you can look through at your leisure and see what your districts have done, it's incredible work, and I will say it's the strongest summer programming statewide that we've seen in the country. Week 1, we were in East Tennessee. You see, we even had Einstein visit us for one of the days, which was really fun. But what we saw were camps and folks taking it and making it their own. So literally turning their entire schools into campsites with tents and outdoor s'mores. We saw students doing robotics. They were doing literacy games. They were pushing in mathematics, small group sizes, targeted instruction, the kinds of things that we know will grow students and improve their overall performance and, frankly, their engagement in school. West Tennessee was in week 2. Again, we got to have some community groups coming together, giving feedback, talking about what worked, what didn't work, what they were excited about. And then in week 3, we were in Middle Tennessee. Same thing, lots of really, really good content. I will say a particular highlight here were some of the middle schools, and talking to middle school students who, one, were excited to be in summer school was pretty amazing to me. But second, one of the things that they really said was it was for the first time they felt empowered, engaged, and excited to be in school in that way because they were the superstars. They were the ones who could answer the questions first, and they were the ones who got called on. And so being able to have that level of empowerment for our young learners, especially as they're moving into high school, was really important. We also did some additional visits in July for those programs that were not open in June. It wasn't with the fancy bus, but we were able to get into some schools in June and see some of the great work there, and just want to make sure I highlight that. In terms of data, we had more than 120,000 students in the state of Tennessee participate in the summer programs over grades 1 through 8, over 120,000 students. That's over 20% of our 1st through 8th grade students who were able to take advantage of summer programming. From an attendance perspective, we were just over 96% attendance, which again is really strong. It reflects, frankly, a little bit more of a regular school year. It's also pretty unusual to have attendance that high in summer programs. Again, I think there's 2 reasons for that. The instruction and the engaging activities that were offered by our districts was phenomenal. And they also did really creative things, bringing community organizations and local businesses into schools and providing incentives. There were bike raffles I saw. There were little tickets and toys and all sorts of really fun things that they did. Students got very excited about it, and they were able to share that learning. So we had really incredible attendance. Very, very proud of the districts for being able to do that. In terms of a comparative nationally, we did a 50-state summary to see what happened in other states. We were one of the top 3 states in the country in terms of a broad statewide summer school rollout. We think we're number 1, but North Carolina hasn't released their data. So as soon as I get that, I'll let you know. I'm pretty competitive with any of our neighboring states. But we beat out Hawaii and Arizona, which also feels pretty good too. And again, that is because we had incredibly hard work from our districts who made sure that students and families knew about the opportunity. They had engaging activities and lessons, and they were really focused on academic achievement. In terms of that data, we did give a pre and a post test. We do have, I think, a lot of lessons learned about how to make those pre and post tests to kind of reduce assessment minutes and make sure that they are valuable touch points in terms of how our students are improving over the summer. What we saw, though, is, I think, really encouraging. In English language arts, we would expect to see less improvement because it's harder to grow in English language arts and literacy. It's slower to drop, harder to grow. But what we saw is our elementary school students improved by about 5.9 percentage points. That was overall. Over 7 percentage points for elementary and just under 1 percentage point in the middle school. In math, what we saw is that we had 11.66 percentage point increase in math for elementary and 6 percentage points in middle school. Importantly, though, when you look at economically disadvantaged students, they improved at the same rate as their non-economically disadvantaged peers. For those of you who have talked to school district officials, you know that's a really big deal because typically what we see is our economically disadvantaged students improve at a slightly slower rate. To see that improve at the same rate speaks to the quality of programming, frankly, the structure of the programming with those smaller class sizes and the ways in which we engage students. So really, really proud of that in terms of the work of our districts. From a budgetary perspective, as a reminder, you all were very generous and invested $116.8 million in summer programming and then added the $18.5 million for transportation. I want to put a marker on that transportation because it was really important for our districts because it allowed them to provide access to all of their students, especially for those students who might not have families who could drive to and from. If they were reliant on busing during the school year, having that transportation really improved and expanded access for more kids who really needed the programming. So it was an important thing that came up, I think, visit after visit throughout the summer. In terms of the actual investment, you'll see that we have about $72 million still pending. That is typical. Our districts are still closing their books, and that happens through the fall. And so while we expect all of the dollars to essentially be accounted for, they are still closing their books from last school year. So that's an in-process component. And then moving to our ESSER strategy and where we go from here in terms of federal investments. First and foremost, reminder, $4.5 billion in federal relief funding coming to Tennessee education. $3.58 billion of that flows directly to our LEAs. In general, we have year-over-year spending. So the first is going to be September 22nd for ESSER 1, September 23 for ESSER 2, and September 24 for ESSER 3 in terms of being able to spend down those funds, and that's with the extensions. In terms of the department, we are investing aligned to the data. So in academics, we're investing in literacy and Tennessee All-Core, and then certainly to support the standards component of the new math standards that will go into effect. For student readiness, it'll be Innovative High Schools. We did not expect so many of our districts to put in so many applications. We were able to fund just about a third of them, but incredible the way that folks are thinking about rethinking high school and where high school classes can take place, and ensuring we bring workforce and high school closer together in addition to our higher education partners. And then for educators, we continue want to expand the pipeline. We know we need excellent educators in front of every student every day, and we need to make sure that we have more folks who are coming into the profession who want to be teachers, and we're making it easier to become a teacher. And then briefly, ESSER 1 and 2, if you want to know the spend downs, we do report that monthly. That's part of the ESSER requirements from the federal government. So you can go on our site and it provides the reports. 77% of ESSER 1 has been spent. 21% of ESSER 2 has been spent. And you see an example report to the right on the slide, and it tells you every single district and then their spend downs or reimbursements related to each of their federal relief categories, ESSER 1, 2, and 3. So again, 77% of ESSER 1 and then 21% of ESSER 2 so far. A lot of plans. Our districts, based on the requirements attached to those billions of dollars, are a number of plans our districts have to submit. A needs assessment so that they have to publicly identify what's needed for investment, community engagement to ensure representative feedback from their communities, a health and safety plan related to what local school boards decide, and that is kind of the area where you would be able to go through each of those required elements and say what you were doing and not doing at the local level. Public ESSER plans, which is a publicly friendly presentation of how you are investing all of your ESSER dollars, and then after that, a spending plan. 5 plans, the department's reviewing over 700 plans and giving feedback on that and making sure it meets those federal requirements. But it's a big responsibility, and we want to make sure we account for every single dollar. In terms of plan status, you can see approved on the left and not approved on the right. We're in process of reviewing all of those plans across the state. Again, there's a pretty high bar in terms of what the requirements are to get to that approval status. The Department of Education at the federal level is still putting those rules and policies out. They have not yet finalized those rules and policies, so it's a little bit of a moving target for us, but we are certainly continuing to give feedback to districts and make sure we're moving those as quickly as we can while still meeting that very high bar for review. And then finally, the start of the 21-22 school year. I think when we look, there's a couple of different big bucket areas for us. The first is health guidance. So we are continuing to provide that guidance from the Tennessee Department of Health and local health departments. Those get posted on our website. We typically have on our Wednesday superintendent calls, we invite the Department of Health to provide feedback and or new information and answer superintendent questions as they come in. We are the Department of Education, and so the Department of Health is the most appropriate group to be able to provide health-based information. Local school boards are where those policy decisions are. I do want to just make sure to remind everybody as we talk about this, in statute, those policies rest in the local school board hands. We also have a number of other policies that get passed certainly through the General Assembly and the State Board of Education. We do have those weekly superintendent calls. We had them 3 times per week last year. We're down to 1 time per week based on some of the feedback we had from superintendents, and we'll continue to put the school reopening and resource toolkits. Those are on our website. For remote learning, as a reminder, the State Board of Education has 4 different rules. They had the continuous learning plan emergency rule and then the permanent rule. There's also the school health policy emergency rule and then the virtual education emergency rule. So all of those have some level of oversight related to remote learning and virtual education options. And so that's where, from a policy perspective, the State Board of Education rules and policies are what create that framework or dictate what is and is not allowed at this time. However, in response to, I think, the needs of school districts and some common sense flexibility for the start of a school year that frankly continues to be very challenging, we did implement the waiver process. What a waiver process does allow is for the commissioner to waive certain types of rules and policies. It does not allow the commissioner to create rules and policies. You can just waive policies. And so we have allowed for that level of flexibility for districts at the school and the classroom level. To date, we have received 33 waiver requests. We have approved 26 of them, partially approved 1, denied 2, and then there were 4 that didn't need a waiver because their local departments of health had already quarantined all of the students. So the response time has been, I think, pretty strong. We have on the weekends just under 3 hours as a response time. On weekdays, we are averaging just about an hour response time over the last 2 weeks. And so that's when someone submits a waiver, it comes directly to me personally. I'll review the waiver and we'll submit a template letter back to the district. And again, over the last 2 weeks, that response time has been, I think, 0.88 hours or something, but we monitor that pretty closely. And then finally, as part of the ESSER requirements, there is a district information dashboard. This is the same thing as last year with a bunch more requirements in order to get those ESSER funds. So first is it's still that optional self-report on COVID-19 case counts for students and staff. That is optional for districts. We're in the 80 to 85% range in terms of districts who are submitting that information. We also have to align to U.S. Department of Education requirements, and that includes the district-approved ESSER budget. So as soon as it's approved, you'll be able to see that pie chart of how districts are spending their funds, links to the approved ESSER plans, and then also enrollment and attendance information is required. And so I am happy to answer any questions that you all might have. And just again, wanted to say that when we think about summer programming, because I know that was the big agenda item, this was an incredible effort by our districts. It was not easy to do in the middle of last year. And I think if any of you were in classrooms, and I see a bunch of you who were, you know just how remarkable it was and how beneficial it was to students. So I personally want to say thank you for the investment you made in our schools. It mattered to families. So thank you for that. And I will defer to the chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. A lot of information there. I know so there'll be a lot of questions also, and I'm going to try to intersperse our school directors as we go, but we have a couple people wanted to start out with the questions. Representative Baum.
Thank you, Chairman White. It looks like the summer camps were successful. Do you have any way to take that information in order to alter or adjust the TCAP proficiency tests for the 2021 school year to kind of project what they would look like with these gains over the summer? I know that the sample who were engaged in the summer camps was a small portion, but is there any way to kind of project what you think the TCAP scores would look like with these summer gains added?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I would say the short answer is no. And part of that is because, one, I think the test was a lot shorter than the TCAP, so it didn't cover the full standards. I also think that this year, it's not a normal year. If we were starting and it was back to a normal year, we might have a different ability to do that. We know we're facing some challenges right now with the start of the year. That being said, when we look at the typical summer slide that we see in any other year, what we're seeing as a result of the summer programs is that we're not seeing that same slide. Students are maintaining and improving. So as a result, what I would say is that our students who participated are starting better off than they otherwise would have. I am expecting that will continue to see dividends in terms of the TCAP results this spring. I just wouldn't be able to give you a projection on that.
I understand that. Thank you.
You all.
And of course, it is good news that the students gained over the summer in these summer camps. Of course, it's also the case that the summer camps cost over $100 million. Now, a lot of that's federal money. But as we, as a state, think long-term into the future about whether this is something we might want to consider, yes, there were gains, did cost a lot of money. Do you have any way to gauge whether you think this money was spent in a cost-effective way, given looking at the gains that were made versus the amount spent?
Yeah, I do. So one, I think it absolutely is a strong investment, especially given the students who were targeted to participate. These are students who tend to be below grade level, who tend to struggle more in school. What we saw is that they were able to improve both in their academics, math and ELA, but also in terms of their confidence and engagement in school, which is hard to measure quantifiably, but will pay dividends year over year. From a budget perspective and a return on investment, it's about $960 per student in terms of the summer programming, and it matches essentially what a month of school would be. So it does match what we would see. It essentially extends the school year, and that more time we know is really important for those students who need it most. If I might, I'm happy to defer to the directors because I think they've got some great things that they might be able to talk about at the local level. But from the state perspective, it is a really cost-effective investment in terms of the return that we saw this summer in the first year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. If you bear with me, Mr. Chairman, I've got two questions, one on two different topics, but I want to start by saying I know a lot of us were able to join them in their visits to school this summer, and I just wanted to tell a quick story on what I got to witness at a school in our district. And I literally saw the commissioner step in on a kickball game, kick a kickball, and run the bases and inside the park home run, all in heels, with kids chasing her. So it was extremely impressive. I just wanted to throw that out there for y'all to know. First was on the ESSER 3 plans you mentioned. I know you said you got over 700 and I know y'all are working through them and you've got 3 of the 5. Do you have any ballpark? I've received some calls and some questions, the ballpark of a time frame on when you might get through those, when the department might get through those and what districts might be looking at there?
Yep. So really good question. And it's something that's front of mind for the department specifically. So I think what we are seeing is twofold. One is we are getting a pretty significant number of requirements that get added in regular intervals from the U.S. Department of Education, and we have to go back and check against that. We also know that from an audit perspective, we have met with state officials related to that in terms of the expectations about how we track every single dollar. And we have to also manage every dollar against the student group it supports and the outcomes. So part of what this process is going back and forth with districts. I will highlight that the biggest challenge that we have right now is the spending plan, which is essentially your just quantifiable budget, and the public plan about how you're spending all of those funds. Right now, they don't necessarily match because, again, we're talking about ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. So a lot of what's happening right now is a back and forth to ensure that we meet the federal requirement as well as the state requirement. I say all that as just some context in terms of where we are with reviews. For the most part, we are moving through. We expect to have a big batch approved in the next week or so. I'm expecting that everything will be approved within the next month because things are moving along. It's just we're still in that back and forth phase. I know it is frustrating for everybody, so I want to acknowledge that. And we are trying to work with districts about how to pull ESSER $2 and still be able to use that and do some coding in that way so that they can still move forward with their plans.
You recognize?
Thank you. I know that's a daunting task. I appreciate y'all's effort and work to get that done. And then my final question would be on the summer learning camps, which were, I felt extremely successful. But I just wanted to ask and I don't know, this may be more of a district level question on a case by case basis, but I guess it shouldn't be. But the students with IEPs and disabilities, how was that addressed? Were they given all the same services and everything during those summers and the same opportunities that we always see?
Yeah, we did. And I would say I'm going to, a specific example, I'll say in Bristol, that was one of the earlier districts that I visited. They met all of those same requirements that our districts did, but they also even opened up CDC classrooms and some specialized programs, which was not part of the requirement. But I think that's an example of districts that went above and beyond. I would also say that most of our districts dipped into their federal funds as well to ensure they could provide special education teachers and additional support so that students had that really comprehensive experience. I was really impressed with the way they didn't just meet the minimum successful. So yes, I did see that across the state.
Great. Thanks again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Hurt. I also witnessed the commissioner milk a goat while in rural Memphis.
I sure did.
I didn't try that. Let's go to Chairman Haskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Quick question. There was a lot of discussion in the committee last year, last session about whether or not we'd have enough teacher applicants, if we'd be able to, have the teachers there to do it. Was there any issues with finding teacher applicants? Was the response pretty strong? I just was wondering what your feedback was on that.
Yeah, so I certainly don't want to speak for each district. I will say as a whole, what we saw is that there were plenty of teachers who did sign up. I will say there are a couple of cases across the state where they did struggle a little bit more, but as a whole statewide, what I heard more of is that there oftentimes were more teachers in certain grade bands than they actually had spots available. So you saw folks splitting. So one teacher might do the first 3 weeks, another teacher might do the second 3 weeks. On the whole, though, I think we were concerned about that. We did not hear that same challenge for all of our districts as a whole. But I would see if you all had different experiences. I will say, I do want to say Director Dyer had a whole glow in the dark stream camp. So I do want to do a special shout out for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go to Representative Tim Hicks.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
What's the plan and what's the goal for the economic disadvantaged? And it seems like we're doing a pretty good job with our K through 3 education, but what about the middle schoolers that are still falling behind? What's the goal and the plan for that?
Yep. So I really appreciate that question, especially when we look at the achievement at the end of last school year for our economically disadvantaged students. It continues to be very concerning, especially when you look at 1 in 7 in ELA and 1 in 10 in math, right? So one of the things that we know has worked over time is that small group instruction and really targeted instruction and interventions both. I think we have a number of districts who will be doing high dosage tutoring or providing additional intervention support during the school day. That is a theme we are seeing running through all of the ESSER plans across the state that is really targeted at that group of students. So I think those are really smart investments to move and accelerate achievement. For middle school, I will say that I share that concern. I think middle school is already a really difficult grade band. You have students who are moving from elementary, which are small class sizes with one teacher, and then they're moving very quickly into very large class sizes and typically moving classroom to classroom. Developmentally, that is a very hard transition. And so one of the things that we have as a focus area is middle school math. But part of what that means is that we're really trying to figure out what makes sense for middle school. Our career and technical education folks, Jean and Deb at the department, are really focusing on pathways and building up from the middle school component, pathways that connect into the pathways they'll have in high school, making it more meaningful, trying to provide that connection into high school, and frankly, creating a place for middle schoolers to feel comfortable as they move from elementary. So a couple of things we're doing from the development side in school buildings, but then also connecting that to academics. Yes, sir.
Yeah, a couple more here. They want to go to our directors, and we'll put y'all's conversation in this. Representative Parkinson, you had a comment, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
What is the criteria for waiver approval for remote learning?
There is no criteria because we didn't want to limit districts. And so districts are able, we have had criteria that said, we don't have any bus drivers to folks who had 75% in quarantine. So we've kept that open to allow districts to make the case that makes the most sense for them at the local level, given the variety of district types we have in the state.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hakeem?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you.
You as well, sir.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
My first, comment or question deals with the health guidelines and plans. I think somewhat of what Representative Parkinson was talking about. I'm trying to be clear as to if we have remote learning or virtual learning, and under what conditions. You don't have to, if it's a whole list of them, you don't have to give me all of them, but just give me some clarity on that.
Sure. So there are several options right now. So one is there are virtual schools. Those are schools that are entirely virtual all year. You have to apply for those. We had 29 new and we have 57 total virtual schools in the state, most of which still have spots available. So we have that as a virtual option. The second is we have individual student quarantine and isolation. So that is by the health department. If that student needs to quarantine or isolate, then they are by state board rule and policy able to have virtual or remote instruction. Then the third option is related to the waiver. And that is because at this point, from a classroom or school level, if there is a waiver submitted and justification provided, then the commissioner may waive the state board rule and policy to provide short-term remote or virtual instruction as requested by the districts. That's only at the classroom and the school level. And then the fourth is the continuous learning plan, or the CLP, which is also in state board rule and policy. And that requires both an emergency order from the governor and then approval by the commissioner. So those are the four options. The last one is not currently in effect. I do have the waiver that, again, we've been using, and then certainly at the individual level or the virtual school enrollment.
All right. Thank you. One other question, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
You may follow up.
All right. When in our district, or Hamilton County, we've had some schools, I guess this is more clarity for me, some schools where the student population has been quarantined or impacted by COVID, at least 50%. How does, if at all, it impacts the dollars that come into our school system?
Great question. So if the student is, and in those cases, if they're quarantined or they're isolated, then they are receiving instruction at home. That could be, and I think Hamilton County is an exceptional example where remote instruction is still occurring. Some districts are doing packets, whatever that might look like, but the student is still engaged in coursework, then the student is considered present. But it's a special code that lets us know that they are present, not in person.
Thank you very much. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Bricken?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Swin, for being here.
I had him.
Sir?
Did you say Bricken or Griffey?
I'm sorry, Representative Bricken.
Oh, sorry. I said Griffey. Go ahead.
You're going to take my question.
I get back to you, Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, no, it's a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Can you help reconcile that 725 ESSER plans to the number of districts? It sounds like are those just really projects versus plans?
They're all plans. And so what you'll see is approved, not approved is 146 on that horizontal. And those are the number of districts that we'll be reviewing. And so there's 146 needs assessments that come in, 146 community engagement checklists that come in, 100, and so on and so forth.
So that mounts up to that 725.
Yes, sir.
And is this PowerPoint going to be distributed?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
thanks.
sir.
Representative Rutter. I'll come back to Representative Griffin. I'll go to Rutter.
Thank you for being here today.
Yes, ma'am.
I have had some calls from my district back to the ESSER funding.
Mhm.
So I want to ask you this question. When can we expect a full report on the release of all of the learning loss funds, including ESSER 2 to all the ESSER 3 to all of the districts? So all of the ESSER funds, when can we expect a full report on the funding process?
Yes, ma'am. So there's there's 3 different reports that'll come
Yes.
out. So first will be at the end of this month and every month thereafter. Per federal guidelines, there will be a report that's posted on our website, and we'll make sure that we have that sent directly to this committee in the General Assembly. And that essentially shows the status of approvals and spending. The second is that at the end of when our districts close their books, we'll be able to do something specific to summer programming and provide that finalized report, but we do have to wait for districts to fully close their books. And then third is we have intermittent reports for ESSER 1, then ESSER 2, and then ESSER 3 that we deliver to the U.S. Department of Education. We're happy to provide you a copy of that ongoing reporting as well.
Is there any guidelines as to when those reports have to be, what their guidelines are as far as their, the last day that they are supposed to submit those plans and that you're supposed to disperse the funds? As there's federal guidelines pertaining to that so that the districts know when their funds will be there, what the deadline is. Is there a deadline on dispersing the funds?
So the deadline for plans to be submitted was August 27th, right? So that is what our most recent report. We actually just sent a letter, I think today, saying saying that which plans have and have not been submitted. Then it is as quickly as possible. It's pretty generic language in terms of the federal guidance, in terms of when that gets approved, but it is when it's fully approved, meaning it's met all of the federal requirements to get to approval.
So
And
there's not a hard
It's- yes.
date as far as when they can expect each of ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3 to be funded.
ESSER 1 and 2 should be done. So we are right now focusing predominantly on ESSER 3. Now there's the reimbursements. So let's say $1 million, for lack of a better number. So $1 million is granted out to District A. As District A is then spending down, since we're a reimbursement state, we process those reimbursements as they are submitted. Those reimbursements have to be processed within 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. How about Representative Clements?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In these summer camps data that showed this positive, it looked like improvement.
Mhm.
What were the teacher-student ratios in those summer camps?
So great question. So it ranged across districts. So we were in a number of districts that had 1 to 3. They actually, many of our districts brought in paraprofessionals and had 1, 2, or 3 teachers in a classroom, and students rotate in groups of 3 or 4. Other districts had full sets of students, typically no more than 10 to 15. I rarely saw a classroom that was above 15.
So the highest ratio was 1 to 15? Is that fair?
Generally, I think there will probably be exceptions to that, but typically what we saw is just multiple teachers or paraprofessionals and then small groups, or somewhere in the neighborhood of 13 to 15 students. Yes, sir.
And so I saw the significant amount of funds that were spent on that. What was the funding breakdown per student that was spent?
Just about $966 per student.
And that's generally more than what we spend on students during the current school year?
It's the same.
The same.
Yes, sir.
But the teacher-student ratios are different.
Yes, sir. Many of our districts did supplement with their local ESSER funds for additional materials, incentives, supports, things like that.
Is it fair to attribute any of the success of those camps to that lower teacher-student ratio?
Yes, I think it is, especially given the students that were served, the students who qualified. We prioritized those students who were lower performing throughout the year. So that was one of the qualifications for eligibility.
Okay. And I saw the statement in here that I think the quote was, students learning in person were more likely to score on track or mastered. In MNPS, the students who were virtual all year last year actually scored higher on their TCAP scores pretty much across the board. What do you chalk that up to?
So Metro Nashville was virtual for a majority of the year, but they did go back into person. So there wasn't actually enough time. We also saw in that particular district case, 15%, just under 15% of students did not take the assessment for TCAP. When we look at the students who did not test, and I think actually their chief of data reported on this in one of their board meetings, the students who didn't test, and again, that's about 13% of percentage points worth of students, tended to be lower performing. So we actually don't have that full data picture for that particular district as we would for districts that were in the 95 to 99% participation rate. So I don't think I could comment on MNPS in particular, given that gap.
What was the average opt-out rate across the state?
We average was 95% participation rate. So we had 5 percentage points worth of kids that did not test. That is still within a traditional year's guidelines from the federal regulations.
And so some of the schools or students in MNPS had the option to stay virtual all year.
Yes, that's right.
And what percentage of those students tested?
We did not break down that data for every single district in terms of who opted to be in person for part of the year or who were virtual for part of the year. We did that in terms of what the predominant school setting was for districts throughout the year.
Are you aware if MNPS broke down that data?
I have not looked at their data.
So if they were to show that the students who stayed virtual all year actually scored higher across the board, do you have any reasons that would be the case, or do you any justification for that?
I do not. What we did is at the district level, and we did break down district by district level. We looked overall at school model type, and then by request, we had a request assembly member specific to see what the percentile growth or decline was by district. And so we do have that information for all of our school districts as that was requested. And so we certainly, that is probably for our perspective, the most accurate way to kind of do that comparison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so with regard to your issuance of waivers for schools or classrooms to go virtual, what are your guidelines? What are the variables that you look at to make that determination unilaterally?
So I think from my perspective, given that we have districts that have 200 students and then districts that have over 100,000 students, it's really important to provide that level of flexibility. So we have approved waivers in one case where we had the majority of students who were able to be in school, but there literally were not enough staff to keep students safe. So we had more than 50 or 60% of teachers and staff who were not able to be in the building, smaller districts who couldn't find substitutes. So that seems like a reasonable waiver. You have to have enough teachers and staff to keep kids safe. You might also see situations where you had, and we did have a district that had over 60% of their students who were absent, plus staff and teachers. In that case, it made reasonable sense that you didn't have enough teachers or students to be able to have school operational. So again, I think what's really important is that local districts can say, this is why we do not think we are able to have an operational school day, and we can provide those short-term waivers. Putting additional restrictions on that only limits districts' ability to submit for waivers. It also creates policy in a way that that's not what the waiver intention is supposed to be.
Well, I guess I'm getting at, you're the Commissioner of Education. You made it very clear you're not making health decisions, and you point towards the health department for that. But here we are, we got school systems. I mean, granted, because this body put limits on virtual schooling. I mean, do you feel comfortable making those decisions about what schools should be able to go virtual and which schools shouldn't? I mean, that is a directly health-related question. I understand you outline variables dealing with the size of the school system and so forth, but I mean, you're the Commissioner of Education. Do you think you should have that responsibility in making that decision unilaterally?
So I would just say, I'm not making health decisions. These are operations decisions. Health decisions related who's quarantined, isolated, and those health conditions that each individual person has. Those decisions are made by the health department. What districts are submitting to me, and I'm not allowed to do health waivers. That's actually one of the things the commissioner is prohibited from waiving. What I am waiving is the ability for a school district to have a classroom or a school be operational. So if I am in another example is there was a CDC classroom, that CDC teacher was not in place. I am not making a call on the health conditions of that school or classroom. I'm making a call that if we do not have the appropriate personnel to support students with significant disabilities, it is reasonable that that school would no longer be able to operate, agnostic of those health considerations.
And do you consider whether or not they operated the previous year virtually?
I consider whatever information the district chooses to provide. And some districts provide a significant amount of information. I think Hamilton County is a great example of that. We have other districts who submit a few bullets, and then we look at that information. I will say that for districts who submit waivers, I do follow up if I have any questions to make sure that we're able to clarify and get the information that the district needs to communicate. But I do think that is best made at the local level.
Okay, so earlier you referenced the TCAP scores. When you were evaluating those TCAP scores, excuse me, did you look at individual student data on in-person versus virtual statewide?
Can you clarify what you mean
performance?
by individual students? I didn't personally look at individual students, besides my own daughter.
Well, I mean, did you break it down versus the in-person versus virtual?
Yes, we did.
And what did that tell you?
It showed that in-person instruction did not decline as much as those students who were remote or virtual.
Elaborate on that for me.
So we did that again at the district level. There are some students who had parent choice virtual. So I think that's a different bucket of students. But when we looked at the overall mode of learning for districts or schools statewide throughout the course of the year, what we saw is that students or districts who had students who were predominantly in person tended to decline less than those districts who had students who were predominantly remote. But again, we had students who went back and forth throughout the year, which is why we had to do it. What was their predominant mode of learning throughout the year?
And were any determinations made as to the emotional well-being or the impact of ACEs and things like that on the TCAP scores as opposed to just not being in person?
Sure.
Some children faced ACEs for the first time. Some ACEs were exacerbated. Any variable, any number of things could have an impact on a child's testing, especially after a year like last year. Were those factors factored into the assessments? And this overall determination that in-person is better than virtual?
Yeah, so I mean, if you'll allow me, I want to make sure I break that apart a little bit. We do not change the TCAP to adjust for contextual scenarios. So the TCAP is that standard achievement test. Now, when we talk about the impact of COVID, especially for students who might have been virtual or remote all year, I think we, again, defer to some of the studies that have come out across the state and the country. We do look at that information. We talk to our districts and get that information directly. We do not quote unquote factor that into the TCAP results. We present the TCAP results as they're reported. And then we also say, and here is additional data that we have in our school systems. I would certainly say, based on what we are hearing from our teachers, our principals, our superintendents, and our school communities, is that there really are additional challenges that have resulted from the pandemic outside of just academics. And those are things that our districts are continuing to address, provide additional supports for. One of the things I'll point to is that our districts are spending quite a bit of their funding from ESSER on additional mental health supports, on behavioral interventionists and things that they need additional resources to support as students who might have been remote all year are coming back into school. And that's one of the recommended investments from the U.S. Department of Education.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman, by the way.
You do one more and then we move on. I'll come back to you.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm afraid we're looking at here is I'm afraid we're heading down a road of saying if A, then B. If virtual, then
I see what you're saying.
worsen test scores.
Yep.
And that's not necessarily the case. I mean, and so talk about contextualizing this or weighting these test scores given the entire situation, I think is something I would like to see and more thought provided to. And then the last thing I'll touch on is, I appreciate the competitiveness with other states. We're all competitive here, but we fund our students less than any other state in the country. We pay our teachers lower than any other state in the country. We have the second highest rate of average daily COVID cases nationwide in our school systems at one point this season. So I would like to see us be competitive across the board, not just in narrow little categories. So thank you for that. And I would ask for that. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I'll come back to you if you have more. Let's go to next on the list was Chairman Sapicki.
And I'm just going to be a brief rebuttal here to what we just heard. We just spent 3 hours, and hopefully you were watching what we just talked about with chronic absenteeism and our students being out of our schools and the trials and tribulations of what they experience when they're away from our schools, away from our teachers, away from our classrooms, away from the safe environments that we have in our schools. 3 hours of talking about that, and to sit here and be arguing that it's better for our kids to be away from our teachers, our principals, our schools, our superintendents, our coaches, and their other students is absurd. The data is the data. The school systems that stayed in class the most in the year had the least drop in education. It's not my data. It's the state's data. Is that an accurate statement, Commissioner?
Yes, what we saw is that those students who were in person did not drop as much and were more likely to see improvement.
So I would hope moving forward that we would focus on getting our students socially, emotionally, mentally back into the normal rigors of education as fast as we can. Instead of being up here making political statements, we're here to help our kids in the state of Tennessee become the best version of who they can be. Instead of bringing politics into something here in this committee where we should be talking about how we're going to get our educational system back to where it was and further advance it further in the state of Tennessee. And you know what? I want to lead the nation in education. I want the people who come to this state want to experience the best educational outcome for their kids. And if you don't want to compete, fine. There's other places to go live. But I'm here to compete to be the best to make sure our kids have the best opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's go to Chair Lady Weaver. And after you, Chair Lady Weaver, I got 3 more. Then I'm going to bring in our school directors and put them into this conversation because they're boots on the ground.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Well, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to understand a couple things, and I have a few questions. You had a slide on there with some math numbers, and that's the result of this question. With our math scores, I want to be assured, are we assured that the adopted curriculum being used that we are being used? Also, if supplemental curriculum was used, was it aligned to the Tennessee standards? And then as we are in a math adoption currently, I want to be absolutely sure that no curriculum or supplemental material is being used during the adoption cycle. I was a little nervous. There was a number on there about $36 million used for math support. So the state board policy currently prohibits pilots during adoption, and that includes supplemental materials from the department. So I want to make sure we're not getting off track and doing something that we have done before, that we don't do it again when it comes to math, selecting math adoptions or math curriculum. So are you going by that is my question?
Yes, so districts were able to select their own instructional materials for summer programming, and districts made those decisions. I think part of the legislation was also that the department was able to provide supports to districts in terms of the ESSER development, that $30 million or so, that is for, and we typically do this, it's for the standards implementation component. It is agnostic to the instructional materials that are being used, but the department is not running any pilots related to math instructional materials, and the department didn't run any pilots for ELA. I know there were pilots that existed, but those did not run through the Department of Education.
So just to be clear, no pilots are being done while we're going through a math adoption right now?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Swin, for being here.
Yes, sir.
A lot of data today, and so I apologize if you've covered this already, but I wondered if you could walk us through a little bit about the Tennessee All-Core component. And it looked like districts have to actually apply for that, submit a letter of intent to apply by August 14th. And then it looked like the funding component that the state is picking up about $700 per student, and then the district is required to pick up $800 per student. And if you could just walk us through, was there any consideration of the state being able to pick up a greater proportion of that so more districts could consider implementing that? And I understand that's a ongoing tutoring program throughout the year. So if you could just walk us through that, sure would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, sir. And thank you for that question. I'm glad to talk about it. So the Tennessee All-Core, it technically goes into effect in spring of 23 as a function of the retention, one of the pathways for students who are not on grade level by third grade in ELA, as you know. So what we wanted to do is to support the acceleration component between now and 2023 to give districts essentially a head start for those districts who wanted to do it. We wanted to do some matching funding. We are pretty encouraged. We extended that intent to apply a little bit longer, so it'll be this Friday because we keep having more districts who are signing up. We're very encouraged by the number of districts. We're actually over our budget on that, which in a good way. So we're going to move some more money to be able to help districts provide that level of support. But I do think that one of the things we'd like to be able to come back to the General Assembly on is after this year and then after next year, say this is how much money it took. This is what we think that investment will be, and these are our recommendations moving forward. In terms of that balance, in terms of the dollar amount, it was a lot lower. We had started in that $350 to $400 range. We got up to $700 to try to take as much of that cost away from districts as we could. So they were closer to $1,000, $1,100 to start, and this is what we were able to balance so that any district who wants to participate up until Friday at 5 o'clock, any district who wants to participate for those percent of kids, we will fund.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if a district, feels like, do they have to come up with funding for every single student in there, whether they're going to participate in the tutoring or not?
Yep. So for the next 2 years, or for the duration of ESSER, so it's technically 2.5 years, they're able to use that ESSER funding, and that would be the primary pool where we see most of our districts pulling those funds. So that $800 for most of our districts is coming as part of their federal relief. It also meets that ESSER 3.0 requirement. Districts have to spend 20% of their funds on learning loss. So if they use their ESSER 3.0 money for Tennessee All-Core, it does meet that federal requirement.
Okay, so if a district's got 3,000 students in it, and they do intend to apply and do it, the district's going to have to come up with $800 for every 3,000 student, even if the students don't need or want.
Okay. Yes, I see your question. Yes, sir. So no, districts can choose. So many of our districts are just doing 5% of their elementary students, and then they get to make that determination. We're trying to get to 15%. with due diligence.
And last question, this.
Yes, sir.
And you may have, the department may have other programs, but this is trying to target those kids that are not at reading level and comprehension level, and this is try to get them up to speed.
Yes, sir.
Well, I commend you on this, but I hope it's successful. So thank you. Look
Thank you.
forward to it.
I appreciate that, sir.
Okay, before I go to Director Weeks and Dyer, Resident Parkinson, do you have a comment you had your hand up a while ago? Okay, we'll come back to you. We have two of our superintendents, directors here, Director Danny Weeks of Dixon County and Dr. Russell Dyer of Cleveland City Schools. Mr. Weeks, you want to start out?
Be glad to. Thank you, Chairman White. Thank you, Chairman Moody, and other representatives for being here today. If I might share my presentation with you, I have a handout, if that's okay. While you're waiting for that document to come around, I would just echo several of the comments that I've heard today, and I would thank you for investing in our students, investing in the future of our state, and investing in public education. One of the things that was severely missed during the period of COVID was in-person learning. And our only ability to make up that, or one of our most direct abilities to do that, was through summer learning. And if you'll flip to page 2 on the document that I'm sending around, I tried to highlight it. I'll try to simplify my comments as much as possible. In terms of adding time to our students and our teachers' abilities to be together and to provide quality instruction, that could only have been done through summer learning camps. And though many of us have had summer programs throughout the history of my educational experience, this is the first time that we've done that statewide, and this is the first time that I believe we've had such success at doing that. And on page 2, the top slide, why do I believe that's so? And first of all, I believe that's because of the flexibility that we received from the Department of Education. There was no one size fits all. There's no one size fits all for all of our districts because we are different size, different community makeups, different student populations, and different backgrounds and needs in our states. And so the first flexibility that we were given was flexibility in our calendars. And some of our schools, because of various reasons, don't end until early June, and some carry on into June. We were given the flexibility to use the timelines that we needed in order to conduct our learning camps as needed, and I appreciate that flexibility. Secondly, with staffing, we had a discussion a few moments ago about the student-teacher ratios and adding special needs programs and special programming for other students. We were also given flexibility in the numbers of staff that we could hire, the qualifications and certifications of staff to provide supplemental services in our schools, and I believe that was very contributed to the success of our program. And then lastly, it allowed us to handle individual and unique situations. One of the questions was asked, did we have trouble finding staff that wanted to serve in summer programming? And yes, we did in Dixon County. We are blessed to have access to a lot of teachers and a number of teachers because of the Institutes of Higher Learning that serve our students. However, our teachers were very tired after last year, and it was a difficult year. And so asking them to come back in to teach another month, and quite frankly, at beginning teacher salary, they were not making the same salaries that they would make during a normal school year. So that was a difficult situation. However, I could find some people that might want to teach a week, and then maybe somebody could rotate another week. As Commissioner Swin said, we might have some people splitting grade levels and splitting terms, but again, the flexibility that we were given, and I think that contributed very much to our success. When I say success, certainly it's measurable, and the testing that we were able to do, and while those mini tests, pre-tests, post-tests did help us to show gains, I also look beyond that because, as you know, again, COVID placed a lot of stress upon administration, upon teachers, and certainly upon students and families. And so where did we experience other successes? And you'll see the first one said in partnerships. We had many people who were not able, in Dixon County, we closed our doors last year actually to outside guests. And so programs like 4-H, programs like DARE, programs that would come into the community, from the community to our schools normally, didn't have those opportunities. And through summer learning camps, you'll see some of the slides that are provided in your document on the next 2 or 3 pages. The top of page 3, for instance, 4-H came in and provided summer learning experiences for our 4th graders in Dixon County. So they constructed gardens, and they used those gardens to carry food home to their families and to sell plants and to just see that growth through there. At the bottom of page 3, you'll see that students in our county had the opportunity to explore musical instruments, and they had musical programming come in that they would not normally receive during school year. They used keyboards, they used guitars, they used drums and things of that. So partnerships with our community were very important, and they were strengthened during summertime. Yoga and other exercises. We partner with our YMCA to bring those programs into our school and make that a part of summer programming. You see other portions of horseback riding, other activities of students and parents gathering together in summer. And I think those are places that we can also show successes. When we ask our parents in Dixon County, would you come back to summer school next year? And again, we tag this as summer learning camp. And, sometimes there's a difference in presenting it as a camp versus summer school. But 77% of our parents said that they would bring their students back to summer learning programs for the summer. And again, I think that's an amazing opportunity. We did provide several attendance incentives on a weekly basis, and certainly those culminated, and you see the top of page 5 there. We gave away several bicycles. We had several food programs and things like that were giving them out. Another reason why we were successful, bottom of page 5, I have 2 buses there. One of those is transportation. We would not have been as successful had we not had transportation. I realize that $18 million that you added to the end of your budget cycle, we could not have been successful. Parents often do not have the resources to bring their students to and from school. And had we not had those dollars, we certainly would not have had the attendance that we did. The next bus that you see that's painted and shined up a little bit is our food bus. We had an opportunity from the federal government, and again, through use of ESSER funds and other programs, to provide lunch and breakfast for all of our students that were at summer programming, summer learning camp. So again, I appreciate the comments about bringing students into the schoolhouse and taking care of them in school, in person, with professionals that can take care of them and provide those learning opportunities for them, but also to care for those social and emotional needs that they have. Last thing on the back page, I would just, if I had my perfect world, what would I do? What would I ask of you? That we maintain that flexibility. There is no one size fits all. There are holidays, there are programs, there are community events, there are things like that. Do we go 4 days a week, to go 5 days a week, to go 6 hours a day, to go 4 hours a day? The commissioner has given us those opportunities, and I would ask that we continue to have those as it's provided. Transportation, I talked about that. We must have transportation as a part of that because families just simply cannot bring their students to and from school if they don't. And then compensation for staff, I mentioned that earlier. Our staff, I think our grants provided $1,000 per teacher for a week. If you equate that to a 36-week school year, that's 36 plus some professional development time. So that's $40,000 equated down to a weekly or monthly salary. Again, that's beginning teacher salary. So that doesn't take into consideration any funding that we in our district did. We chose to compensate teachers at a higher rate than what the state provided. And again, those are using local dollars to supplement this, using ESSER funding to do that. And again, I would just ask that we look at that. My information's at the bottom of the page. I'd be glad to answer any questions. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to be heard today. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you very much. Before I recognize committee members, let's go on into Dr. Russell Dyer. Let's hear your comments, and then we'll address any questions at that point.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for having me today. We had fun this summer. This summer was a busy summer, but we had fun, and the students had fun. And a big part of that was our just absolute rock star teachers and site coordinators who were there on site, making sure that learning was taking place and being interactive and very active along the way. I think that was a key to summer learning, truly making it, as Dr. Weeks said, a camp experience, not a school over the summer type of experience, if that makes sense. If you go, and I have to do this, don't I? The first slide kind of shows some of our beginnings of fun. Of course, the commissioner's road trip there. We have the bus and our school board. I can't say enough about our school board and their support of all of our efforts that we're doing, but also some of the activities that were taking place. This summer, we had full camps. I'll talk about that in just a second. 95% of our attendees were priority students. These are students that absolutely had the greatest amount of needs in our district, and 95% of those students are not 95% of our camp participants were priority students that needed that extra time of learning that we snuck in the middle of the fun that they were having over the summer. So I want to start off by saying, really thank you to the General Assembly. Thank you to Governor Lee. Thank you to Tennessee Department of Education for allowing us, as Dr. Weeks said, the funds to make these camps come to life, but also the flexibility to make it local, to make it ours. So we could have ownership of that program that was happening at our elementary schools, our middle school, to really make it fun, exciting, and a measurable thing that we could look at and hopefully can continue to do down the road. So starting with our camp experiences, we had Camp Raider. That was what we called our elementary school experiences, Camp Raider. We are the Blue Raiders, and Camp Raider is how we went with that for elementary. We had 3 elementary sites at 3 of our elementary schools. These were 6-week programs focused on reading, math, and STEAM. We had over 300 students participated K through 4 in that, and over 100 staff members that worked the camp. We also provided nurses, transportation, meals, the kind of things that Dr. Weeks was talking about, so I won't go back over those. At the middle school, we had what we call our 4 Cs camp. I'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. It was located at Cleveland Middle School. It's a 4-week program that focused on reading, math, and STEAM. And we had over 150 students in grades 5 through 7 that participated and had a great time. Now, we've been doing our 4 Cs camp at the middle school for several years now. This was not the first time we've had an experience at middle school. We've had local funders that have really helped with that in the past, whether it be the United Way or the Bradley Cleveland Public Education Foundation, other funders, but we've been able to do that for a while. We have 39 staff members involved. And of course, credit recovery at the high school for students that for whatever reason needed some credit hours put in so they can continue to the next grade. Our budget overall was, of course, state funded, $867,181.49, plus some partnership support to allow us to do some extra things on top of what the state funds were providing. You can break that down and look at what was state funded, and also through our ESSER dollars. But we, again, certainly appreciate the opportunity to have these camps, and the state funding went a long way toward providing the opportunities we needed for our students this summer. And it really made a difference, and I'll talk more about that as we go. Just a sample elementary camp schedule to show you a little bit of what we were able to do that day. We started our day at 8:15 in the morning with student arrival. Of course, breakfast was involved in that. We want to make sure we provided breakfast and lunch for students that were there for the day. We had our English and language arts block. We had a STEAM and PE block put together there, lunch. Then we had our math time, physical activity time. It is summertime, so you want students to experience not just English and math, but also getting up, being active, and having fun along the way too. Our M class was our intervention class for reading intervention, and we dismissed at 3:15 for our elementary schools. Just a few little highlights dealing with some of our own benchmarks and scores that we saw. You can see that this is rising 5th grade ELA pre and post scores that we had for on the left side. This is rising 5th grade. The blue is the pre-test. The green is the post-test. So you can see there was measurable growth as far as that goes from beginning to the end. And the same thing, we just picked up one of our subgroups here. This is our rising 5th grade ELA pre and post Black African American group. And again, you saw pre-test versus post-test. There was measurable growth in that area as well. Same thing in math. If you look at the math, our rising 5th grade math pre and post test, the blue was pre, green is post, so you can see overall growth. And the same thing is true there for our Black and African American growth in that same area. The middle school, this is our middle school camp schedule and kind of what it looked like here for our students. 8:15, we had our morning motivation and breakfast. Again, breakfast and lunch provided. Then we went into block 1, 2, and 3, switched to block 4, lunch, block 4, block 5. So full day of fun. We had 6 hours. I think it was instead of the required 4 hours that was there. Students were very engaged, very active. The commissioner was able to come and take place, and we're going to talk more about that, I think, in just a few minutes. But we had one of our activities when she was there and just happened to follow that day was glow in the dark STEM day. And in the auditorium, the lights were off, glow sticks were rolling, and we had a great time doing a full day of STEM activities. Just had a blast doing that. The students had a great time. Teachers had a great time. Our board members and the commissioner had a great time. So one thing that was really a lot of fun to do. This is, as I mentioned, the 4th year of the 4 C's camp at the middle school. The 4 C's stand for community, college, career, and citizenship. So through the summer camp experience, we provide more than what they get during the summertime and really try to delve into these other topics as well to really get the students prepared from where they came in to where they will go out. And this, again, has been going on for 4 years. We're very lucky to have that and get the support we've been getting from local organizations, but this year from the state. And again, some just quick data highlights here. Rising 6th grade math pre and post summer test. You can see, again, measurable growth in that area. And again, in one subgroup, the Black African American group, we also saw growth due to the learning that took place. As you look at the rising 7th grade highlights, same thing took place there. Rising 7th grade ELA pre and post. You can see a growth there, as well as the rising 7th grade math pre and post score. So very proud of what the students were doing. And again, it's due to our dedicated teachers, our site coordinators, and other folks that are really making things happen. Same thing in 8th grade. More growth that was really noticeable there in both 8th grade math pre and post and in the subgroup of African American pre and post summer testing that took place to make sure that we're doing what we need to do in our classroom experiences. Do have a video, and I'm not sure what button I might get pressed to get this going. Okay, all right. Well, I'm not sure the video is going to work or not. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we'll see how this goes. We'll see if this happens. Well, I can just tell you. This is Kristen Early. She's our instructional facilitator at one of our elementary schools, Blythe Bower Elementary School. And what she was going to talk about is the summer experiences they had there. And just great time, a great experience. You saw the results that were happening, but just a great experience that she was able to share. If we go to the next screen, I'll just tell you this as well. One of the things we were able to do at the middle school was bring in Shay Askew, who was author of What the Fire Ignited. He visited the camp, gave a motivational speech to the campers, and then teachers used his book to teach standards through close reads. So having the opportunity for an author to come in fact, there was a discussion taking place in one of the classrooms about the book, and then the author comes walking into the room and says, well, let me just tell you what happened. So just a great experience, again, that you may not be able to do during the regular school year, but using some of the time we had over the summer to bring in someone special to have that time interacting with the kids in the classroom experience was a lot of fun. And the kids really got a kick out of that. That's something we really enjoyed. Again, the math and STEM activities, I've kind of talked about this a little bit as we've gone. That was a huge part of what we did. This is the middle school specifically here that you're seeing. You can see the blackout date there, or activities at the bottom. Again, the kids having fun. That was, again, the key to this activity, getting kids engaged, making them have fun, and then slip that learning in on them as we go. That was a key to this, and I think that's a key to what we do anyway most of the time. We did have ESL and reading activities as well. Cleveland City Schools is more diverse than most people might think. We are 26% Hispanic, about 14% African American, about 53% Caucasian. We have a large Hispanic population there, a large ESL population in our school district. So it's really important for us to get them tied into the summer learning as well, to make sure they feel part of the process and had a great time and learned what they need to learn to be interactive with the students when they come back and their teachers. We had a lot of fun. The students that you see doing a play here, they did a reading play. Those are some of the students that normally during a school year may not step out and do something like this. But in a small group environment, they were all school year in a big class environment where there's 30 kids in that classroom. I'm not sure they would do that. But in the class of 15 or 16 kids, really felt comfortable to do that, which, pushed them out of their comfort zone and into a higher state of learning as well. Again, another video that I don't think will probably play. Well, it doesn't even show, does it? We'll try and see what we get here. Well, this was going to be the fun one for you, and I'll just kind of walk you through this one. We had a young man at the Blythe Bower camp that during the camp, it was his birthday, and some of our academic crew happened to be at the school and going through and talking to students, talking to teachers, talking to faculty, whatever the case may be. And the young man came up and was just happy as could be, and basically told our staff, "Today I learned how to read." And at the camp, he's a little guy, I think third grade, somewhere in there maybe. He had a breakthrough experience over the summer. You know, during the large classes of the regular school year, again, maybe he's not able to have the experience that he can have at a small group experience like he had this summer, but he was ecstatic. It was his birthday, and that day he knew what he was reading, and he was able to decode and actually explain what was on the page and everything else. It was a huge experience for him. So we do have a video that maybe I can send to you later that he is with a teacher kind of explaining that, and the teacher's kind of helping him explain that too. He was a little shy on the video, but it's a neat experience that we had this summer that really brought it home for us for what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish. So that's what I have to share with you today. We really appreciate the experience. We had a great summer along with Dr. Weeks, and I know a lot of other school districts across the state. And thank you for your leadership in this, to the governor, Commissioner Schwinn, and TDOE. We had a great experience this summer.
Well, thank you so very much. It's so great to hear such positive news. We know with all the challenges we have, and this really proved one point to me. We came into session last January. We knew we were addressing learning loss, took those 3 bills, piece of legislation, passed those, and allowed the districts to have time to get ready for it. And then we had a very successful summer, and it proved positive for our children across state. So this is nice to have some really great news, Commissioner. Thank you so very much. Got a couple people want to ask a question. I had Representative Sapicki at the top of the list, then Gillespie, then Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let's start with the literacy bill that we passed.
Yes, sir.
You know, we brought in phonics education here to our ELA and our early education. Do you feel confident moving forward in this academic year? Not only will our TCAPs, as we get ready to test at the end of the school year, but our benchmarks throughout the year, are they going to align to the new literacy standards in phonics to make sure we're going to be able to see the information we need to see?
Yes, sir. So I think to the point about flexibility, I think the fact that districts are able to select the universal reading screener that makes the most sense at the local level, will be able to report on that publicly and then align resource use to that. So we are very encouraged about the ability to accelerate quickly.
And the universal screener is still provided free to the districts if they choose to use it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also on the summer learning camps, are you going to have a debrief with the superintendents of talking about best practices as we move forward to next year, things that may not have worked as well? We kind of streamline our takeout, and the things that worked really well, we kind of put in. Is there going to be some kind of a debrief with the superintendents on that?
Yes, sir. So we have the Bright Spots guide that's more for public consumption. We also will have a best practices guide where we're sharing those best practices, and then we will present some recommendations based on additional feedback. We've collected quite a bit on the bus tour, but we'll have additional feedback specific that might we would recommend to y'all around legislation.
Thank you. And then on the educational prep programs, right now there's almost 7,000 teachers that are eligible for retirement right now in the state of Tennessee, which would be catastrophic to our learning right now. Are you working, and are we working forward with our higher ed to create a bigger pipeline for our superintendents to be able to choose from?
Yes, sir. So Strategic Priority 3 Educators is now almost exclusively focused on Grow Your Own. We've expanded from 1 partnership, in year 1. We're in year 3, and now we have over 65 partnerships. You all, I also want to just commend, there was legislation that was passed, 2 bills in particular, that allowed for easier transfer from other states into Tennessee. That's going to make a big difference, frankly, and very quickly. I would also say that we are going to continue to recommend adjustments in terms of some of the barrier removals to becoming a teacher.
When we got into ESSER, there's a certain percentage that the Department of Education was allowed to hold back for their own use.
Yes, sir.
With the new year coming up in academics, do you feel comfortable that you have enough in reserve that if we come up with something that's innovative, we'll be able to fund it at the state level?
So it's a great question. So one of the requirements under federal law is that we actually have to have every dollar. This is different than districts. Unfortunately, we have to have every dollar spoken for either through a grant, contract, or disbursement within 12 months. So that date, the date for ESSER 1 has already passed. So all of those funds had to be spoken for already. ESSER 2 actually will hit right before legislative session, and ESSER 3 will actually end, depending on when y'all end, will end before you all close out. So that will be one of the challenges from a timeline perspective.
Speaking on finances, the BEP, we passed a bill on hold harmless. Based off of attendance, we stated very clearly that the attendance records for this year moving forward would be able to fund for next year. Are you seeing any issues with LEAs across the state and attendance numbers? If you don't have the data, you can get it back to us. But do you see any issues with the BEP and attendance numbers for our local LEAs? Are they going to have issues with funding next year about students that left that did not come back?
So I would like to be able to get you back those official numbers. I will say anecdotally, we do have some districts across the state that, because of the continuing and ongoing concerns with the pandemic, are facing some enrollment challenges.
One information I'd like to have broken out of the TCAP scores.
Yes, sir.
If you could break out the Achievement School District by itself, which is most of our charter schools and the 3 schools that we run, could you show us the differences like you showed us this year across the state? Could you break out the charter schools and the ASD to show us the differences those are, the drops that they had?
Yes, sir.
And then the last question I have, Mr. Chairman. One of the big things going forward right now is the AMO, the Annual Measurable Objectives. Can you comment on that right now about what the department believes, how we should move forward?
I can. So one of the things is we just had a conversation with superintendents yesterday. It's called the Superintendent Study Council, representatives from each of the 8 core regions to give feedback on the AMOs. I'm going to just very briefly explain the challenge right now for those who haven't heard of this. Part of what happened in special session is that we cannot use the spring 21 data for letter grades, period. AMOs right now in our accountability protocol contribute to letter grades. And so one of the things that we are currently working with superintendents on is figuring out the most appropriate way to set AMOs, or those annual measurable objectives, or the goals that districts need to meet in order to both accurately, realistically, and ambitiously set targets. And so since we cannot use at this time spring of 21, we want to continue to work with districts to find a good solution. We have a number of options on the table. I think we thought we have another one that from that discussion popped up. One of the things that I do want to make sure I definitively communicate and that I committed to communicating is that after the conference, we had a superintendent conference last week. After that conference, I believe it was unanimous. The superintendents would like for additional consideration to be able to use the spring of 21 as that benchmark. As a reminder, we set 8-year targets. Those reset every year. I do want to make sure that I provide that is something that I think was pretty definitively communicated in our meeting with them yesterday. And I do feel it's my responsibility to make sure you all know that that's something that currently is not legally allowed, but a conversation that I would recommend that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's go to Representative Gillespie. You're good. Okay, let's go now to Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the first part of my question might be for the department, and the second part for the directors, and the first part, just for clarity. On the summer learning camps, as of 2023, they are just for what grades?
Thank you for asking that, because I forgot to say it during the presentation. So starting in summer 23, it's for 4th through 8th grade. Based on the feedback we received from districts across the state, as well as the data, I would say that something I would recommend for us to have a conversation about is whether we would like to shift those grades, still serve the same number of grades, but focus on elementary, or consider the full 1st through 8th. But that is feedback we heard directly.
Thank you, which was bringing me to my next question on their thoughts of bringing in, working with the discussion from our level of the K through 3 being involved.
Yeah, summer camps, obviously, I very much approve of those. I think we had a great experience this summer. I would love to see that to continue. From my perspective, I think looking at that 1 through 8 grade span would be my prerogative. That's something that we have been doing and would love to continue to do with the funding that's available currently, I'd love to see that continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Clemens?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of follow-ups. So, Dr. Weeks, thank you for being here. It's great to see you again. Dr. Dyer, you as well. Appreciate y'all coming up here, and I'm sorry about the traffic you're going to hit on the way home. We're working on it. First of all, contrary to a colleague's suggestion or a lack of understanding about why I ask questions, those of us who actually have kids in school, in public schools, understand and appreciate in-class learning and the values of that. It's the simply most effective and most equitable learning environment for our children. I think we all agree on that. I don't think there's any dispute. So your county's been back in person most of the school year. You know, one of my big concerns is, or all of our concerns, I think, is it's been a tough 18 months. And, you know, we're looking at some children suffering ACEs, some children, you know, didn't get the education they needed, one reason or another. Are you seeing gains among those children this school year? Are you hearing from the teachers that they are making progress, that we're making up ground thus far? Just, I don't know, maybe it's even just anecdotally, but you know, I'm concerned that we fund school K through 12. I'm concerned we got an entire group of children here that are going to require that 14th year. I mean, so are you seeing any ground being made up here this year, or a potential to make that up over the coming years, just based on what you're hearing from your schools, your principals, teachers?
Thank you for the question. We have given our first benchmark assessment just last week. So we will be getting those data and processing those data from a testing perspective. I would like to stress you use the plural years. This is something, and we often refer to last year as the COVID year, but I'd like to remind everybody, we are still in the COVID year. There's still COVID, there's still disruption, there's still quarantines, there are things going on, you know, with this variant particularly. So it is still a year that's being disruptive. So I appreciate the understanding that it is going to take more than 1 year to recover. We are using the term accelerate because it is an attempt to take those students who have dropped, as we expected them to, get them back to where they were, but then to accelerate them on. And I think the challenges of our teachers are to use all of those, and essentially we're trying to provide the best services when students are in school. And again, I appreciate your comment about students needing to be in school. So yes, we are, rather than looking for reasons to be out of school, we're looking to maximize the time while students are in school and to provide the best quality of instruction while they are there, and to also meet the needs of those students who need to be at home quarantined through the 4 avenues that the commissioner outlined for us. So yes, we know that being in school is the best place for our students, and I guess that's the...
Well, just follow up, and Dr. Dyer, please feel free to jump in. Are you seeing or hearing about progress? Are you seeing that accelerated benefit this year thus far, that we're making up ground, or are you?
Especially in the summer, we thought, as everyone else did, we thought schools would return as normal, and now they have not. So anecdotally, yes, I think they are. In terms of true data, again, we've just given our first benchmark assessment last week, so it's going to be hard to quantify that at this point in time.
Same.
And I would second that. We're in the middle now of the benchmark and getting the data back and be able to decipher through that. We have met with our principals. Our academic team has gone through and looked at data points and had those meetings with all the school principals and instructional teams for the last week and a half or so. So we are taking that data that we have and making, I think, smart decisions, the best decisions we can. So anecdotally, yes, I think we are seeing growth. We have our students back in our buildings, and last year we were in session for most of the year. Right around Christmas, we had to go remote because the numbers just got a little out of hand with COVID. But for the majority of the year, we were in person. But if I go back to my summer learning experiences that I shared a minute ago, with the benchmarks that we saw and the growth that we saw from the pre and the post, that gives me hope for this year that what we're going to see is continued growth throughout the year. The teachers are doing a wonderful job. Our instructional facilitators, our principals, I can't say enough good things about what our administrative teams are doing, and just everybody working so incredibly hard, focused on our students and their growth. And, with that concerted effort going on, I can't help but think we're going to see the kind of growth we want to see this year.
And Mr. Chairman, one more.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, and I second, thank God for our teachers and our parapros and the people in the school doing the work. So I second that. But Commissioner, I have a question about the Best for All program and ESSER funds.
Mhm.
Can you explain what the Best for All program is, how it relates to ESSER funds? I've got some concerns about future grants being tied to districts' willingness to buy in to that program, or is that a requirement for grant funds? How does that work?
Yep. So Best for All districts are districts that participate in high dosage tutoring and spend only 50% or half of their ESSER 3 amount on academics, meaning all of ESSER 1, all of ESSER 2, and half of ESSER 3 could be spent on anything else. So it's half of their ESSER 3 allotment on academics in school systems. If those two things are true, we're giving high dosage tutoring to those students who need it. And again, that's like a 5% minimum startup up to 15% of students in those elementary grade bands and half of your ESSER 3 amount on academics. It does open up a lot of additional supports and opportunities. It is absolutely to incentivize investment in academics so that we can recover academic supports and the things that support academics in our school systems. It is not going to be tied to every single grant, but there are some additional redistribution of funds, access to additional resources. And again, that is because if districts are investing in academics on the front end, we want to ensure that we are continuing to support, provide, and incentivize that investment in kids.
One follow-up, if I may, Mr.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So let me see if I've summarized this correctly. So the state is going to essentially control how the local districts spend their ESSER 3 funds. If they buy into that.
No, districts have complete autonomy about the choices they make.
Well, okay, but only if they agree to spend 50% of their ESSER 3 funds into those state-approved programs
Not a program's academics.
or academics, will they qualify for future grants potentially?
Potentially for future grants unnamed and additional resources. What I would say is that I think it is the responsibility for education systems to fund and support academic achievement for students. I do not think it is unreasonable to spend half of your ESSER funds from one of the 3 pots on academics. What our districts can qualify that could be additional teachers, paraprofessionals, tutoring, after school programs, summer school programs, interventionists, and additional supports. It is not limited to just state programs. Those are district level decisions. We just want to provide as much incentive as possible that half of ESSER 3, which is one of 3 pots, goes towards academic achievement acceleration for kids as a result of the challenges this year and last year from the pandemic.
So when you say academics, that is the state is dictating what is covered under that, or explain, they have full discretion as long as it falls under a category that they consider to be academic related. They can spend it however they want, and then they automatically qualify for this funding and future grants.
I believe, and I don't have the exact wording, I can get you that exact wording, but it's that reasonably would advance academic achievement. We aren't prescriptive in saying it's only these 10 programs. There are lots of different things our districts are doing. I think you have 2 exceptional superintendents who are demonstrating strong investments. We have some districts who said, you know what, we saw a lot of declines in students with disabilities, English learners, and economically disadvantaged students. We're going to hire additional interventionists, maybe behavior interventionists, school psychologists, et cetera, that we believe with those supports will boost student achievement. But it is saying that we would like to see half of the funds spent to move student achievement forward academically. The other half can go to all sorts of things. And we can give examples of lots of things that districts are investing in outside of academics.
So, but there's no exception for, let's say a district is already investing heavily in academics and they need these funds to be used elsewhere. And are you not taking any of that into account? So if a district is,
Yeah, we are. So it's 50% of the value of ESSER 3.0. It doesn't have to be coded to ESSER 3. So if you get $1 million in ESSER 3, then the district has to show that somewhere over all of their federal relief funding, they spent $500,000 on academics.
Even if they're already filling that need with their normal funds and they need that ESSER 3 for something else or want to use it for somewhere else, the state isn't allowing any discretion there?
Based on academic achievement trends, I believe that every single district in the state does warrant some additional focus on academics.
Oh, I fully agree that
Yeah.
more investment needs to be made in our schools. I mean, you're not going to get any dispute here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all for all that you do for our students. My question is going to be directed at Dr. Dyer. As you know, you have a really fascinating program, and in terms of data, I think there's a lot that we can pull from that. And that it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're in year 4 of a program that was only funded by the state 1 year, but it's kind of the same program academically. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to be sure on that.
That's correct.
And plus, I mean, you have an extremely diverse district, as you pointed out. So my question is, well, there's a couple. One is the gains that you saw in the communities. Was that just for this year, or have there been gains over the previous 3 years that it was privately funded?
Yeah. Over the other years, we did not do benchmark testing during the summer programming that was available. This year we did because that it was a requirement, and that's something that does show the growth that took place there. So I can't go back and say the other years that we've done that, we've gone through and benchmark tested those kids throughout that program. So I don't have that data readily available, but it will be interesting to see when we have the data from this year and then we do the same kind of data assessments next year, how these all play together in the future. But the middle school program we have is very well accepted in the community, and or otherwise community organizations would not have stepped up to fund that. And it does make a huge impact, even though we don't have those measurable results necessarily that I can show you right here. I can tell you just from anecdotal evidence and from talking to teachers, educators in the buildings, having those students come and spend time at school during the summer, having those fun learning experiences absolutely made a difference when they came back in the fall.
Okay. Thank you for that. And
Yes, sir.
and also, in terms of you're attracting students, and this may be one for you too, Commissioner. And looking at that target audience, when we looked in, March and April, we're like, wow, we're really going to have a summer program that's going to hit these types of students. Were you successful, you think, in advertising and getting the number of students that you knew were going to need help in terms of that overall number of students that participated?
From Cleveland City Schools, it took time. The numbers for registration started small, and then we had to really ramp up the communication strategy to really go after those priority students and their families to help them understand what we're doing. But really, even when Camp Begin, the numbers weren't exactly 150. But when the students started talking about how much fun they were having, that's your best way to communicate and grow a program. If the students buy in and they tell their friends, and their friends start calling and say, is it too late to register? That's when you know you have something positive that's happening. And that's exactly what happened in that middle school program. It started off small, and all of a sudden it got up to 150 students, which, we want to grow it even larger, but we thought that was a success story for this year.
Okay, and then could I ask you, Commissioner, in terms of overall how we did in terms of getting those priority students, tails in the seats, participating in the summer program?
So we did very well. We, in terms of the budget that was specifically devoted to economically disadvantaged students, we did expend those. It looks like we're projected to expend those full funds. And I think what you saw in the data here in terms of attendance and enrollment, we did see that we had a strong percentage, frankly, a little bit higher than our state average in terms of economically disadvantaged participation. In terms of those students based on their proficiency category or their performance category in the TCAP, those prioritized groups of students, we also saw that was the vast majority of students who participated this summer. So in both of those target groups, based on the legislation, I think we exceeded what our expectations were. And that is not the credit to the Department of Education. That is 100% the boots on the grounds from districts and the way they engage their community. So I want to just commend their work. And I'm not sure if Director Weeks, I know you had some specific things that you did as well.
again, it was very intentional and very invitational. And so, in some cases, parents saw it as an opportunity for, summer daycare and an opportunity for their students to stay engaged. But again, there were a lot of those parents that we started inviting during spring parent-teacher conference times. And so having a face-to-face conversation with a parent and explaining to them the nature and the need to be in summer camps. At the time that we first started having those conversations, again, I'm going to go back to touch on the transportation issue again, because that was a key turning point to when we say we will run bus service by your house and pick your students up and bring them to school. That really turned the key for a lot of our families.
We have a couple more, Chair Lady Weaver, and then Chairman Cochran.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just have one last question I wanted to ask. Do you agree that would you agree that we should replace the Praxis test with our own content knowledge test, similar to what Massachusetts did for their teachers?
So that's a really good question. I would want to have a broader conversation about what the options are. I know Massachusetts did that. Texas also did that recently. Some states are doing that for some of their tests and not all. I think what's really important is that we set a bar in terms of what it means to be a teacher in the state of Tennessee. We can have, I think, a really important conversation on what that bar is, and that we provide the appropriate course content, professional development, and supports for our future and current educators to meet those bars. In terms of what an additional assessment might be, I think there's lots of good conversation we can have on what that development administration would be. I will say for the reading tests from the legislation that was just passed, we are in the middle of that kind of development and those conversations. I think that is going to be a good first example of what it means for us as a state to develop and or have something in place that is Tennessee specific. So I think that'll be a good indicator of potential conversations in the future.
Thank you. And then I just want to make a further comment and I'll be done. I appreciate you being here, gentlemen, to talk about the summer school camp, however you want to title it. I spent some time in my schools this summer on my own with some of the kids, and it seemed most of the kids were very engaged. I'm thinking that after a first year, that next year you won't have a problem getting kids to come into summer school. You won't have to go out and recruit. I think they'll be signing up, ready to go. As long as we show that we have mastered the subject, not so much the growth per se. How do you register that growth? To me, a kid just needs to either, like the young gentleman, he learned to read. That was pretty monumental. And that's what we're trying to achieve. I know the committee members all here would agree with that. That's the end goal, to get our kids to be able to have those fundamental reading, writing, and arithmetic. And so I appreciate you being here and sharing your success stories. Have a great day. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. And Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, just one thing I wanted to touch on. Actually, it's Chairman Sapicki mentioned it earlier about the annual measurable objectives. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I get that acronym wrong. As we are looking at that now, and then as we're looking at it further when hopefully we're kind of removed from this pandemic environment in later years, I think we've got to look at graduation rates. We got to start looking at that differently. And I've said it in this committee before, but I just want to say it on the record again. We've got to be smarter in how we look at that, because sometimes we put such an emphasis on that. And I'm not saying that it's not important, but we put such an emphasis on it. We end up, you get a 99% graduation rate, but there may be a large percentage of those graduates who can't read, and so we've got to stop focusing so much on making sure that we hand them a diploma and making sure that they've actually gotten something that has equipped them to walk into life. And one specific example that I've used in the past, and while this doesn't affect, thousands of Tennesseans, it does. I've looked up the data before. There is a decent amount. Are those students in high school, especially high school seniors, who are maybe in that below or approaching range? If they drop out, or if they choose to get a GED, let's say, rather than go to homeschool, if they choose to get that GED, that counts against a school's graduation rate. Now, part of that is due to the way that the federal calculation is done. I understand that. But I think at some point in Tennessee, we've got to look at that and say, look, regardless of what the federal calculation rate is, this is what we're going to emphasize. We're going to emphasize that you're turning out students who actually have skills to go into the workforce and to go into life. We don't care if you have a 100% graduation rate. We want to make sure that you're graduating students who have skills. And so it should never count against a school system if they identify a student and say, you know what would serve this student, given where they are academically, is if we go ahead and start them and help them get their GED, get them some sort of certificate that will maybe helps them go to TCAT or helps them go to that next level. But there's this perverse incentive that if you push them to homeschool, which basically pushing them to homeschool is essentially they drop out after they get to homeschool. But if you push them to homeschool, it doesn't count against your graduation rate. That is insanity. And so typically those lower achieving students are from homes, unfortunately, many times that they don't have that support network. And so when they're choosing to go to homeschool rather than to stay in school, you've just lost them. They're just in the oblivion at that point. And so I don't know what the answer to that is, but we've got to start taking a very serious look at it and not sweep it under the rug, because that overemphasis on graduation rate is getting us a really high percentage, but not a high quality graduate. And so I just curious what your thoughts are on that. And I appreciate you giving me some indulgence.
I appreciate that, sir. And I think that part of the shared agreement that we all have is the part of the purpose. And I would say from my perspective, the primary purpose of our pre-K through 12th grade programs is to ensure we're preparing students to be successful and thrive after they leave us, in whatever it is that our students choose to do. And I think it's a worthy conversation for us to have about how we best do that and how we best measure that. So I appreciate those comments.
You follow up?
If you don't mind, just for the directors, any thoughts on that? Just how we emphasize graduation rates?
You recognize?
I would just say graduation rate is a tricky one. It is tricky in a lot of ways, and I grant you that. And it's something that I think needs more research on and to figure out what, if anything, we need to do to modify how we go about looking at that number. Because I do agree when you throw in a lot of different factors and variables, it can muddy the waters on that. So some clarification and making it Tennessee specific might be something worth looking into.
Thank you for that. And they talked about it a little bit earlier. I think what a previous director mentioned, we have to be careful about retention because, you get into the upper grades and then they drop out. Well, what if they get a degree? What if they get a high school diploma and they still can't read? That hasn't done them any good either. So anyway, let's take a serious look at that, and I'd be happy to be a part of the conversation. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. That's all we have on the list. I want to thank all of our guests today and the committee and everyone staying with us for 7 hours. Today we've learned a lot and we've listened to a lot. We had just a morning session in the morning. I hope everyone's can be back, and we'll finish by noon tomorrow. Commissioner, thank y'all. Directors, thank y'all.
Yes,
And members, let me just say this. We're going to hit the ground running in January. So if you're going to have education legislation, be ready, because I've been working on this since May 5th when we got out. So we're going to where do we need to be? One thing I learned, Commissioner, in special session last January is we had Pacific bills and we got in and we did the job, and look at the results. We need to be there in this January also for our kids. Any further comments before Chair Lady Moody? Can we adjourn?
Let's adjourn.
The objection. We're adjourned.